He's leading Class B. And then next up in 9th place is the Patron BMW, the E46 car number 48, of Via Aldridge driving that car. And then Matthew Isherwood's Audi TT, who's dropped back quite a long way there. Maybe he was the one I saw spinning at Rocket. And so Matthew Isherwood with places to make up then in number 7 Audi. And he coming through at the end of the first lap in 10th place only.
So, racing getting underway here at Anglesey. Just in case if you're watching on the live stream, we had a small technical issue which we are essentially getting sorted now. So if you did miss a start, apologies for that. Just one or two technical glitches which cause things. As the race continues on.
So there goes, completing now 2 laps. Paul Cook has a lead over Sam Heading in second place of 3 seconds now, and then a further 2.4 seconds back is Jason McAnulty with the Lotus Elise then. Then it's Steve McCulley with the Caterham ahead of Darrell Cresswell with the relay team car, and then Will Blackwell Chambers just being overtaken there by the Audi TT. Matthew Isherwood making up for lost time earlier on and recovering now back up to 6th place for Matthew Isherwood. As the rest of the field goes through. Completing the lap. And just looking back there to see how the rest of the field is getting on. Leading Class B is Sebastian Fischer with his Mazda, quite a long way ahead of the Peaky Blinders car, which is second in Class B at the moment. Leading the way as far as the BMW class is concerned are the 2 Anthony Seddon racing cars. Mac Priestwood leading the way in the BMW class from Sam Yates in the other BMW. And Mac Priestwood, they're only 19 years of age, but certainly with the potential of a bit of a career behind him, or ahead of him, I should say, already has had a test in a British GT car and has potential to go far in the sport. In the Citroën C1 class, George Davis leads in the Silver Lake car number 558, ahead of James McIntyre Ewer with the WRC Developments car number 586 in second place, and then 458 Aaron Chalk in the second of the Silver Lake cars in third place in the Citroën C1 class. Back across the line for the third time already on the 4th lap up at Rocket is the race leader, and it's still Paul Cook continuing to open up the gap between himself and Sam Heading in the Rob Boston Lotus Elise. Crossing the line there is the 555 Subaru BRZ, which Rob Lewis was talking about down on the grid. That car with some support from Subaru as well, and as Rob said, the car built up from a insurance write-off into a race car. So the race leader now fighting his way through the traffic, going past the Citroën C1s. Paul Cook completes 4 laps across the line, and the Lotus of Sam Heading also fighting his way through the Citroën C1s, goes through in second place. There's Jason McAnulty crossing the line now, third. Then 4th and 5th, the 2 Caterhams, with Steve McCulley still ahead of Darrell Cresswell in the battle of the Caterhams. Remember, the relay car not eligible for points, or not eligible for the race result as far as the Heroes Trophy is concerned. Then Matthew Isherwood, recovering from his moment on the opening lap, in 6th place. And then it's Veer Aldridge with the Patron Racing BMW ahead of Sebastian Fischer's Autotest Mazda, and then Paul Wooding in the Tacona BMW E36. And then next up in 12th place is Operation Motorsports USA Toyota GT86 in the hands of Colin Garrett. Then it's James Cross, going very well indeed. In fact, in car number 101, this is the only car in the field, number 101, that has taken part in every single Race of Remembrance, and he's just put the car ahead of Colin Garrett with the Operation Motorsport USA car. So having a good run there in the 101 is James Cross. As I say, it's a bit of a veteran itself, that car, and took part in the very first Race of Remembrance back in 2014, and now having its 10th outing in the race. So battling BMWs in the field there, with the BMW class, as I say, still being actually Matt Priestwood has been overtaken by Samuel Yates, who's down in the programme I see as Samuel Carrington Yates, and that, just wonder if he's any relation to David Yates, who was a long-time competitor in British saloon car racing back in the 1980s. Job perhaps for Scott or Rob to find out when they're down there to talk to Samuel Yates and find out if he is any relation. Oh, what a big sideways moment there for Paul Cook as he came out of the final corner there onto the start, finished straight. The screen just caught it as Paul Cook came up across the slower traffic, got the car in a big sideways moment, but controlled it very nicely indeed. That BMW obviously very forgiving. Chris Slater, who Rob or Stuart Scott were talking to down on the grid. It was Rob, wasn't it? Because Chris Slater, one of the drivers of that car, a very big gentleman, and as he was saying to Rob, one of the compromises they've had to make with that car is to get the driving position sorted out so that it's comfortable for all of them, and Paul Cook considerably smaller than Chris Slater, and they've ended up actually making it uncomfortable for both of them, but at least it's the same level of discomfort. So they've, as I say, had to make a bit of a compromise with the seating position in that car, but Paul Cook's clearly comfortable enough, continuing to eke out the margin between himself and Sam Heading in the Rob Boston car in second place. Now nearly 10 seconds behind then is Sam Heading, but as he said on the grid, he needs to stay out of trouble and just keep the car going. Races aren't won in the first 10-15 minutes, and we are already 10 minutes into this race. Jason McInulty still third with the Lotus Elise, and then Steve McCulley in fourth place with his Caterham, and then the other Caterham in the relay team is next up in fifth. Matt Isherwood in sixth, closing in a little bit on the Caterham. So the Audi will be making progress up through the field then in the hands of Matt Isherwood. Waiting for that to come through in amongst the bevy of BMWs further back, as there goes 97 Steve McCulley in second place. Oh, and Matt Isherwood there really getting held up by the traffic as he came into the bus stop, suddenly found himself with nowhere to go as the BMWs were lapping the Citroens. That's where the Audi suddenly came up on the scene, and all of a sudden all the power in the world did him no good whatsoever. But meant that Matthew Isherwood's progress was slowed just for a little bit on that lap, and he wasn't able to close the gap on Darrell Cresswell in the Caterham.
So I get to properly join the comms now. There was a small technical hitch that we had, but we've managed to fix it, so we're all good. But the race now really progressing into its first kind of 15 minutes, and so far it does appear to be BMW ahead of the two Lotuses with Caterham, the Caterham. So it's all down to Lotus, BMW and Caterham at the moment in these early stages. In terms of the different class leaders, of course we've got Class D being led by the overall leaders, Class C being headed, what I think is going to be a race-long battle between two teams that have been pretty much rivals all the way through the Supersport Endurance Cup season this year, which was the Clapham North Rob Boston Racing team, which has got Will Blackwell Chambers at the wheel, and Paul Wooding, who is and the Stuart Humphrey racing car with Stuart Humphrey at the wheel. Whilst that's happening, unfortunately I see a rather smoky Jaguar XF going through Church Corner. That doesn't look promising, I'm afraid, even at this early stage. So whilst that's happening, we can quickly throw down to Rob for the first time in pit lane, who has our first of our insights and interviews.
Well, the first few laps of the live stream, as well as the live stream, having some technical difficulties. Apologies for that. We've got car number 30 into the pits. That's twice they've been in the pit lane now. They had a fueling issue with the fuel cap spilling out, and now it appears that the team are working frantically under the bonnet to have a look at that car. We also had the Mazda MX-5, the black modified Mazda MX-5, car number 16 off the top of my head, that came into the pit lane on the formation lap. That had an issue. It spat off the water pump pulley, which of course, if you're not driving the water around the engine, you're not cooling it down, so that could have been terminal very, very quickly. Luckily, very sharp, very quick, they got it into the pit lane, put a brand new pulley on it, and the car is now out there circulating, but laps down. First few casualties here on this year's Race of Remembrance. Back to you.
Yeah, neither of those should be permanent casualties, although I have to say the Fiesta does worry me a little bit. Also does worry me a little bit is that Jaguar XF that you described, Scott, with the smoke trailing from the back of that car. It didn't look like it was a tyre rubbing on bodywork. It's going past us now across the start-finish line, and well, maybe it is tyre rubbing on bodywork, because it comes on more through the left-handers than in the straight line, but we'll keep a worried eye on that car. It's Lewis Ward at the wheel of the Jaguar at the moment, car number 10. He's in 13th place. His last lap was a 1:49, which is a little bit slower than Nick Mango with the exposure lights Mazda, just tucked in behind him there. But yeah, nothing wrong with the pace as he goes down the back straight this time. Meanwhile, Paul Cook taking no prisoners with the BMW as he was charging through the traffic there, Scott.
Yeah, past the Patron Racing BMW, which is currently in 10th position, so he's already managing to lap people up to P10. So that's just the pace that the RAF Motorsport BMW really has. I was just also mentioning as well, we saw an onboard shot briefly there, which we are going to have onboard shots from both of the cars in that team, from the first of the two Operation Motorsport cars. In fact, we're going to go on board with the second car right now. This is the Team Canada car. Looks like it's making its way down to the banking, as it's claimed on another lap, so it's currently heading right down the order, I think, outside the top 30 at this point. As they head, see here, this is the We Buy Any Phone number 486 Citroen C1 in the C1 class. This is the car that contains former BTCC Super Touring ace James Kay.
Indeed, James driving it at the moment. So James Kay, one of three BRDC members here at the Race of Remembrance this weekend, along with Martin Rich and Alex Capadia, who are both in the Mazda of Stuart Humphrey Racing, which is currently leading its class, still holding off Will Blackwell Chambers, but you called it a little while ago. That's going to be a race-long battle between those two Mazdas, and at the moment they're separated by, 2 or 3 lengths in terms of time. Will Blackwell Chambers is currently half a second behind the Stuart Humphrey Mazda. Leader Paul Cook onto his 11th lap now, and still Paul Cook opening up the margin. In fact, Sam Heading has dropped away quite a lot on that lap. It was quite a slow time from Sam. Only did a 1:42 compared to Paul Cook charging, as we said, through the field, a 1:36. So the gap first to second has opened up now to 23 seconds between Paul Cook and Sam Heading. Jason McAnulty still in third place, 4 seconds behind the other Lotus, to just 4 seconds separating the two Lotuses. Just notice the Ford Fiesta, number 30, going through. Full charge there from George Wright with the Ford Fiesta, and he is penultimate in the standings at the moment.
And there's the Fiesta, which Rob saw was just in the pit lane, and given the smoke that's coming out the back, it might be destined for the pit lane again rather shortly.
Yeah, it was quick. George Wright just said going through a moment ago. It's going quickly, but yeah, worrying amount of smoke coming out of the back of that Ford Fiesta. What did you call it? Kermit. Looks a bit like that in the bright green, not a colour you'd necessarily associate with Ford Fiestas. Sam heading through second, just crossing the line now. Jason McAnulty in third. Then Sean McCulley with the Leos Racing Caterham is fourth. Matthew Isherwood has got the RAF Audi TT up in a fifth place now. So he's ahead of Darryl Cresswell's Caterham 7. Coming up to the line now should be the Audi TT. Here it is, the black and red Audi TT then, with headlights ablaze, warning cars of his progress, and he's left Darryl Cresswell's breakdancer Caterham quite a long way behind. And then next up is going to be the battle between the two Mazdas of Stuart Humphrey and Will Blackwell Chambers. There on the screen you can see car number 101. That's the car that's taken part in every single Race of Remembrance that there has been. And now following the Caterham, and there's the Mazda with the Lotus Elise going through just in front of it. Race leader Paul Cook up amongst the traffic now, and he's coming up to lap Will Blackwell Chambers, who's in 8th place. So the race leader has lapped all but the first 9 cars. Will Blackwell Chambers, as I say, in 8th place, just behind Stuart Humphrey. Still that gap, just half a second between the two leading Mazdas.
Interesting, the Leos Racing Caterham ahead of the relay team Breakdancer Racing, one of those Caterhams. Darryl Cresswell at the wheel of the current Caterham that's out there for Team 77, whereas Steve McCulley is at the wheel for the Leos Racing team. He shares that car with Don Henshaw. Of course, they're sandwiching the number 7 Audi TT with the diesel engine. That's Matt Isherwood for the kind of snappily titled RAF Motorsport Sustainably Powered by RAF Central Fund Audi TT. I would say try saying that fast, but I think even I couldn't do that.
I think the emphasis is on sustainability, isn't it? As Chris Slater was pointing out to you, the truck that brought the car to the race is running on biodiesel, sustainably farmed bio form of diesel. The car itself runs on the same fuel, and the idea is they load the car into the truck at the end of the race and take it home sustainably as well. So that car, number 7, up into 5th place. I say Matt Isherwood had an issue on the first lap of the race, but since then the car's been running strongly. I say an issue, he had a spin. Wasn't a mechanical problem of any sort, but he just I think got into a little bit too much traffic as he tried to fight his way through. The pop bang colour Jaguar XF, car number 10 on the screens. J. Lewis Ward in 14th place now in the AFCN Motorsport entry. And there's Sam Heading in the Rob Boston. Lotus Elise heading down the back straight at the moment, coming through School and going up towards Rocket. Traces of the oil drop during the earlier race still evident on the circuit there. The second of the Lotuses just in behind is 117. Jason McAnulty with the Able Care sponsored ES Motorsport car. And the two Lotuses then currently 29 and 34 seconds respectively behind the race leader. 5 seconds apart from one another. Here goes the race leader across the start-finish line again. Paul Cook wasting no time. We've already had 20 minutes of the race, expecting these cars to run for, what do you think, Scott? Probably 2 hours on a tank full of fuel. I think the question is going to be for some is whether the tyres will last. Some cars using their tyres a little bit more aggressively than others, particularly the front-wheel drive cars tend to get through the front tyres a little bit more rapidly than the rear-wheel drive cars do. So the Lotuses, I suspect, are going to stay out longer. And as I say, the BMW, the number 27, the leading car from the RAF Motorsport team, apparently has quite a high fuel consumption from what I've heard. Don't know what your spies have been telling you in the camp.
Not 100% sure myself, but I think logic dictates that. I was about to say there, the Jason McAnulty Lotus got caught up in the traffic there, trying to chase after the Rob Boston Racing Lotus with Sam Heading at the wheel. But yeah, in terms of the cars that I think will probably, I think it is a case of which one gives out first, the fuel tank or the tyres. And you're absolutely right with the front-wheel drive cars, particularly the cars like the Lotuses and the Caterhams. They've notoriously been better at fuel because they're lighter cars, therefore they don't have to put so much burden on the engines. They can go a bit longer and they'll be a bit more better with fuel management as a result. The front-wheel drive cars are going to obviously struggle with their tyres. The rear-wheel drive ones obviously are going to be putting plenty of power through the rear wheels, so that means that ultimately there could be different wear rates on different ends of the car. But it will wait and see. This is the fun of endurance racing, as you well know, of course, for years and years, is that literally there's so many unpredictable elements that could come into this that it's all about who can get the numbers right, who can run the strategy as best as possible, and ultimately with endurance racing more than anything, who can just keep their nose clean and stay out of trouble, because sometimes it is the cars that do that make the best progress, because you can be the fastest car on track, but if you get caught up in incidents or have reliability problems, I think as the great Alan Moffat once said, if you're not there on the last lap, all the others count for absolutely nothing.
Indeed. And
sorry, 1 second. Yeah. So two of the Citroen C1s that, as we said that, almost got into each other. That was 306 and 408, I think it was. 408 was certainly involved, and that was George Smith in one of the WRC Developments cars. And 363, I think it was.
Yeah, 363 being William Bell in the Radiation Racing Citroen C1. Yeah. So I think we may end up being guilty of overlooking some of the Citroen racing, but in its own right, it's just as intense. And of course, Citroen C1s have their own endurance races during the course of the season. They do. As into the pits, we see there the number 15
Exposure
Lights Mazda. Running in Class C rather than Class B as was originally scheduled, and that's Nick Mango who's brought the car into the pits. It was running fairly well up earlier on, but now, as I say, losing time in the pits.
And as that's happening, the leader, so the second place car continues on. Sam Heading, who, as we spoke to on the grid, is much more used to sprint racing. In fact, usually his races well over by now. In fact, he would have done the amount of racing he's done now. It was equivalent to 2 15-minute races he would have done in the Audi TTs. But he started off being someone who was quite prominent in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, then switched early on to the new Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, continued with Rob Boston Racing, and then now, of course, tackling with Rob Boston in a car that he has a lot of responsibility to keep clean and keep on the road, because, of course, it is the race-winning car from 2022. So it's certainly one to look for. While that car continues on in the lead, we're going to head back down to Rob in the pit lane, who I believe is going to try and find out the route of why the Exposure Lights MX-5 is in the pit lane. So, Rob, down to you.
Team frantically jacking this car up. They've got it on all four stands. Car number 15 came in and down the pit lane with a very heavy clutch smell, and the team is saying they're struggling to get it into third gear. The team are getting the tools ready. It looks like they're potentially going for a gearbox change on this car, but already the car is up on stands. You've got team members underneath to get the gearbox out. This is a rear-wheel drive car. You've got a diff at the back, you'll have a prop shaft of some sort or a Torx tube, and then a gearbox connected to the engine at the front. This is not going to be an easy gearbox change, but as you can see, the team are working frantically underneath to change the gearbox on this car so early in the race. Gutting for them. Let's have a watch and see if they can get it back out.
Well, you said earlier on, never give up, never say die, and that is one of the rules of endurance racing, but exactly not what the team will have wanted this early in the race. As Scott was just saying, we've had just not even half an hour of the race yet, and today is the biggest chunk of the race, and today is when the pattern for what will happen tomorrow will be set, although you were referring to it a moment ago, Scott. The nature of endurance racing is the pattern over a long period, and really this first half hour in many ways doesn't tell us anything because, as I say, the car that's leading the way now by 34 seconds, Paul Cook's BMW, we understand possibly is going to require more fuel stops than is required by the regulations. The regulations require 6 fuel stops to be made by each car at a minimum. That BMW is going to need 7, we think, depending on how much of the race gets run behind the safety car, because obviously during the safety car periods they can run at a slower pace and save fuel, but otherwise it does look like that car will need more fuel stops than the regulations actually demand. So although it's leading the way now and pulling away, it's going to need that space at the front in order to, or that margin at the front, in order to potentially cope with more fuel stops, more time spent in the pits.
Yeah, speaking of spending time in the pits, that was the NJM Fiesta, back on board with the 22 Operation Motorsport USA car, which currently has at the wheel of it to start with Colin Garrett. So you could see there next to getting caught up behind the Royal Navy BMW, and I think that was the Scuderia Polo Rosso Mark II C1. So that one's carrying on.
Already 4 pit stops for Kermit. 4 pit stops in the first half hour is not what they will have been planning, but nevertheless they'll have been eager to get on with it. The 4-minute pit stop minimum only applies for those pit stops where you change driver or put fuel in. If you do other things to the car other than those 2, then you don't have to submit to the 4-minute minimum. Say otherwise, it has to be a 4-minute pit stop. So those are the way the rules work. Sam Heading crosses the line, completing his 18th lap, 32 seconds behind the race leader. And in fact, that time around, Sam Heading was a little bit quicker on his lap time than Paul Cook was. So that's the first time that the gap has actually come down first to second that I've noticed.
And whilst that's going on, I've just noticed on screen here, you know that battle was saying we're going to be race long between Stuart Humphries and Clapham North. It's kind of, as I said, basically what they've done is they've picked up where they left off from the final round of Supersport Endurance. I thought, you know, let's just carry on for the entire 12 hours. So this is now currently Stuart Humphrey being chased down by Will Blackwell Chambers, who hasn't driven that car before. He's driven a Clapham North MX-5 throughout the last couple of seasons, but not this car in particular, I think, prior to this weekend. It was a bit of a last-minute addition, but the 2022 Pro Class MX-5 Super Cup champion who missed out on a chunk of the season after a rather nasty coming together at the season opener at Silverstone, but thankfully got himself recovered and was, I think, back out on track by Cadwell Park in August, so he managed to quickly recover himself and finish the season. So he's now joining, of course, the main man behind Clapham North, which is George Grant, and so he's now putting the pressure on Stuart Humphries, who won't have raced against Will before, but now he's getting experience of what it's like going up against an actual MX-5 Super Cup champion. Yeah,
Will Blackwell Chambers almost lost out there as they were lapped by Jason McAnulty. He moved out of Jason's way, and in doing so lost a bit of ground to Stuart Humphrey, but then made it all back up again as McAnulty then went past Stuart Humphrey, and as they turned through the hairpin, so Will Blackwell Chambers is now right on the tail of the Stuart Humphrey Mazda once again, down into the bus stop. Not quite close enough to challenge. It may well be that Will Blackwell Chambers is being clever here. He's certainly got the experience. is just saving a bit of fuel behind the Stuart Humphrey car. He knows he doesn't have to win the race in the first hour, so if he can save a little bit of fuel behind Stuart Humphrey car, then what he can do is to get ahead by staying out a little bit longer when the fuel stops come around. So may well be that we see Stuart Humphrey come into the pits before we see Will Blackwell-Chambers.
Could be the case. He might also possibly just forcing Stuart to go at a faster pace if he sat right on the back bumper as they come out of church with your rocket. You just saw there, I'm afraid, another pit call for Kermit. The NJM Fiesta having more problems. We did see it smoking not long after it came back out of its kind of third unscheduled stop. So that will hopefully get back on track. But then again, the comfort that they've got is it might well be out of contention, but they've still got just under 11 and a half hours total to get that car and all the overnight work, because of course, as you rightly pointed out, there is no part firme in the suspended parts of the races. So I've even seen teams do entire engine changes. I think the Rob Boston racing team did that once one year. I think the year they won it in 2022, overnight did an engine change and then went on to win the race to maintain that advantage. So that's the key thing, this one, because ultimately it is more of a race for fun rather than anything too serious for honours up for grabs. Yes. So of course they are allowed to be a little more lax in the rules in that sense.
The problem with the overnight working on the car is the toll it takes on the team. And you have to have, when you remember that many of the mechanics that are here are doing so out of the goodness of their heart.
Yes.
And not being paid to be here. Then when you say, can you stay up all night and change the engine, please? And they say, well, I've got a hotel booked, which is half an hour down the road anyway.
To which the team reply, well, it's 24-hour check-in, you'll be fine. So.
Yeah, quite. Anyway, the Race of Remembrance, as I say, brings its own challenges, but there's a number of things we should look out for, a number of stories that we'll be telling as well as the race progresses, and some of the personalities and stories behind those who are taking part in the race will bring you over the course of the race as it progresses.
Should mention, quick checking with the BMW class, the 116s. That's currently a 1-2 at the moment for Anthony Seddon Racing. Sam Carrington-Yates, who was a former BMW Compact Cup racer himself, is currently leading in car 21. Their teammates in car 34 are currently second. Then there's a couple of cars gap where you've got the RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by Infrastar Simon Froin, number 19 machine, and then the DC Lomas Racing Team Pandemonium Fiat Panda. And then you have the third of the BMWs, which is car 90, which is Yggdrasil, I'm going to say. Give a go at that, and that's Crichton at the wheel of that car in car 90. So that will be Tim Crichton who's showing that car with Rob Mallet and Freddie Tatham.
Do you know about Yggdrasil?
I don't, but enlighten me.
Okay, so Yggdrasil is Norse mythology, Norwegian mythology. It's the tree at the centre of the universe, around which everything else goes. So if you know your Norse mythology, look it up on Google.
I do now.
I did. That was before I came here. But it's based on that. I thought it was initially something Welsh when I got here, but it's all based on the Norse mythology, and Yggdrasil is the tree at the centre of the world around which everything else revolves. Also, while talking about BMWs, Mac Mackenzie Priestwood in the number 34 Anthony Seddon racing car, only 19 years of age. If you get a chance when you're down in the pits, talk to him, because he is a driver who has ambition, quite clearly, and quite where he might go, having cut his racing teeth in the BMW 116 class. It's a good place to start racing. But he's driven a British GT car already in a test, and has great hopes. And one on the subject of Anthony Seddon Racing, the other thing I'd like you to do, Scott, when you get down into the pit lane, is talk to Simon Yates as well, because there was a racing driver back in the 80s called David Yates, and I think he might be related.
I remember he raced my
production saloon cars.
Ford Sierra Sapphire, Bosworth, blue
that's
one.
Right. I think it was white, but
I hope you forgive me saying that. Any reason I know that's because he's appeared in one or two crash compilation videos I used to have, so that's really why I know from that car.
Maybe it was after they crashed the blue one that he then became the driver of the white one. Anyway,
Possibly.
So whether he's related or not, I'm not sure, but there was also a Carrington in their name, which is why I think there might be a link back to him. So that's apropos of BMW, but certainly Anthony Seddon Racing has arrived in the Race of Remembrance very much as the team to beat, and is at the moment showing everyone else how to do it. First and second in the BMW class, ahead of the Yggdrasil car which Tim Crichton is driving, car number 90. Car coming into the pits at the moment, and that is number 14, and that's coming in, that's another Mazda, the Peter McNichol Lancaster Insurance Auto Test car, which is one of the quicker cars in the class. So that is not a car that we would expect to be in this early.
No, that's the car which has got, including in that driver lineup, former MX5 champion and now successful MX5 team boss Brian Chandler. So sadly, if that car's having problems, that's a shame.
Yeah, currently 33rd in the overall standings. So 38 minutes of the race nearly elapsed. 7 hours of racing here at Anglesey today. Paul Cook still leads the way. He's just completed 23 laps. He has a lead of a stabilised lead now, 34 seconds over Sam Headings, Rob Boston, Lotus Elise, and then just 5 seconds separating the two Lotus Elises. Those two have pretty much stabilised their positions as well. Waiting for Sam Heading to come through across the start-finish line. Here he is now.
So this is actually possibly a scheduled stop because they are refueling number 14 MX5, as you can see on screen. And Brian Chandler giving instructions on the refueling, which is in a slightly unconventional place. It's not a particular tank either side, it's in the boot, which you probably get for it. That's an impromptu makeshift spot to put a fuel tank. And again, the boot, bigger the boot, the bigger the fuel tank you can put in the back and run for much longer.
25 litres in one of those tough jugs going in, and the pit stop, as we've been saying, mandatory 4 minutes, but if you're allowed to put 2 tanks of those 25 litres in, so you can put 50 litres in altogether, but actually getting a full 50 litres in and getting the driver then strapped in, because you have to do the refueling with the driver out of the car, and when that is all done, it does take quite a while and can very quickly get up to 4 minutes elapsed once you've done that. So they have to be a little bit sharpish on the pit stop.
Whilst that's happening, just notice that the pace of the leaders has come down from where it was early on. The fastest lap of the race in context set by the race leader, the number 27 RAF Motorsport BMW with Paul Cook, and that fastest lap was a 1:36.231. He's now slowed the pace down into the 1 minute 40s, and is matching just about the same pace as the two Lotuses behind, the Rob Boston Racing 119 and the Able Care ES Motorsport 117. They're doing sort of 1 minute 40.7.8, 1 minute 40.4 for the BMW. Whilst they continue to circulate, Robbie's back down in pit lane with another interview for us. So Rob, who do you have?
Okay, you may know me when I broadcast on the C1 Racing. I talk about the intricacies of racing. I look at the geeky stuff. I love the geeky stuff. This race has cars with sustainable fuel in it, so I'm geeking out slightly. Now, Chris, we spoke about this on the grid. Tell me a bit more about how this fuel is working, the differences between this and fossil fuels.
So I can't say much how it's working because I've not done any of the technical work, but these boys from Darksider we've partnered up with this weekend to test it. But the Air Force has been using this type of fuel, which is HVO, so fossil-free diesel, in some road vehicles. It's just coming to an end, and there was some fuel available that we could get hold of to take the information that the guys have used when they've tested it on a dyno to feed it into that report. So as we progress through getting towards the end of fossil fuels, and we have the information that we need to make the best decisions possible.
Now, guys, so you're the technical guys. You're going to give me the information I need now. So first of all, introduce yourselves. You're from Darkside Developments. What's your roles there?
I'm a general mechanic, and then spare time I get a help him out in race workshop. But yeah, he's one who builds cars.
And yourself, sir?
Yeah, so I'm main race mechanic at Darkside. I'll do all cars and that. So build these ones that come today and run all the stuff for him. So
Talk us through this sustainable fuel. How does it work?
Honestly, it's the same as diesel. Like, there's pretty much no difference. It's got the thing that's the worst bit about it is it smells different. It smells like vinegar, so that's probably the worst thing. But actually, like burning wise, and in the combustion chamber, it's pretty much the same. We had it on the dyno with cylinder pressure monitors, and obviously our dyno gives a graph at the end on torque and power and horsepower and stuff, and it was pretty much exactly the same as regular diesel would be. It's like pretty weird, because usually you think of fuel like that, it'd start to burn different, or produce less or more power, and not be as good as diesel, but seems to be pretty similar. So.
And the boss has just walked in the background for a little look. I mean, the work that Team Darkside are doing with the RAF, you're bringing a sustainable fuel into motorsport. Essentially, could you say the work you're doing is helping to make motorsport last?
I'd hope so, because obviously there's a big agenda going on that wants to shut everybody down and make everybody stay in the house and be scared. So if we can stay racing and that makes everybody think there's more to be done in the sustainable future, then yeah, it'd be good if we can do that.
There's a lot of work gone into the sustainable side leading up to it. What more work is there to come?
I think with the diesel side, it's behaving exactly the same as it would on a fossil fuel. So there's nothing else really to be done with that side of things, I don't think.
And running the TT as a diesel on it this weekend, is there anything you've had to change on the car at all to run this sustainable fuel?
No, if people watch our video, like and subscribe, I don't normally do that. If they want to watch our video there, we've literally drained the fuel out of our truck into the car. So, and the truck drove to the RAF base and got filled up from their Bowser. So there's no change to the truck, no change to the car. And I think the price of it, we're only about 10 pence dearer than normal diesel. So when that equalises, it's a no-brainer really.
Fantastic, guys. I'm going to have to cut it short there because unfortunately out on circuit there's 3 wheels on a 2CV wagon. So safety cars out. Let's see how they're going to get on with the recovery. Back to Scott and Paul.
Well, it may get very busy down in the pits with you, Rob, so stand by for some early pit stops, because may well be that they've used enough fuel in the 45 minutes of the race which we have elapsed to make it worthwhile for some of the cars with the smaller fuel tanks to come in to make a refueling stop. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Scott will describe it. The 2CV, the car running in the invitation class with its little motorcycle engine, never mind what sort of engine it's got, only got 3 wheels on it from the looks of it there, Scott.
Yeah, the unfortunately named Crisis Racing are having quite a crisis at the moment because they've lost a wheel. Hasn't gone very far. It's literally sat right behind them on the curb. So it's just to the right-hand side of the shot there. But the Bentley Bentayga safety car will now head out on track, and quite fittingly, it has now just about picked up the race leader. So the number 27 BMW will basically form up the rest of the queue behind it. There it is. There is the 2CV number 27 Crisis Racing car, looking rather sorry for itself, sat at the edge of the circuit. Driver climbing out, and hasn't got to look far for the wheel. Just turn around behind you and has a look. That's what's missing. Right, oh, there it is. There's the wheel. Right, so he's realised where the wheel's gone, and hands on hips. How did that happen? So
it's Nick Rhodes, the driver there, and does just seem to be the wheel, doesn't it? There's no hub attached or anything.
I was just looking actually, because those are essentially what we learned yesterday talking to them last night. Those are Mini Cooper wheels, like the kind of Mini Cooper like steel wheels that they have on the production car. So it's a bit wider rather than the little spindly, thin. Regular tyres they would have on a 2CV. So whether or not that's simply just come off, whether it's a nut or a bolt, or simply it's just completely sheared off, not 100%.
No, it should be at least 4 wheel nuts holding it on, so wouldn't have thought it's just a nut shearing, but say there was no sign of anything but the wheel having come off the car. Anyway, from Paul Cook's point of view, the race lead, he'd got it up to very nearly a minute between himself and Sam Heading in the Rob Boston Lotus Elise. But of course this safety car is going to play entirely into Rob Boston's hands here, because it's going to enable Sam Heading to close right up onto the tail. Well, not quite onto the tail, because there are many cars between Paul Cook and Sam Heading in first and second places, but it's certainly going to enable Sam Heading to close up quite significantly on the rest of the field and close that gap first to second. And so nobody yet electing to come in and making a pit stop, but I think once we get the safety car queue coming down past the start-finish line, may well be that one or two of them dive off into the pit lane.
We've just seen actually Dominic Pearson bring the 555, the Mission Motorsport sponsored by eBay Subaru BRZ, but that was a category N write-off when it first started, when they bought it, and now of course it's pretty much been built up and supported by eBay, and just about almost all the parts that they've used to make that race car have been purchased or supplied by eBay, which is quite convenient. So as that car continues on, they're making a driver change. Didn't see who was going in exactly, but Dominic Pearson was climbing out. So we're just taking a quick reading of tyre temperatures and tyre pressures to see how that works. Whilst that's going on, very, very quickly, let's run through how the classes are looking at the moment. So we'll start from the top of the timing screen, Class D. So currently leading at the moment under the safety car is the race leader, which is the number 27 RAF Motorsport with Lewis Property BMW. Paul Cook at the wheel of that. Second is the first of the two Lotuses, which is the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise S2, the 2022 Race of Remembrance winning car. That has Sam Heading at the wheel. And then third in class is 117, which is the other Lotus, the Able Care ES Motorsport machine with Jason McAnulty at the wheel. The only relay car in the field, which is the number 77 Breakdancer Racing Caterham, the first of theirs, with Darryl Cresswell taking his first stint. He currently is 6th overall.
But in the pits, interestingly, Scott. So they are looking like they're actually going to do a relay baton change for the relay team, Darryl Cresswell.
Stuff. Class C we'll move on to, and it is the two Mazdas that have been battling since the start of the race. It is Stuart Humphrey in the Stuart Humphrey Racing number 91 that leads, and he currently, of course on the safety car, has a lead of only 1.2 seconds now on the safety car at this point from them perennial rivals this season, the Clapham North Rob Boston Racing number 69 that has Will Blackwood Chambers at the wheel. And then it's in third place, the BMW E36 Tacona Racing Division car. I think that's the one with the RAF roundels on it, number 12, and that currently has at the wheel of it, who has changed over, Paul Wooding, and he will be currently holding on to third place. The Jaguar is also in as well, so the number 10 making its stop from its class. Class B, we can tell you the leader in that class at the moment is the number 24 Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. That's Seb Fisher at the wheel of that car. Second in Class B is the Mazda MX-5 of Peaky Blinders, number 11, with Kamal Kelsey, who's another MX-5 Super Cup star, currently 16th overall. And then a team or a car that we saw in the Clubsport Trophy race earlier on. That's Track Scotland 2 and their Mini Cooper in third place. And that currently is in 17th place in car 155, which has Adam Morrison at the wheel of that one. And then in Class A, there's only the one car in that class, which is purely the Flat Cap Motorsport Mintro Motorsport Toyota Argo, which has Joe Moss at the wheel. He's currently 37th overall. In the BMW class, it's still an Anthony Seddon Racing 1-2. Sam Carrington-Yates leads Mackenzie Priestwood, cars 21 and 34. And then third place is the Yggdrasil Tim Crichton number 90 machine in third place. In the Citroen C1 class as well for endurance, it's the last class we can really look at, which is the C1 Racing Club class. The leaders there is Silver Lake 2 with George Davis at the wheel, former Fiesta Junior racer. He currently has a lead over the first of the WRC developments with CB Auto Services cars, car 586. That's James McIntyre. And then it's the car 458 in third place, the second of the Silverline cars, 458, which has Aaron Chalk at the wheel, and they're currently holding station. And the last car we can really talk about, which Sandy we just saw on the back of the low loader, is the only invitation class car, and that was the Crisis at Tete Rouge car with Nick Rhodes. Was at the wheel, but now is minus a wheel on the back of a low loader, and that's where it stands at the moment as we come into 50 minutes past the first part of Race of Remembrance 2024.
Thanks very much, Scott. Complete rundown there. Once the Citroen is recovered, the rules allow for that car to be returned to the pit lane, and depending on what caused the wheel to fall off, then they'll be able to get that car fixed and back on its way again. I think as far as they're concerned, as Scott said, there's no other cars running in the invitation class, so it really just is a matter for them of running for as many of the hours as they possibly can. So if they can get the car fixed, then will do so, and every reason that we'll see it out again before the end of the race, although in what position remains to be seen. When it came off, the car was running in, where was it? Here we go. It was up to 33rd place when it stopped, so it would be able to, let's say, 33rd out of the 55 starters. The Subaru BRZ having a change of driver, and bear in mind that all the drivers of that Subaru BRZ are wheelchair users. The car itself runs with hand controls, which actually brings, I won't say any advantages, but it lessens the complication because they don't have to change the car over from its manual settings to auto settings when an able-bodied driver gets into it, because they don't have any. And as one of the teams said to me, they've taken a written-off car of 4 written-off blokes and fixed them all up. And I love that, because that's what Mission Motorsport is all about.
Yeah.
And as I say, that Subaru looks absolutely the part in the Subaru colours, the traditional Subaru colours, car 555 on the side of it. And apparently Subaru were involved to give permission, as it were. They didn't just slap all the stickers on and say, well, that looks right, as so many of those Subarus that you see driving around the roads do with their gold wheels. But they went to Subaru and said, would you mind if we did this? And Subaru said, no, not at all, that's a great story. And as Scott was saying on the grid, that car, having been rebuilt from an insurance write-off, has then been supported by eBay, and many of the parts have been sourced through eBay. There's a little bit of an argument going on down the back straight at the moment, Scott, between one of the Citroen C1s, the Silver Lake class leading car, which isn't going as fast as the safety car is, unfortunately.
And not going as fast as car 55 wanted to go to, hence the headlight flashing. That's car 55, which is... That's the 155. That's the Track Scotland car, I think, isn't it? That's why it says 55, though.
There are two Track Scotland cars. One is 55 and one is 155.
Ah, there it is. Yeah,
so that's why you've got the confusion. There are two of them.
Forgive me, I was looking further down the entry list than I thought it would be. So it's actually 19th. That's Michael Imrie, who's had a couple of appearances in the mix. That is the number 7 Audi TT, and that's going...
Matthew Isherwood.
Yeah, okay, I thought it was going rather slow. It's because it's in the queue, that's the reason why. But I think where it's getting confused is that I think it wants the Silver Lake C1 to speed up, and either it's got an issue and it can't do that, or it's having to keep to a particular speed. But either way, it's kind of just trundling around at its own pace, and the rest of the pack are sort of in that group, are stacking up behind it.
Well, yes, because no overtaking is allowed behind the safety car, of course.
You say that, but try to tell that to the Breakdancer Racing MXL that's just power past everybody, so that's interesting to see. The Pop Bang Racing AFCN Jaguar is back out again after it stopped, but that was rather confusing. I'm not quite sure why, if no overtaking is allowed, the Breakdancer Racing car has just gone steaming past everybody.
No, I think that was possibly something which the judges may need to look into later on, and we may get some information coming through from race control based on that. The safety car has slowed the pace down to Citroen C1 pace in order to get that Citroen to cash up. The Bentley Bentayga has slowed right down in order to get the field to bunch up, and they need to get a message through, because the gaps to the safety car, we've got 4 cars behind the safety car, with Paul Cook not, of course, knowing what's going on, doesn't quite understand why the safety car is going so slowly, and all the heat that he's hard-earned got into the tyres and brakes and the rest of the car will be soaking away, and meaning that he has to be very careful once the safety car comes in, and there's no reason for it not to at the moment, because the Citroen has been cleared. Now that Citroen C1, the Silver Lake car, may well have had a problem, because it's now come into the pit lane, and the Citroen in question, was it the leading one? 558, it was the leading car, George Davis. So George Davis was in the leading C1. He knew exactly what he was doing, I think, slowing the pace down. And whether the organisers will take a dim view or not, I don't know. But the Citroen has now come into the pits.
Yeah. Whilst that's been happening, just to talk across, we just saw there the number 15 Mazda MX-5 was pushed back out of the, that was the Exposure Lights MX-5, was pushed back out of the pit box, realised that not all was right with it, and they've been pushed back in again, so they have to keep on working on that car. The Crisis Tech Rouge 2CV's made it back to the pits as well. That's now been worked on to fit a brand new right rear wheel at least, and check everything else is as it should be. But the field continues behind the safety cars. We reach the first hour of Race of Remembrance 2024. This is first of this 7-hour part 1, which will finish, of course, at 10 o'clock, and we'll get the rather unique red and white checkered flag, not a black and white checkered flag, because typically checkered flags means that a session's over. But it's not over, we're simply suspending it, hence the creation of the red and white checkered flag.
We'll come on to that when we come to it. But,
yes.
We'd also get a safety car out at the end of this evening's portion of the race. Another Citroen running slowly there. As we cut back to a shot of the work that's been going on in the garage of the number 50. Oh no, that's the 2CV. It may well have been a hub problem because it's not just a case of slapping on a new wheel. The Bentley has speeded up. We have now 1 queue of cars behind rather than 2 because the Track Scotland Mini Cooper has now been able to close the gap on the rest of the field. So they are now going round, and the safety car lights
are out.
So we're going to get racing back underway again after, how many laps did we have behind the safety car there? Were you counting? I reckon it was 4 laps. This was the 5th lap behind the safety car. So 5 laps running behind the safety car will have enabled Paul Cook to have saved a bit of fuel, which is something that the team will have been keen for him able to do. And having saved fuel, he then uses it all up, accelerating out of the last corner and across the start-finish line. But full speed once again then for Paul Cook. The gap between himself and Sam Heading in second place, who now crosses the line in second place, has come down to 15 seconds. So that's a reduction of 40 seconds that Sam Heading has gained from between himself and Paul Cook, the race leader. Jason McAnulty is now just 2 seconds behind Sam Heading, and then Steve McCulley in the number 97 Leos Racing Caterham is in 4th place, and he is just 16 seconds behind the Jason McAnulty Lotus Elise. Then Stuart Humphrey and Will Blackwell Chambers absolutely nose to tail as they cross the line at the end of their 30th lap, so 31 laps complete for the race leaders, 30 laps completed for the Class C Mazda MX-5s, and 29 laps completed for Sebastian Fischer with the Class B Mazda, the Mark 1, in 10th place overall, car number 24.
So racing back underway then, under green flag conditions, and now we're getting to this real point of the race where already lap traffic is getting key, and I think that was getting close between the 2 Lotuses. There's been a change for second place then. The ES Motorsport Lotus catching the Rob Boston racing car under the traffic, and Sam Heading unable to really capitalise on it, and he gets outfoxed by Jason McAnulty, and 3 went on the exit of the corkscrew down the Tom Price straight. And so the 2 Lotuses are still second and third, but they have now swapped positions. 117 ahead of 119. And we talked to Jason McAnulty. He's pretty much going as hard as he can from the word go, and he's certainly proving that as he gets into the pit straight and as he goes across the line. Second place is now confirmed on the timing street, and already he's ahead by about 1.5 seconds through this traffic.
Exactly, it's a big gap, isn't it? Because 2.4 seconds between second and third, and about 3 cars, I reckon, separating the purple Lotus from the blue one. So whether it was just that Sam Heading got himself a little bit caught up in the traffic, whether he didn't quite get the drop quite as quickly once the safety car had gone back. I mean, Sam will have had safety car restarts in sprint racing, but probably not after such a long interval. But he has lost quite a lot of ground though, but we go down to the pits to Rob Lewis.
I've managed to grab the wonderful map from Operation Motorsport. You come every year with a smile on your face. You've got a great team together of both the North American and Canadian teams. Fantastic effort so far this weekend. How's it been for you?
No, it's been really good. We've had a couple of good mechanical failures going into practice, but Rogue Motorsports, they've come in and helped us with it. But the guys have been just rolling up their sleeves and getting in there. It was pretty good. We're running a pretty good pace right now, overall. The yellow comes out. It's not really where we wanted it, but there'll be more.
The admiring thing about it is you guys don't see these cars until the week before the race.
Yeah, we communicate with Rogue on what we are looking for out of the race, what our goals are and our strategy plan is going into it. But no, we don't touch it at all. We don't see it until Wednesday, like 3 days before the race. And so it's quite the hype, and then we get back here and then you don't know what's been done, you don't know if it's been perfect or what, and then it's really interesting because then the guys just get to work on the wrenches, they get the car in the air and they're double checking everything, seeing what's new, seeing what's changed, and then out on to testing.
And this, of course, is going to be the last year that Operation Motorsport comes to this particular race, because next year you guys are going to Virginia Raceway and you've got your own version of this race to do on the same weekend, right?
Yeah, we're really excited to bring the Veterans Race of Remembrance down in Virginia International Raceway. We've had some great partners. USAC's come on. We have racing with Mustang Challenge is going to come in here. Our drivers are spokespersons for what we do and what these guys are giving and how they're recovering and all the effort they put into their recovery and, how well the program is working. And so to have good quality partners behind us, like Michelin, it really helps us to come forward and put on a good race, and we're hoping that we're going to put on quite the spectacle.
And you've got some hardcore racers in your cars as well. That helps.
Yeah, we do. We kind of stack our drivers. We have a champion in Mustang Challenge. He came in second Mustang Challenge. We have a champion in TCR in Canada, and he came in third. We brought some stout drivers, so we're hoping to still put a good run on everyone around here.
Matt, we can't wait to see how you guys get on, but
thank you very much.
From me, just my sheer admiration to you and to Operation Motorsport. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Before we go, he mentioned Rogue Motorsport. I'm gonna dive bomb on the Rogue Motorsport team there. Incidentally, this man at the back there, it's his first ever race event he's been to. Is that from what I can understand? Your first ever race event?
Big race event, yeah.
And what an event you've chosen to come to. Do you like motorsport?
Yeah.
So you are going to absolutely love this, and you've enjoyed it so far?
100%, yeah.
Operation Motorsport, they're a great team, aren't they?
Yeah, great team.
Fantastic. Patrick, you have been flat out getting these cars ready. We were chatting just before, getting them ready for the Operation Motorsport crew. Your role leading up to this event is so key for these guys, right?
It's a very different event for us. I mean, normally we're here, we run the cars, run the team, run the event. Here we kind of turn up, we give them the cars, we give them the tools that they need, and then we have to try and hang back a little, and if they need our help, we'll get involved and help them out with it, but for the most part, they run the cars.
Never been tempted to jump in behind the wheel and get another road car out for yourself?
Yeah, we did think about it. We've got a third GT86 that we bought along last year as kind of pre-assembled spare parts. We started building it up again this year, and then we were getting close to the event. It's like, well, do we build it up as a car? Do we kind of leave it unassembled and just take it as a spare? And it's here as spare parts again. So maybe next year we'll build it up and we'll run 3.
Fantastic. Well, Patrick, great to speak to you as Rogue Motorsport. They have been doing some fantastic work with Operation Motorsport. Who knows, maybe we'll see them head over to North America too and have 2 Rogue Motorsport setups for the Race of Remembrance. Who knows, I'll keep everyone in the dark about that. We've got some pit lane action going on up and down the pits at the moment. We have had the pop bang colour Jaguar in as well. I was having a look at the tyres. I can't quite bring them to you yet, but yeah, there's a little bit of tyre strategy going on out there, because don't forget forget, folks, Anglesey is tough and abrasive. This tarmac eats tyres. So we'll see how that plays as we get into the pit stops, but safety cars breed fast pit stops. It's going to be great to see how the strategies play out. For now, it's time to head back upstairs.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis down there. The complexion of this race has suddenly changed. You mentioned it first, Scott, because Jason McAnulty got himself ahead of Sam Heading. I was then concerned at Sam Heading's lap times because he turned in a lap in the 147s, then a lap in the 146s, and now he's come into the pits. So the Rob Boston Racing Sam Heading car, which Sam said has been totally reliable up until this point, now in the pits with what I reckon is very much an unscheduled pit stop. I mean, they'll refuel the car while it's in, they'll make it a 4-minute pit stop, but that car has struck a problem of some sort. It'll take 2 slow laps after the safety car withdrew, and then a pit stop. The other complexion which changed is battling Class C, Scott.
Yes.
Because that has changed as well. Will Blackwell-Chambers has got himself ahead of Stuart Humphrey.
Yeah, so there's been a change there. Not only a change, but now a substantial increase in the gap, because when we saw them before, they were fairly close together earlier on. Now that when you noticed rightfully that there had been a change, the gap between them had grown out to not only change positions, but grown out to 8 seconds in Blackwell-Chambers' favour. Now you look at my timing screen, it's gone out by another 7 seconds, and it's now into 15 seconds. And lap time-wise, at the moment, Will Blackwell-Chambers is going some 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker in the last couple of laps. So something's not quite right, it seems, with the number 91 car. It can't just be they've got caught in traffic, because you have to be caught in a heck of a lot of traffic. Now, this is the second place Lotus that's coming from the pit lane from Sam Heading. They are working on it. They've got the left side up on the car. They're just tightening the wheel nuts. They've got the laptop out as well, so they're just checking something as a part of a regulation pit stop.
Yeah, they've got a problem, and I think they're trying to plug in the V-Box to see if that gives them any clue as to what's going wrong. But looking at Stuart Humphrey's lap times, immediately after the safety car, before the safety car came out, he was lapping in the 46s, 45s. After the safety car, 54, 51, 48, 49, 47. So he's dropped around about 3 seconds a lap. Is Stuart Humphrey on the Will Blackwell-Chambers car. So not sure what's going on at Clapham North, but the Clapham North car running well. Stuart Humphrey's car has a problem, and as you say, the gap shot out now to 15.9 seconds between the 2 Class C runners. And he hasn't got so much, well, he has actually, doesn't he? He's got about a minute of a gap on the next car in Class C, but in 3rd place in Class C, 8th place overall is Paul Wooding with the Tacona Racing Division BMW, which is 3rd in class. But as I say, the gap between Stuart Humphrey and that BMW is well over a minute. So that gap is one that they don't need to worry about just yet. Meanwhile, Steve McCulley puts in his best lap of the race so far, and in the 97 Leos Racing Caterham, he's in 4th place, and he's only a second behind Matthew Isherwood with the front-wheel drive Audi TT, the diesel car number 7. Paul Cook still lapping quicker than anybody else. Immediately after the safety car, he immediately put in a lap of 1 minute 37, did Paul Cook. So he's extending his margin of lead once again to 25 seconds. Meanwhile, down in the pits, we got Rob Lewis.
Well, you know the work's getting serious when Rob Boston's got his beanie on, and I've got one of his star drivers here with me as well after, well, you look pretty tired. What was the issue there?
Well, unfortunately, we've got a slow puncture on the rear right, so I've noticed it sort of 4 laps to go, but I thought I'll just stay out, but it's got worse and worse, so yeah, I had to come in the end.
The pace dropped off a bit towards the end, but has it caused you significant damage, or can you make the time up?
No, the car should be fine. We'll definitely make the time up. I don't think the car's damaged at all. We were comfortably sitting in P2 ahead of the other Lotus, but yeah, it just got worse and worse, so hopefully it'll be sorted now.
Right, I'll let you go and have a cup of tea now, because you're obviously shattered after that first stint. Rob Boston, great to see you back at the Race of Remembrance.
Yeah.
The car's back, you're back, not in the car, but you're going to be keen to win it this year, aren't you?
We are very keen, yeah. You know, we always come here to do our best, don't we? And yeah, nothing less than a win will do. But no, it's going very well. I'm very pleased to have Sam on board this year, and we've got Ben Brooks as well, which used to be one of our main competitors if you go back not so many years. So it was great that he's come this side of the fence and joined us. But yeah, it's been great fun, enjoying it so far. Shame about that. He was definitely struggling a little bit for a bit longer than he realised, I think, with the slow punch, and he only actually came in once it totally went down. So yeah, it was completely flat in the end, but yeah, I think he was probably struggling more than he realised before that.
But that's kind of what endurance racing is all about, managing those little problems until it really drags you down.
Yeah, you've got to keep going, yeah, until you literally have, right, this is going to stop playing next lap, then you come in, because yeah, the pit stops, you lose 4 minutes with an unnecessary pit stop, so we just have to get on with it. But yeah, a lot of racing still to do.
A lot of racing still to do. I've heard a little rumour that you're having a little play in an MX-5 with Mr. George Grant, who's behind you.
Just me, yeah, I'm quite looking forward to a little night stint. George and Will, obviously a two-driver team, and it just puts us in a sticky spot with pit stops when you can only do no more than 3 hours driving in a rolling 5 hours. And depending on pit stop times, it may put them in a situation where they go over their allocated or maximum driving time. So I'm just going in to do a middle stint, so it just takes that out of the equation.
Fantastic. They'll be quick enough though, won't they?
Yeah. Will's still having a great race. It's been within 2/10 of class leader the whole time, just chipping away. So we're having a lot of fun out there.
Those Super Cup drivers aren't too bad, are they?
No, he's having to just keep his powder dry for now and just go, this is a long race. So, but yeah, he's enjoying himself all the time.
Fantastic. Hopefully, Rob, we will be chatting again tomorrow in the winner's circle there. Great to talk to the Rob Boston team. So, I did speak about tyre issues when we were up at the other end of the pit lane. And wouldn't you know, Lotus puncture. Are we going to have any more as the night draws to a close? There's a bit of a nip in the air as well. It's quite cold down here. So is that going to change the strategy, and is that going to change the tyre wear? Temperature can do quite a bit to a race car, but I'll leave that up to Paul and to Scott to ponder.
The other thing we need to find out is what the fuel consumption is, because as Rob was saying, they put fuel into the car, but of course they'll now be going as long as they possibly can on the fuel that's available. Ben Brooks has taken the Rob Boston Lotus back out into the race, so giving Sam Heading a break. They've still got Peter Mansfield, who's also fairly useful, due to drive that car, the 119 Lotus, the blue one. The pit stop was 4 minutes and 9 seconds, so there was no time lost on that pit stop, other than the fact that it was probably a bit earlier than they would have wanted to have made it. But the rules call for 6 pit stops to be made over the course of the 12 hours. Well, you can work that one out. It's one every 2 hours. So to come in after just an hour is a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to. They're down in 11th place then, the Rob Boston car, and will be aiming to work their way up through the field. Ben Brooks already getting down to some reasonable lap times. 1 minute 43 was his last time around. Not as quick as the other Lotus is going. Jason McAnulty, not so much fuel aboard the other Lotus, of course. Jason McAnulty lapping in the 1 minute 40s, and is just 28 seconds now behind Paul Cook's BMW, which is still charging on. In the lead of the race, having opened up the gap from 15 seconds when the safety car withdrew, up to 28 seconds now. Paul Cook going through, completing his 41st lap as I speak. There goes Will Blackwell-Chambers crossing the line, completing his 39th lap, so now 2 laps behind the race leader, but importantly for him, 18 seconds ahead of the Stuart Humphrey car. So Rob was saying how Will was just chipping away behind Stuart Humphrey. Well, he's taken the class lead now. So Will Blackwell-Chambers will certainly be enjoying his spell at the front of the race. The Clapham North MOT car prepared by Rob Boston Racing. So Rob Boston may have lost a lot of time early on with their Class D car, but as far as Class C is concerned, Will Blackwell-Chambers 20 seconds now clear of Stuart Humphrey, and then Paul Wooding with the BMW next up in Class C third, and in 7th place overall. The car that we saw that Scott spotted overtaking everybody else while the safety car was out certainly seemed to be somebody who just lost patience with that little Citroen and decided to charge down was the Breakdancer Racing Mazda, not the relay team of Caterans, but the Breakdancer Racing Mazda has now been given a 30-second stop and go penalty. It was 30 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. I was distracted slightly there for a second because the battle's been going on for a few laps here, which is going back on board with the car, which we were following on board a little bit whilst you were running through the order, and that's number 22 Operation Motorsport USA car. That's been in the battle for quite a while. I'll come back to the Mazda in a second. That's been battling quite a while with the another one of the Toyota GT86s. There's also another stop-go penalty being given out to car 12, which you mentioned also too. So that's car 12, which is quite far down the order. In fact, actually, that is car 12. Where's that got to? Car 12.
No, that's the 7th place car.
Oh, 7th place car, yes.
Paul Wooding, Tacoma Racing BMW. So, no, that is a significant one, and arguably more significant than the Wes Payne Breakdancer Racing car, which is in 24th place overall. But both of those cars with penalties to pay, and remind me how stop-go penalties work in this race. You will have to take them in the next 3 laps, I think it is. It's not a penalty that you can leave until your next pit stop.
No, I think it's I think it's there is a specific penalty box which you go into to stop. It's a very quick look through the regulations. But the battle I was watching there was between 2 of the Toyota GT86s, one of which was 22, which squeezed its way around the outside of the 86 car, Mission Motorsport, which has Charles Graham at the wheel. Charles Graham, who's more commonly known for being one of the main people at Daytona, I believe, not sure if it's overall, at least at Milton Keynes, which is quite one of their more popular sites. You see here car 22. There's its sister car, its teammate, car 220, with the Canadians. And now we go on board with 220s. It makes its way through the rocket complex. This is one of our 2 onboard cameras with both of the Operation Motorsport cars. So you get to see, in many cases, what the driver sees, or the in-car experience from Race of Remembrance 2024. The number 46 Patron Racing BMW, 48 Patron BMW, has now come in from what was 16th place. So that car was running 6th in Class D. And it's now in to make a stop, as is also the 86 car that I was talking about. So that Charles Graham has brought the 86 Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86 in from what was, after losing that spot to the 22 car, 14th position. So those 2 currently the main pit callers. I don't think there's anyone else apart from those that are in to have work on their cars. Not even the Citroen 2CV that had its wheel shear off is in pit lane anymore. That's been fixed and sorted out, and that's currently showing it's back out on track. It's 18 laps off the lead, as you'd expect, but still Nick Crispin has got behind the wheel this time, and he's trying to put some laps in the Citroen 2CV hybrid. And when you see, so when I say the word hybrid, it's not like a conventional hybrid like you and I would think with an electric motor. It's simply a different engine. It's got a I think it's a GS1100 or some kind of a BMW motorcycle engine in the front of it on a conventional, I think a European 2CV chassis. That's what they mean by hybrid, particularly because the engine is not a Citroen engine, but it's still the one that goes around is deemed as maybe slightly more reliable than the Citroen one, but nonetheless, that car is still soldering on. As we just saw there was the Rob Boston racing car. Just going through shot there also I noticed was the RAF Motorsport diesel Audi, which has got the Dark Side Developments support. That car still running in 3rd place overall. Well, it's 36 seconds off the lead as it charges through without traffic, lights ablaze. Yes, it's come up well as Matthew Isherwood, having had that issue on the opening lap which dropped him outside of the top 10, and Matthew Isherwood has fought his way, helped a little bit by the safety car coming out, but also helped by some pretty rapid lap times from the Audi. So Matthew Isherwood, Scott says, back up into 3rd place overall. The Breakdancer Mazda, number 8, has taken its 30-second stop-and-go penalty already, and as a result has dropped to 24th place overall. Paul Wooding is now in the pits, car 12, in the Tacoma Racing BMW, to take his 30-second stop-and-go. Both of those, as Scott says, just to make the point, for overtaking under safety car conditions, 30-second penalty being the mandated penalty for that offence. And Paul Wooding is now, well, he's still 3rd in Class C,
but instead of being 7th overall, he's dropped to 9th, and that will drop still further because the car is still stationary in the pit lane in the penalty box. As the light beginning to fade into the pits has come our race leader.
Yes.
Was that the cause of your R?
It was. Race leader in Paul Cook then. So the RAF Motorsport with Lewis Property BMW M3, the race leader in for its first scheduled stop. And one of the key things, cool those brakes.
An hour and 20 minutes into the race, you can work that one out. As I say, 6 mandatory pit stops, even with a period of safety car. That is a little bit earlier than they would like that car to come in. As I said, a little birdie from the team did tell me before the race that they were going to have problems with the fuel consumption. So they had a lead of a minute, remember. It was reduced to 15 seconds with the safety car having come out. Then they got it up to over half a minute again, but now into the pits they go, and that elevates into the lead of the race. The AbleCare ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, the purple Lotus car 117, takes over the lead of the race as the light is beginning to fade here at Anglesey. The TV pictures are somewhat misleading, making it look like a nice bright day out there, but that's the magic of television. I can assure you that it's getting a little bit more dim out there as the Lotus Elise goes down the back straight through School and up the hill towards Rocket, in the lead of the race now. And so into second place comes Matthew Isherwood, the Audi TT with the diesel engine and sustainable fuel. And then into third place, you said it was a big variety in the Race of Remembrance this year, Scott. You're absolutely right, because you've got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, in fact 5 in the top 5. Lotus leading Audi, leading Caterham, first, second and third. Then the BMW in 4th place but in the pits, and then Will Blackwell-Chambers is next up, and he will be taking over 4th place overall when the Mazda comes through. No, he won't, because he's a lap behind, isn't he? So it will take him a couple of laps to unwind that pit stop advantage that the BMW 27 Paul Cook had. There goes Will Blackwell-Chambers across the line, completing his 44th lap, just ahead of Jason McAnulty, who's completed his 46th, though still very nearly 2 laps separating the first 2 cars. Into the pits comes the Fiat Panda, car number 25. Martin Walker it was who started that car. Jaguar XF still running strongly in, where is he now, number 10, having made a pit stop. 23rd place, Michael Burton, having taken over the wheel of that car. Its pit stop was rather longer than they will have wanted it to be at 6 minutes. Paul Cook's car is still in the pits. They'll almost certainly be having a driver change there. So the Jaguar, as I say, in the hands of Michael Burton. It having been started by Lewis Ward. As the sun set here at Anglesey, due at 4:30, but haven't seen anything very much of the sun since lunchtime, certainly not whilst the race has been going on. And is that Chris Slater standing by waiting to get into the car? I think it might be, actually. I'd expected Wayne Lewis to be getting in second, but I think Chris Slater is getting in. So, yeah, it just seemed like a very tall driver getting in. And as I said earlier on, Chris doesn't quite find himself comfortable in the car because of his size. Rob Lewis has joined me in the box now, and that means that Scott Woodward is going to be going down to leave the warmth of the commentary box into the into the outside world, which will be getting cooler now. Rob, but good to have you up here. You were talking to Chris Slater. In fact, you've had 2 conversations with him already. I think it was him getting into the car.
It did.
He is a big
look
man,
like it.
isn't he?
He is, and I looked at the car yesterday and spoke to a few of the team members, and they were padding the car out for the 2 other team members to get in because they have quite a large seat in there so that Chris can fit. He's quite a, I'd say, built like a rugby player, a good rugby player.
Yeah.
And they're just getting him strapped into the car there. The good thing is, with the minimum pit stop time, little adjustments like this, as long as they can do it within the allotted pit stop time, it works.
The key thing you just said there, Rob, is as long as they can do it within the allotted time.
Yeah.
Chris was telling me that actually with the refuelling, they're not quick, and with getting him strapped in, it does take a little bit longer. So the car is now being given the thumbs up to go back out onto the track, and off he goes. So Chris Slater at the wheel will tell you what the pit stop time was as he passes the WHOTAG sensor, which is at pit exit. And once Chris identifies himself to the WHOTAG sensor, then the pit stop is complete and the RAF BMW is back on its way again. And the time of the pit stop there was 7.5 minutes. So that's an absolute disaster for that car. It's in far too early. Not in the sense of the fuel consumption necessarily, but because the car uses a lot of fuel, they're going to have to do more than their 6 regulation pit stops, and it's a 7-minute pit stop. So having been in absolute command of the situation, this is what I was saying to Scott a little bit earlier on, you don't really find out the pattern of the race until you start getting into the pit stop cycle, and then you can see who is really at an advantage and who is really at a disadvantage. And that Paul Cook started the BMW. It's undoubtedly a very quick car, but it has some issues around it, and it's not necessarily going to be able to win this race because of its longer pit stops and its more frequent pit stops.
And the one thing we haven't spoken about yet, I spoke about it several times when I was downstairs, tyres. What's the car doing to the tyres? We've had a puncture already for one of the for the Rob Boston Lotus. We don't know if that's due to conditions out on circuit, whether it's just a bit of bad luck, it's picked up something, or maybe a tyre defect just from the factory in that particular tyre. We don't know.
I suspect the cars that are going to have the tyre issues are going to be the front-wheel drive cars. The rear-wheel drive cars are more balanced. It's the front-wheel drive cars which eat up their tyres, particularly the Audi TT. So the number 7 car, Matthew Isherwood, with the Audi TT, the team told me that the car will go further on its fuel than the tyres will allow it to go. It's a diesel, it's economical, diesels are. They've already told you that their diesel produced from corn oil or whatever it is performs just like ordinary diesel. The trouble is that there's so much torque on that Audi, all going through the front wheels, wears front tyres out very quickly. You're going to tell me the rear tyres get worn out on the rear-wheel drive cars, are you?
No. What I did a bit of sleuthing, a bit of sneaking around. Now we've actually got it in our ears as well that the GT86 on screen, car number 86, is moving rather slowly. So have they got a fuel starvation issue, some sort of problem? Perhaps tyres, as we've been talking about. So we'll keep an eye on that car as it goes around the circuit. So far, no sign of them going into the pit lane as Paul Trustwell looks out on the right-hand side of our commentary box. But as we go on board with one of the Operation Motorsport cars there.
Canadian car.
That's a Canadian wheel work going on there, just coming up on one of the C1s in the field, one of the many C1s in the field. But yes, back to the conversation we were just having regarding tyres. So I was down in the Poppy Bang colour Jaguar pit, and I had a look at the tyres that came off from their pit stop. Now, the set of tyres they had, I think the team manager was just dealing with some bits, and they wouldn't let me quite do a piece to camera yet, but I'm sure we can bring something to you later on. That's the car on screen there, car number 10. So as soon as that car came in for its last pit stop, they changed the tyres. And the interesting thing was they were running a pair of tyres on the back that did 30 laps on the front yesterday, and the front left tyre has worn so much, so they've done 30 laps on the front yesterday, they then moved it to the back, and that started this race, and already it was delaminating the tyre, and that was a Pirelli P0 track tyre. Anglesey has always been known to cook tyres, particularly the front left. And you've got a car like that on screen, the Jaguar. It's a beautiful looking car. It's a fast race car, but it's also heavy. Large engine at the front. It's got a lot of weight at the front still, albeit front rear wheel drive, whatever.
It's heavy because of all that paint on it.
Well, modern cars traditionally are more heavier. They've got, if you convert a modern road car to a race car, you have all the modern crash protection and everything. So the chassis are naturally heavier, and that becomes a problem out on a race circuit.
Yep. So anyway, we'll see how they get on with that Jaguar. It's certainly not a typical rear-wheel drive car, I would suggest, but it's certainly nice to have the XF here. In the pits there, we were getting a shot of the Operation USA, Operation Motorsport USA Canada. Operation Motorsport USA car having its pit stop. That was car number 22. That's the better of the two North American cars, but a lot of these cars coming in then for their first scheduled pit stop a little bit earlier than perhaps they would need to. But of course, one of the things that you mustn't forget is that because there's no Parc Fermé overnight, there's nothing to stop the teams refueling the cars overnight.
No.
So the idea will be to treat this race very much as a 7-hour race rather than part of a 12-hour race. There are some race meetings where a 12-hour race is split into two parts, where you're put in Parc Fermé conditions overnight. That means that you want to try and top the fuel up before the end of part one. No point in doing that in this race. You want to you want to get to the end of part one with as empty a car as possible, so that you can then go in, you have to say, refuel it and get the maximum advantage out of that refueling situation overnight. So that's kind of a free pit stop. So coming in short of 2 hours is not necessarily a problem. And what some of the teams will be trying to do is to get 4 pit stops out of the way today and do the second 2 pit stops during the second part of the race tomorrow. So expect to see 4 pit stops happening today, 2 pit stops tomorrow.
And the other thing that we haven't probably not spoken about yet is the weather. Today is the dry section of the race. Tomorrow, the forecast isn't looking so favourable, which, again, changes the fueling, changes what happens with the tyres. You're not going to go as fast. So, albeit you've got the mandatory pit stops to do, you can make those stints last a lot longer if the conditions are wet.
Are you going down into the pit lane again later on tonight?
That's the plan.
Okay, because I've told that it might start raining around 9:30.
I'm not going back into the pit lane tonight. Sorry, Scott.
So we'll
No,
see what
I
happens. See what happens. But there is rain overnight for sure,
Yeah.
and it is forecast to rain into
It
tomorrow
does.
morning.
As we look onto the into the distance from our commentary box, it does look a little bit murky out in the distance. Perhaps the Irish Sea is bringing the rain to us.
It's looked murky since, well, Thursday was a nice day. Yeah, since then it's really been a bit cloudy. Anyway, let's worry about the weather when it arrives, but certainly, as you were suggesting, Rob, it does give more complexion to this race that we need to think about. The other thing to think about, Jason McAnulty still leading the race in the Lotus Elise, 117, but he's being closed upon now by... Sorry, I'm just being distracted by some antics on the pit wall, which I'll come back to. So Jason McAnulty being closed upon by Matthew Isherwood. The last lap time for Matthew Isherwood in the RAS Audi was a 1 minute 39.2. Last lap time from Jason McAnulty, a 140.6. So the gap first to second has come down now to just 36 seconds. Will Blackwell-Chambers overall is up to third place overall. So the Class C leader having a great run, yet to make a pit stop, and the next car up has also yet to make a pit stop, being Stuart Humphrey in the other Class C Mazda. But Stuart Humphrey has dropped now to 34 seconds behind in second place. As into the pits comes Jason McAnulty, the race leader. So number 117, the AbleCare ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, into the pits. Now their garage is behind the pit lane. It's actually where I happened to park when I first got it, and I had to move before BRSCC towed me away. But so they're parked just behind the pit garages under a little awning. They do the work on the car there, which is somewhere that we can't see it at all, and neither do we have a camera which can get there. So Jason McAnulty, in for his first pit stop. He'll be handing the car over to David McAnulty, I'm guessing, but I'm presuming they'll do a driver change. They're limited to doing 3 hours over a period of any 5, is the way the regulation works. But Matthew Isherwood then, having been outside the top 10 at the completion of the first lap, has now fought his way back up to second and now up into the lead of the race. So RAF Motorsports, they led the race with the BMW in the early stages, and they now lead the race with their Audi after, what have we had, an hour and 37 minutes of the race.
And the leader of the race, the leader of the cars that haven't stopped naturally. So if you take that into consideration, the only other cars that haven't pitted so far in this race, you've got Clapham North, Rob Boston Racing entry with Will Blackwell Chambers at the wheel of that car. You've got the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5, that hasn't gone in for its stop yet. The Auto Test TSW car, that hasn't come in for its pit stop yet. Track Scotland 2, Andrew Morrison, that's currently sat 9th, and they haven't pitted as well. But it's time to go back to the pit lane. Let's see what Scott Woodward has dug up for us.
One of the battles that we saw just before we switched over between me and Rob was the great battle between the 86 and the number 22 car out in front of the two Toyota GT86s. The man behind the wheel of the 22 car was Colin Garrett. Colin, great to see you here at Race of Remembrance. As a first stint, how'd you rate that?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was pretty exciting. All of it was a blast. I had a lot of fun. Traffic is something else, so that was fun trying to maneuver all of that. But happy to be here, happy to be promoting and being with Operation Motorsport and working with all these veterans. This is a great cause that we're out here with, and happy to be here.
So how did you get involved with the team? How did you get the call up? What's your relation to the guys here that are part of this outfit?
Yeah, this goes back to March or April back in Sonoma Raceway at the beginning of the GT4 America season. I run the 1111 Veteran Project in the States, and Operation Motorsport, one of my buddies started working with them this season, and he came and introduced me to them at the first race of the year. And the talks kind of started there, and when I think it was like Sebring or Coda, Diesel from Operation Motorsports presented this opportunity to come over here to Wales and run this race. So I think it's been since then that we've known we were going to be here. So it was pretty cool.
This is your first time racing in the UK?
Yeah, it's first time being in the UK. So it's, Yeah. So it's a wonderful experience, and it's beautiful here, man. I can't describe it. I was getting kind of lost of it coming down the hill over there, looking over the mountains and everything. It's beautiful. So
pretty picturesque circuit. I know you guys have some stunning locations in the US in terms of racetracks, but I mean, does it even come in comparison, this place, to what you have at home?
Not really. There's obviously a few racetracks that are great at home. I was kind of comparing this to Sonoma Raceway, because in Sonoma in the spring we have the sheep. It's all green. We have the mountains and the water. It's beautiful. So it's about like that, but this is unreal. So where we're staying down the road is beautiful. So
the difference is you've got more wine in Sonoma than Anglesey.
Sorry?
You've got more wine in Sonoma than Anglesey.
Yeah, exactly. So
that first stint, you had some battles. You were battling with the 86 car with the Mission Motorsport UK guys. There was a close moment going around the outside, going up towards the Rocket Complex. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, there's a couple close moments there with that car. I don't really know what was going on, but we made it work. It was a fun battle all in all. But yeah, a couple of those moments got sketchy. I was getting a little annoyed there because it just kept going back and forth for whatever reason. There's a few moves there that I wasn't quite happy with, but it was a good first stint overall. So.
The plan for the rest of the race, I mean, not sure when you jump back into the car, but what's the plan to keep on? Are you running to plan at the moment? Is there any things that could be a bit better? How's things going so far on that front?
Yeah, the car, we've had a couple issues throughout the weekend, but right now it's running really strong. We ran the 20-minute test session this morning, and we were still having a couple issues, and when we went green, I was like, oh, I guess they're all figured out. So the car's running really well right now. Right now we just need to keep counting down laps. You know, we still have, 10 hours left or whatever it is, so we got a long time. So we'll just keep pounding down the laps, get some pit stops out of the way, and I think I'll hop back in overnight and try to just get some more laps down. So yeah.
Great to meet you, great to have you here. We'll let you go and get a break, and we'll see you later on in the race. But thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff. So that's Operation Motorsport USA. Their sister car, the Canada car, is in for its current fuel stop at the moment. So that's now getting a refuel 220. and some more pit stops have been happening. As we've been talking, the race leaders have been in as well, which is the 117 Jason McAnulty Lotus. That's now been interchanged drivers to Steve McAnulty, and then that's been a unique setup in this case because, of course, there are a certain number of garages at Anglesey. So because of that, some of the teams have to actually operate behind the garages and in the paddock. One of them is the Jason McAnulty ES Motorsport Lotus. They had to do that last year and actually refueled in the proper refueling bay last year. So a bit of a different setup because there are so many teams, 55 in total, will remind you. But it's a really great setup. It's good to see there's so many enthusiastic drivers, not just from the UK, but also from both sides of the Atlantic. It's a little bit of drama with the Operation Motorsport Canada car, a little bit of fuel drippage, shall we say. But all good spirits down here, and apart from one or two teething troubles, the Operation Motorsport guys are plugging away with their race, so we'll see how that gets on. And whilst the 117 car's also back out on track after its pit stop, we'll see how they progress, and we'll see if we can find some more stories down in pit lane whilst we throw it back up to Paul and Rob in the comm box.
Thanks very much. Down there in the pit lane, Scott Woodwith. Absolutely right, Jason McAnulty has been in. It was a 4.5 minute pit stop, 4 minutes 31.100 to be precise. Handing over to David McAnulty. Scott misspoke and called him Steve a minute ago, but David is the other part of the McAnulty team. Just two drivers scheduled to drive that car. David back in the car then, or in the car for the first time, and he resumes in third place, but behind the Will Blackwell Chambers Clapham North MOT Mazda, which is yet to make its first pit stop. Sean Humphrey is also yet to make his first pit stop, but the Able Care Lotus Elise is actually slotted in between the two Mazdas, so it's in third place. Stuart Humphrey is in fourth place, but it means that Matthew Isherwood has taken over in the lead of the race then. The RAS Motorsports Audi TT yet to make its first pit stop. Lovely hearing from Colin Garrett there, having his first Race of Remembrance, his first time in the UK, and he's been racing since he was 15 and has been racing all over the United States since then, and part of the Operation Motorsport USA team, which now has Hunter Reed driving the car. Hunter, who's been at the Race of Remembrance for a couple of times before in car number 22. They are 28th overall, importantly for them, just ahead of the Team Canada car, which, as Scott was saying, is in for the pits at the moment and just undergoing its first pit stop. The Operation Motorsport USA car, though, was in the pits for 6 minutes and 15 seconds, so considerably longer than the 4 minutes that is required. So that will have lost it some ground to the rest of the field. So
just
go on.
A bit of a recap on some of the classes at the lower echelons of the field as well. We'll kind of go through some of the class leaders as well. Class D in first place is our first overall leader, who hasn't pitted yet, the RAF Motorsport Audi TT. Class C is currently being led by the car in second place, also hasn't made a pit stop. That's the Clapham North and Rob Boston racing car of Will Blackwell Chambers, who's having an absolute ball out there at the moment. On screen there is one of the Toyota Aigos there. That's car number 71.
It's the only Toyota Aigo in the race.
That's one of the C1s. That's car number 303 into the pit lane there. Going great guns, those C1s. That's the Dave Dodgems team, currently on our timing screens down as 49th overall, 9th in class. But the big drama from the C1 class so far is the Silver Lake entry, car number 558, which was on pole position in the C1 class by nearly 2 seconds. That's currently at the hands of George Davis. That has had a pit stop and is now 12 laps down off the leaders. So that's had a pit stop. So we're trying to find out now if that's maybe a bit thirstier than the other cars in the C1 group. So George Davis has been in. That car is now 10th in class, still setting the fastest laps amongst the C1 runners. But the pole sitter for that class has certainly dropped off. The class currently being led by the WRC Developments car with James McIntyre at the wheel there. He's just put in a 202.4. And the BMW 116 class, Anthony Seddon Racing is dominant in that as we speak, with Yates and Priestwood at the wheel. They are line astern in first and second, car number 21 and 34. So the BMW 116 is in 14th and 15th overall. That is a good show from the Anthony Seddon Racing crew.
And they are just ahead of the AFC and Motorsport Jaguar, being driven by Burton. So lots of refueling going on in the pit lane at the moment. That's a Dave Dodgem's team just in front of the WRC Developments garages.
Yeah, still quite a few cars, though, as you were saying, Rob, to make their first pit stop, including the first 2 cars in the first 2 places overall. Then we're still waiting for Seb Fisher in car number 24 in 8th place overall in the car that leads the B class. You're just running through the cars, the auto test. Mazda number 24, Sebastian Fischer, leading the way. He still has to make his first pit stop, as does the Track Scotland car 155, Adam Morrison, to make its first pit stop. The 48 Patron Racing car, number 48 of Paul Travers, that car has been in for a stop-and-go penalty, a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for exceeding the maximum pit lane speed, which is just 40 kilometres an hour here. It's only a very short pit lane, but still you do have to keep to the pit lane in order to keep Scott and Rob safe. That's the only reason they put a pit lane speed limit in.
Oh, really?
Just keep you 2 guys safe. No, very important. Anyway, Paul Travers, or possibly whoever was in the car before him, offending the pit speed limit. Yeah, it was Veer Aldridge who was speeding in the pit lane, and so Paul Travers, who's taken over, had to come in and make a penalty pit stop.
Car on screen just being refueled there. That's the Scuderia Polo Rosso car in the second of the Gen 2 C1 racing car. So a lot of fuel going in there. The car not gone as quick as the Silver Lake car of similar ilk in the Gen 2 specification, but Scuderia Polo Rosso have borrowed that car for the weekend from series boss Robin Welsh, and they're giving it a go for the first time. So they're getting their taste of Gen 2. And we've got the car number 21 into the pits as well for one of its pit stops, and I believe that's one of the Anthony Seddon racing cars.
Yes,
it is indeed. So the BMWs also starting to make their fuel stops there. That was the second of the Anthony Seddon racing cars. That's coming from 15th place overall and second in cars. Those cars are setting good lap times, really, around the 1:51.8 mark. They've got both the cars in now. So the sister car in as well.
Yeah, Sam and Mackenzie Priestwood. I spoke to Mackenzie earlier on today whilst he was having his break before the cars went out. Only 19 years of age is Mackenzie Priestwood, and a very quick young driver indeed, with potential future ahead of him. I'm sure that Scott will try and get a word with one, or if not both, of the Anthony Seddon racing cars, because they had a good start, as Rob was saying, and are dominating the way in the BMW 116i trophy section. Although having said that, the Yggdrasil BMW has yet to make its first pit stop, the car number 90. So the BMW order will see Yggdrasil's car bubble up to the top, with the car. Actually, no, Mac Priestwood hasn't yet been into the pits. You led me to believe he had, but in fact, we've only had the first of the BMWs in, that being Samuel Yates. And so the Yggdrasil car will have to wait a little bit to see if they can get a bit more mileage out of their BMW. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the gap first to second is now 2 laps. So Matthew Isherwood still to make his first pit stop, the Audi TT. You were talking about tyres, Rob. The tyres on that Audi TT have lasted very well indeed, thanks to Matt's careful driving, or maybe the cooler temperatures, as night's pretty much fallen now. It's getting properly dark out there. And so Matt Isherwood and Will Blackwell-Chambers still on their first tank full of fuel. The 4 cars behind him have all made pit stops, that being David McAnulty leading the field as far as those who have made pit stops already from the 119 Rob Boston Lotus Elise. So the 2 Lotus Elises separated by 22 seconds now between David McAnulty and Ben Brooks. and then Don Henschel behind in the Caterham for Leos Racing. Don Henschel having taken the 97 car over from Stephen McCulley, who started.
Pit work going on now with the Scuderia Polo Rosso team. They've done the fueling, which has taken a bit longer than normal, and straight away they are looking at that front left-hand tyre. They're going to check the tread, make sure there's no delaminating, no pitting, no tearing of the treads. Now, the C1s, in their case, run a road tyre that's specifically made for the series, but they do get the tyres shaved to bring the tread down.
Now, you'll be able to answer this because of your experience, Rob, on but before we do that, we'll go down to the pit lane because Scott Woodward is down there. So, Scott Woodward, what can you tell us?
There's plenty of competition in the BMW 1 Series class this year, and leading it, just coming out of his race-leading stint, is Sam Carrington-Yates. Sam, great to have you back at the race. I think, by all intents and purposes, that was a pretty successful stint, given you taken the class-leading car in and kept it trouble-free.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, very hard work. Hour and 40, I think we did. So yeah, a lot of fun. Car's really good, which is the main thing. It's just tricky trying to hold back all the time because of the racer in me wants to do quick laps all the time. So short shifting in places and trying to brake early and things like that to look after the car. But car's amazing. The lighter the car got with fuel, the faster it got. So it's just trying to pull it back and rein it in. But Harry's in the car now. Hopefully he'll do an hour and 40 again, and then yeah, hopefully it goes well.
Of course, you got your teammate in second place as well, so the team's running 1-2 at the moment, so you couldn't really wish for a better start for the team.
Yeah, exactly. Max in a different car this weekend to normal. Normally we're a little bit closer, but he still sort of keeps me honest. He's a really quick driver. He'll probably do a little bit more than me in the car this weekend over the 2 days. But yeah, he's a quick lad, as you know.
Is that an interesting dynamic? Of course, when you've been battling each other in either arguably different teams or different cars, but now you have to kind of come together to collectively make sure the two cars run as smooth as possible. Is that interesting in that dynamic, or is it just simply you guys know each other from the paddock, so you just work together naturally?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm super competitive, and to be honest, so's Matt. But I like to be a bit of a mentor towards Matt because he's a young lad and he's friends of friends. So I've tried to sort of look after him. But the competitor in me definitely wants to beat him and be a lot faster than him. And I give him stick about trying to slow down and things like that. But no, the dynamic's good. The team's really good. The boys are on it here. But me and Matt get on really well, so it's all good.
And for 19 years old, super impressive young driver. He's been a 3-time, I think, SXS off-road champion. So he's got prowess both off-road and on-road, and seems to be adapting to the track pretty well too. Yeah,
everything he does, he's methodical about how he thinks about things. Everything he's doing, he's really thinking about what he's doing. He's not putting the car in any danger. I mean, even when we were side by side in that, you could see he would just bail out because he knew that there's no point in making any contact. I had the inside line, he'd just bail out. He's a clever lad, he's quick, he knows what he's doing, and he's learning and getting better every time as well, so yeah.
So who have you handed over to, and what did you say to them out there in terms of track conditions and how the car's feeling to help them understand it for the next stint?
Well, to be honest, that's probably one of the best the car's been, and the lighter it got, the easier it got to drive. The rear end got a little bit looser, so as he gets in the car, it'll probably feel a little bit more like the start of the stint. So it was really just about looking after the tyres, and obviously the car's going to be heavier because it's full of fuel again now. But the car was great, so there wasn't too much to say. Harry's pace has been really good over the last couple of years, but in the last week, when we tested, his pace is getting better and better, so full trust in him that he'll do the job.
Of course, you guys have your own class as well, so obviously there's bragging rights to try and win the class within this entire race on top of that as well. It's a nice competitive field on top of that too, with some of the regular teams returning, so it's obviously going to be satisfying to win. Everyone wants to win, of course, but how satisfying is it going to be to try and work towards that result?
Yeah, I mean, we've not had a lot of luck this year in the 116 Trophy. We've had a couple of places taking offers for things that are in and out of our control, and really frustrating year, to be honest. So the competitive boys are still here. You've still got Tim, who's come back into it this weekend, who's racing in the 90 car, and then you've got some of the quick boys still from, I think 2 of the top 4 boys are still here from the trophy. So we want to win. We want to be at the front come the end of the race.
You put in a great mega stint to start off. Well done. And we'll see it later on in the race, but thanks for chatting to us. Great stuff. Sam Carrington-Yates there, bringing the class-leading 116 after his first stint. Car seems to be looking pretty well. The team's working, pretty good synergy. So at the moment, all is well here, and it's some of their best luck that they've had all season by the sounds of it. A couple of things we did notice that one of the Silverlight cars was dropped down from about 11th place. I was going to try and head to the far end of the paddock to try and find what's happening with them. And also to notice Scuderia Polo Rosso have also come in, who are in the pit box next to us here. They've just come in for their pit stop scheduled as well. We've also had the 555 car, if you want to swing around here for a second to have a look as they go past. So the 555 car, which is the Mission Motorsport Subaru, is also into the pit lane as well. But we're going to keep on roaming the pit lane, see what else we can find, and I'll see if we can also find out some info on what happened to the Silverlight car as well. But for now, let's throw it back up to Paul and Rob in the com box.
Thanks very much, Scott, down there. You let me down, Scott, because you were supposed to ask Sam Carrington-Yates about his father, who is David Carrington-Yates, the David Carrington-Yates, who is a BRDC member, so he gets a mention, and a racer from the 1980s when he raced in production saloons. And so if anybody remembers David Carrington-Yates, Sam is the son of David, and so if David's here, then it would be interesting to have a word with him as well. Note for you, Rob, for later on, perhaps. You can fill him in on, or he can fill you in a bit on a bit of racing history as well. When the race, long before the Race of Remembrance was even thought of, I'm afraid. But great to hear from the team there, from Anthony Seddon Racing, because that car going extremely well. That Sam Carrington-Yates has handed over now to Harry Ormerod, who is out in the BMW, but of course having had the pit stop, it was well timed, 4 minutes and 8 seconds. He's dropped down now to 5th in the BMW class, which is still being led by Mac Priestwood in the other Anthony Seddon Racing car, which has yet to make its first pit stop. But then the Yggdrasil team, which Sam there rightly recognising is a potent force. Oliver Cottam now at the wheel of the number 9 Yggdrasil BMW, and then the number 90, which was the one that Sam was referring to there, currently in the hands of Freddie Tatham, having had a pit stop of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, slightly longer. Still waiting for the first pit stop though from this diesel-engined Audi, living up to its reputation of being very economical, and now completed 66 laps without a pit stop then, nearly 2 hours of driving, just coming up to 2 hours now. Will Blackwell Chambers in second place, going again great guns in the Clapham North Mazda MX-5, still with the potential for Rob Boston to be driving that car. I think the idea is that Will drive it, or what he said to you, in fact, wasn't it, Rob, that Rob will drive the middle stint. Yep. So Will Blackwell Chambers will be coming in at some point, we hope, to hand over to Rob Boston, and then George Grant will do the final stint of tonight. But that means they'll only have done 2 pit stops today, leaving them with 4 still to do tomorrow. So there is this strategy element here where you do need to plan your pit stops fairly carefully in order to get the 6 mandatory 4-minute stops in over the course of the race.
People will be looking at the weather forecast, I believe, as we see Peter Shearer in the back of the shot there. He's sleuthing around the pit lane trying to get all of the stories. He did actually come over and just whisper in my ear a while ago when the McAnulty pit stop happened. Driver got out, was absolutely, as they quoted, knackered. Absolutely knackered, tired. I'm saying it as it was quoted from the driver. They're going straight for a sleep now. The safety car periods have allowed them to recycle the tyres, get the stint on a little bit longer and push on longer into the stint. So that's maybe had a couple of good safety car periods for the McAnulty car, as we see a bit of fuel spillage going on there as the jug goes in.
But also into the pits has come Will Blackwell Chambers. Not quite sure if you caught it on the camera there, right in the background.
That
but
was,
Will
that
Blackwell
looked
Chambers.
That didn't look like a Mazda. I thought it was a BMW 116.
Okay, well, whether it was or not, it is into the pits is the Clapham North Mazda, car 69. Will Blackwell Chambers is in the pits. We expect Rob Boston to be clambering into the car as soon as the fuel is in. If I could see my binoculars, it's so dark in here, I can't even see where the binoculars are. Focus the binoculars on the car there. That's George Grant standing by with the fire extinguisher. and second chug of fuel is going in. They're allowed to put two 25-litre jugs in, and this is the second one going in now. As I say, George Grant standing by with the fire extinguisher, and that was a very quick 25 litres. I wish Tesco's would put it in that quickly. Takes me about 5 minutes to get 50 litres into my car. Anyway,
I just don't have the pumps.
The George Grant, having stood by with the fire extinguisher, is now getting into the car. So it's not Rob Boston, it's George Grant getting in. And it's a bit of a struggle at his age, bless him.
I'll tell him he said that.
He won't mind. George Grant, a great enthusiast, started his racing career here at the Race of Remembrance, and has gone from strength to strength. Owner of the Clapham North MOT garage, guess where that is? And
Dagenham?
He spoken as a true Londoner. He's getting into the car, great enthusiast and supporter of the sport at club level. I foolishly decided to focus binoculars on somebody else who's coming into the pits and burn the back of my retinas as the binoculars focus on the headlights. Oh, and somebody's had a bit of a moment coming out of the bus stop. That's the 101 Mazda MX-5. Gets going again. That was Lee Ashton in the Mission Motorsport Mazda 101. No harm done. Got going again without anything, but had a spin.
Oh, we've got smoke coming from the Rob Boston car by the look of it.
Ooh, well spotted.
As they came out of the, was that rocket perhaps? Let's just keep, that is smoke trailing from the Rob Boston car, currently in second place. What on earth has gone on there? Have we got another tyre deflation, or is that maybe something a bit more terminal?
Ben Brooks, it is at the wheel, and as you say, Rob, the car in second place. Let's look up towards...
Oh, and there's cars off. So we've got oil down on the circuit potentially. That's one of the C1s that is off, and that is an engine letting go. That is definitely looking terminal for the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. We're getting a bit excitable now, Paul, but it's definitely looked like it's dropping some sort of fluid. We've had two cars off on it already. And is that going to be the return of the safety car, or if it gets any worse, could we possibly have a red flag to clean up more oil again?
I don't think they will...
and we've got fire. So the car has stopped and the engine bay is on fire. That is so gutting to see for the Rob Boston Racing car. It looks like the car has stopped, a failure has occurred, and 119, the Rob Boston Racing car, as it stands, is out.
And that's just at the entrance to the pit lane.
So they didn't even make it back.
Where it was, but Ben Brooks then happily out of the car. The car itself still smouldering away. Anglesey Circuit's fire tender is immediately on the scene, but is blocking the pit lane. And say the fire is on the far side of the car, but it's an absolute disaster then for the Rob Boston team in the car that Rob is not driving, as one of the Citroens proves that the pit lane entrance isn't quite blocked. But
and one of the Mazda MX-5s as they come in. So unfortunately, the Elise, as it sits there, is right on the entrance to the pit lane. So 2 years ago, we had an Elise suffer the same fate, I'm afraid, as it came onto the start-finish straight. Safety car on circuit, naturally. They want to get this race neutralised as quickly as possible, but that is devastating for the Rob Boston Racing team. But, as you say, Paul, the main thing is the driver got out and the driver walked away. That's what we're looking at here. The driver is out of the car and is okay. The car, that's going to have a bit of damage, and it's fair to say that is going to be out of this race.
I wouldn't say that at all. I mean,
well, with the rebuild that could happen
under normal
overnight.
circumstances, I wouldn't argue, Rob, but the way that the Race of Remembrance works, the way that the Rob Boston Racing team work, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we didn't see that car out on Sunday morning. The fire has now been extinguished, so excellent work. I mean, it was ideal positioning by Ben Brooks, because the fire units, Anglesey Circuit's fire units, are stationed in the assembly area, and that's exactly where, or the exit of the assembly areas is just where Ben Brooks parked the car. So from that point of view, it worked very well indeed. But as you say, certainly as far as this portion of the race, which still has very nearly 5 hours to run, why does it feel like about 11 o'clock at night? So still with an awful lot of time to run, but that car is going to be out for this portion of the rest of the race, and that's going to elevate everyone else up a position.
And we're just getting from our producer in our ear. I might have to get him to reiterate what car number it was, but all I heard was gearbox. So it's car number 151. We're getting information from the pit lane. It's got gearbox issues as well. Now, where are they based at the moment? 151. They're quite far down the listing, so that's obviously some car that's having some work in the pit lane.
I don't have a 151 on the entry form, unfortunately.
Oh wow, that's a really unique car then, because it doesn't exist according to the but work's still going on to recover the Lotus Elise. The fire is out, that's the main thing. They've just got the recovery underway and on the flatbed, so all the cars currently filing around under safety car. So as it stands at the moment, race neutralised, and that's car number 305, so that's now come off the road, and that has stopped. Is that adjacent to the pit wall? I can see the concrete wall there, so that is before the pit lanes somewhere? Just trying to look out the commentary box window now. So that's one of the BMW 116 cars that is now parked up, broken down just before the pit lane, but I'm going to vacate the seat. We're going to have our first visitor to the commentary box to come and chat to the main man himself, Paul Trustwell, so I'm just going to duck out at this moment.
Thanks very much, Rob. So quite a few cars taking the opportunity to come into the pits, and of course where you're going to have to be careful with removing the Rob Boston car is that through the heat of everything that's gone on there, everything is a little bit warm, and one has to be a bit careful with it all. Anyway, as Rob has now vacated the seat, I've been joined up here by Paul Wooding, who was out in the car from the start of the race in the BMW from Tacona Racing, which is his entry. As a result of his pit stop, the car has now dropped to 13th place overall. But more importantly, from your point of view, Paul, you're presumably just looking at things from the point of view of class. You're still third in class.
We are indeed, and I think so. We're one up from where we started, so that's a good effort. So very happy. Although I have flagellated myself over the safety car error, so suffered a pit stop-go penalty, but we'll recover for that, I think.
Yeah, I was watching you in night qualifying last night. I think it was mainly Paul Travers who was out in the car. But I think in the night practice session last night, your car did more laps, or very nearly more laps, than anybody else. You seemed to be out the whole time.
No, there must be a transponder error, because we were completed our night qualifying within the hour, and we were on the way to the oyster catcher. So first in the pub, I'm afraid. That was us.
Yeah.
Car number 12.
Yeah, no, maybe it was another one that stayed out for the whole time. Anyway, we can go down to our pit lane commentator now with some more information from the pits. Scott Woodward.
Well, as you can tell, it's no surprise. It is an absolute hive of activity down the pit lane, up and down, with people making their scheduled stops, probably being aided a little bit by the safety car. Really unfortunate situation, of course, with the Rob Boston Racing Lotus catching fire. Of course, that's the car that won in 2022. It was going to be a front-running favourite. It was running strongly at one point. It had that puncture earlier on, which Sam Heading had to bring it in early. Ben Brooks was at the wheel, and unfortunately, you had this issue, which hopefully hasn't put it totally out of the race, but it's going to give its chance of winning. Really severely cut it down by quite a margin, so we'll have to wait and see how that rest of that plays out, but fingers crossed, driver's okay and the car's not too badly damaged from the fire that they had. The Common 15 car that we just got in the pit lane here, it's been in for a couple of times. Apparently it's a gearbox issue, I think, so they're currently working away at the back of the car, particularly on the rear axles and on the rear hubs, to try and get it going. Well, let's quickly just have a look and see the work that's going on at the moment. So you can just see a little bit here. Try not to get too invasive, but we'll have a look and see what's going on. Yeah, might have to quickly just move our camera and go out of the way, because there is a gearbox being ready to go into that car. There's a full-on gearbox is going to go back in. Either that's the same one which they've managed to put a fix in, or they've been able to do something else. Now, another car which I had a request to find out some information on was the Silver Lake car, which came in 558, if I'm correct. Now, I talked to the team. The reason why they came in is that the car simply went into limp mode. So they brought the car in, gave it a bit of an ECU reset, took about 5 minutes or so. It was out of track lesson for about 5 minutes 40 seconds whilst I tried to fix the issue. Sourced it out, now it's back out in the race. They think the car's now all good to go and it's okay, running just fine, but obviously it's a long race to go, things can happen. As I said, as walking down here, massive flurry of pit stops, lots of teams coming in to make scheduled stops for fuel, for driver changes and any other potential repairs on top of that. So lots going on as you'd expect down in pit lane. It's kind of, as we've been talking, cleared up a little bit now. Most teams are going to be behind the safety car at this point, but initially it's one of those endurance races where really attrition can start to bite. And one of the big hitters for this race, sadly, has hit problems we've seen before it even really gets to 2.5 hours, which is a real shame. But I hate to say the phrase, but that's motor racing. So I'm going to have a quick wander up and down to see if there's any more people to chat to. I might see if I can possibly check in with Scuderia Polo Rosso, and maybe also with the guys at Mintro Motorsport in the Citroen C Toyota Aygo, because Joe Moss has just stepped out of that car. I've just seen Andrew Payne, who I believe is going to come and see you guys in the com box in about an hour's time or so. But I'm going to see if we can cover a quick chat to Joe Moss, and also I think Scuderia Polo Rosso, because of course they're having their first race in the Mark II C1 after that's been making its debut in the C1 Racing Club so far this season. So we're going to have a quick wander down the pit lane, see if there's any other stories to pick up. But until now, let's head back to you guys in the com box as we are under safety car because of the very unfortunate fire for the Rob Boston Lotus. Fingers crossed, all's okay.
Thank you very much, Scott. And Rob Lewis has also headed back down to the pit lane as well to see what he can find out about the damage to the Rob Boston Lotus Elise. Paul Wooding, meanwhile, is back up, or still up with me here, and has put me right on my confusion as to what happened in night qualifying last night. Let's not worry about that for the moment, Paul, but as you say, you're up in the second in the class. But there's an awful long way still to go, isn't it? It's sort of one of those things where it feels like, you know, we've got into the night now, but it's hard work, isn't it, doing races like this?
I think it is. It's that patience, if you like, and the beauty of endurance racing, that it's never about one thing. It's never about the driver. It's never about the tyres. It's never about the brakes. It's about everything. It's about that
Exactly.
team, and it's a beautiful thing.
It is very much a thing to do with teams. As you know, I've been involved in endurance racing for a long time, and in some ways, the drivers actually get the easiest side of it because it's the team, it's the mechanics, it's the guys who are in the garage for the whole of the time, the whole of the race, who's making the plan. You say, how long have I got? They go, oh, you've got 2 hours off, Paul. You can go and have a relax and just unwind. Whereas for the team itself, there's that constant niggle. Maybe the car will come in. You know, is the oil pressure all right? You know, it's hard work, isn't it?
It's very hard work, and you're absolutely right. As the driver, you get plugged in, you're isolated, you're in your own world. Obviously, you're concentrating on what you're doing out there. But it is a very selfish space to be in, but it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. And then you come back in and all the worry and stress for all the teams still going on. But, you know, you just go out there, do your own thing, try and preserve the car, early thing. We've still got 10 hours to go, and but it's, you know, absolute joy.
Through the night, how does the circuit change? I mean, especially somewhere here like Anglesey, because somehow there are some circuits that are built for night racing, but Anglesey isn't one of them, is it?
I think it's quite surprising. You expect it to be very dark out there, but actually the number of cars out there generates quite a bit of ambient light. Yeah. The isolation comes when you're in a spot on your own, and then your night does become very enclosed, so it becomes quite tunnel vision. But I was just talking to one of my mechanics, John Coombs, who's done the car for us, and he was just explaining, you know, the car drives itself. After you've got to a point, you're then into the peripheral vision aspects of what's going on, and I think in the night time especially, that's where the concentration starts to
do you enjoy it, or are you just so concentrated that you don't have time to enjoy it?
No, it's a mercurial thing that you feel. It's quite magical that you're in this silence or in this cocoon, and I just love the ability just to be there with other racers, knowing what we're doing individually, but somehow communing almost telepathically about where are we going to go. I'm going to go in the inside, you're going to go on the outside, and we're going to leave each other alone, and we're going to respect each other. And I think, you know, the years that I've done this race, it never staggers me about the respect that this track, from all of the drivers just offers. It's just beautiful. You know, everybody is here to make sure that all these cars get across the line towards the end. It's just a great place to be.
Yeah, and so obviously making plans for what you might be doing next year.
There are, yes, very many and very wide-ranging. Obviously, next year we had the announcement from Diesel that Operation Motorsport are going to be running the equivalent race 5 hours behind, obviously, in Virginia International Raceway. I've had a look at those. I should tell the long-suffering Mrs. Wooding that maybe she might need to pack her bags for Virginia next year. Who knows? That would be a nice change from North Wales. But to be honest, I think the weather we've had here this weekend, it's absolutely staggering. But yes, you're right. Lots of plans, lots of ideas, and they always come out of this race that you want to do more. It's just, so lots of plans.
Just to keep people informed, the safety car is leading the train through the pit lane, which, apart from safety factors, just wanting to keep the cars off the racetrack where the Rob Boston car caught fire, puts my analysis into absolute chaos, because this counts as a pit stop as far as the timing screen is concerned. So if you're in a position where you can see TSL's live timing and scoring screens, you'll see them being credited now with a pit stop, because the safety car has come down and led everybody through the pits. This is not a proper pit stop, though, because they're not allowed to stop. So it's going to lead to some confusion, because although the pit stop counter is now showing one pit stop for the race leader, for example, he hasn't actually made a pit stop. He's just led the field through the pits. That's a bit of a diversion. It must be very special to be here, Paul, for the 10th anniversary Race of Remembrance. Were you involved back in 2014?
No, sadly not. I was a bystander looking and cheering on Mission Motorsport from a fairly early age.
Yeah, but you were involved with Mission Motorsport at that stage.
I was, yes, I was in another charity at the time, supporting and applauding the work that Jim and his team were doing. And as he said yesterday, 2.5 people were running this charity 10 years ago. Most of those are still here. So yes, it was this is a charity that does an amazing thing, and you only have to stand on the grid, do the grid walk, and just look at what a community you've got here. And the racing community is a very special community. It brings people together. It talks about what's going on. Mission Motorsport have really emphasised that, put a big beacon on it, and pushed it out there. And I think, hats off to Jim and the team who have done that over the last 10 years. That's a big feat to keep it going.
What they've done, which is remarkable from my viewpoint here, has been to really to the benefit of the beneficiaries, and that's constantly the focus. Yes, we have a motor race, and people like myself and the other Anoraks get excited about who's winning and what the strategy is and blah-de-blah. But more importantly is the messages you hear from the wives and girlfriends of ex-servicemen who suddenly say, do you know what, they've really changed my husband's, boyfriend's, son's life. Absolutely. And that's where you think, actually, you're doing something worthwhile here. Absolutely.
And Alex Westrop was with us in the car in the GT86 last year, and his wife Laura, who works for Mission Motorsport. There's a couple there and a family that have seen a huge benefit from what Jim's catalyst, his acorn, his seeds have created, and that is massively rewarding. And other than the beneficiaries that we bring into the teams with us, we're bringing other people from outside the military community, typically in a racing community, but may not even for that, and they're seeing that impact and they want to do more. And it's just an ever-building network of interest and commitment.
And it need not be race car driving, need it? Because it's all to do with finding a job in the garage that's at the level that your particular individual is at a level to do, and letting them get on with it.
Absolutely, and that empowerment, it creates a space where people can start to blossom and they can find a sense of purpose again. There was a chap I was talking to yesterday, and he'd struggled to get out of his house, and here he was pushing himself to get out into this environment, first time here, and then just seeing what the opportunity he get. It was just just all embracing, where all of a sudden you can see the glint in his eyes. He wants to do what he can do. And now he's producing fantastic footage from the cameras that he's working with on the cars and doing everything. And that's him just bringing his skills and talent and knowledge, and that this race has brought that out for him. Just amazing.
Excellent. So tonight, early night, hopefully, relatively. We've raced through until 10 o'clock tonight. Are you back in the car before the end of tonight?
I am indeed.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Obviously, a plan, rarely survives the first contact, but so far, so good. Plan is I jump back in to finish off. We've got Martin Greaves in at the moment, another man of a similar seniority as myself. Then we've got Max Watt, a little bit of a star in the making there, I think.
He's the quick guy, isn't he?
He's the quick guy, but don't tell him that.
Oh, okay.
Come on, calm down. It's an endurance race. We tell him that.
Yes.
Poor old Paul Sweeney, who's getting in after him, might not have any brakes or tyres. Who knows? Anyway, it'll be fine. And then take over from Paul, and away we go. And we must mention that car is Dave Russell, RAF Senior Chief Technician. He's raced that throughout the season in AFRC. There's a man who's just arrived here. I'm not going to name him, but next year that car is going to be very much on the podium and winning that championship. So, Mark Chalky, you're laughing away there, but it's all about the community. So his car, he's brought that to the race. We've prepped it and got it ready for him. He will then have that car ready to go next year. So that's another sort of beneficial output to a military serving person, getting him back in and out to do more next year. So that's lovely. The last person, Mike Spence, I must say thank you to him. He's a chum who labours hard, keeps us under control, tells us what to do, gives up with all of his time freely to us, and absolute star. His wife and child are at home, and he's up here. So that's him. And finally, Mrs. Wooding, who, the long-suffering Mrs. Wooding, sitting at home and allowing me the freedom to come and do this, play about with cars.
I think we all have wives to thank for the freedom to come and do whatever our role is. Paul Wooding, it's great to talk to you. Thanks very much. And I hope it goes well for the rest of this evening. Tomorrow morning, don't forget, whoever finishes the car tonight has to start tomorrow morning with a brand new car potentially, because you can work on it overnight. Or at least you can refuel it, put new tyres on it, and then we pause at 10:30 for the main event, which is what makes this event so special, the Remembrance Service, and then the final few hours, which takes us through to the end of the race. But you've gone from third to second. Who knows what's going to happen between now and the end of there. Let's leave it at that. Before we jinx anything. Thanks very much, Paul Wooding, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Paul, absolute pleasure and honour to talk to you. Thank you very much for having me.
No problem at all. Thank you. So that was Paul Wooding, who is in the Class C BMW Tacona Racing Division. Currently in 11th place overall, but as he says, third in the class is what he wants to be, and he's the pit stop count has now to be adjusted, but the green flag is waved. We're back underway, racing conditions once again, and so we can reset after check how many laps we were behind the safety car there. 4 laps behind the safety car, so a similarly long intervention to what we had earlier on. And the race leader, meanwhile, has been in for his mandatory pit stop as well as having to drive through the pit lane. And we can just check out the pit stop times. So, 25 seconds down the pit lane, but a 4 minutes and 23 pit stop for the RAF Audi TT, completed whilst the safety car was out. So very efficient use of the safety car by the RAF Motorsport team, and that car then has been handed from Matthew Isherwood over to Ryan Parkin, who's now the driver of the car, and it has now completed one of its mandatory 6 pit stops. Second place is David McAnulty with the ES Motorsport Lotus Elise car number 117, the purple car, but that car is now 1 lap behind despite having completed the same number of pit stops. So a 1 lap advantage then for the Audi over the Lotus Elise in second place. Don Henschel is out at the wheel of the number 97 now, having taken over from Steve McCulley at the previous pit stop. And so Don Henschel in third place. He's just 8 seconds now behind David McAnulty, so a bit of a battle on the circuit building up between 117, the David McAnulty Lotus, and Don Henschel with the Caterham number 97. Then in fourth place is the Chris Slater BMW E46, the RAS car there in fourth place, with Chris Slater now at the wheel, although that car having lost time on its first pit stop due to just taking a long time over the pit stop really. In the Mazda MX-5 Mark III class, the Class C, George Grant leads there, having made his pit stop before the safety car came out, but has managed to lead the race anyway, and he is in 5th place overall, and the margin that he now has over the Stuart Humphrey racing car is 2 laps. So Command Lean now has that because Stuart Humphrey Racing has made an extra pit stop. Let's just have a look. No, it's just 2 pit stops. So Stuart Humphrey has now made 2 pit stops with the Mazda. And so the Clapham North Mazda has just made the 1 pit stop. So Stuart Humphrey having dropped back a little bit. They've put Martin Rich into the car now. And so as a result of that extra pit stop, they've lost a little bit of ground to the overall lead, where they do have now a pit stop in hand. Such is the fascinating aspect of this race and the different strategies which will be employed. As I say, we just have to be a little bit careful with the timing screen here, because the number of pit stop counter is counting the number of times through the pits, and in the case of Stuart Humphrey, every time that car went through the pits, it's made a pit stop, so the number of pit stops count is correct for that car. So Ryan Parkin then with a lap of a lead in the number 7 Audi, fueled up and tyres changed, so they'll be good to go for another couple of hours yet. Still 4.5 hours to go in tonight's part of the race, so still plenty of time for things to unravel, for teams to continue to stick to their plans, or not, as the case may be. And there goes David McAnulty there in second place. So he's probably disappointed to have lost the lap, but good use of the pit stop there by the number 7 RAF Motorsport team. That's the advantage of having the Audi diesel, I suppose, is that it does have better fuel consumption and so can stay out for a little bit longer, and thus give them a little bit more flexibility when it comes to the execution of the race itself. The number 7 car having just gone through and completed another lap. The driver lineup for the Audi, Ryan Parkin having taken over from Matt Isherwood, will then have still Ollie Wayne and Alex Smith to drive the car, so still quick drivers available to the team. George Grant in the Clapham North Mazda leading the Class C in 5th place overall, car number 69. Leading Class B is Adam Morrison in the Track Scotland Mini Cooper, who has got himself up into 6th place overall. So Adam Morrison then in 6th place. Now, how many pit stops has Adam done? The Track Scotland Mini has yet to make its first proper pit stop. So Adam Morrison in car 155, that car has been through the pits on the one occasion that the safety car led them through the pits. He only led them through once, in fact. So the Adam Morrison car yet to make a pit stop in number 155. Great fuel economy then from that car. They've completed 74 laps compared to the second car up in that class, which is the car of Michael Green, the Auto Test Mazda, and that's completed 72 laps. Number 24. That was a car that was started by Sebastian Fischer. As far as the BMW class is concerned, that's now being led by car number 34, the Anthony Seddon Racing car, which was started by Mac Priestwood, now in the hands of Toby O'Reilly. And Toby is in 14th place overall, leading the class from the second of the Anthony Seddon Racing BMWs, which Hami Ormerod took over. And the gap between those two, the two Anthony Seddon racing cars, is about a minute and a half, so 3/4 of a lap separating those two. And then third in the BMW class is the Yggdrasil car of Freddie Tatham, and he is in third place. As far as the C1s are concerned, things are falling in favour of the WRC Developments team. Finley Edwards now leading the way in car 586, having taken over from James McIntyre. And then second in the Citroën C1 class is 386, Darren Ball at the wheel of that car at the moment, ahead of the Silver Lake car 458 with Michael Chapman leading. That's the situation in the Citroën C1 class. I've been joined by somebody else here. Who are you, sir?
Hello there, my name's Mark White and I'm the Operations Manager for Mission Motorsport.
You are Mark White, who is not only the Operations Manager for Mission Motorsport, but an aspiring racing driver, I'm told.
Someone's clearly been very kind. Yeah, I've done a little bit in the past, but nothing here today. I'm just here to support the guys from Mission Motorsport.
But, I mean, that's part of the... part of what Mission Motorsport is about, isn't it? It's the enthusiasm that people like yourself have for the sport, and expressing that in terms for the charity. Actually, before you answer that, we'll just go down to the pit lane because Scott Woodward is down there, I believe, and he can bring us a pit report. So over to you. Oh, it's Rob Lewis. Rob, over to you.
We're here with the rather charred remains of the Rob Boston Racing Lotus. Now, I'm just going to go around the back of the car, hopefully not hear myself over the PA. So the team are just looking in this side pod here. The fuel filler is on top. And what we think has happened is a piece of debris, something as small as a piece of body trim, has been fired up into this vent here and has nicked one of the fuel fillers here and started that small fire. Now, the team are just deliberating at the moment whether to get this car back out for the race. I'm going to speak to Mr. Rob Boston. Rob, he didn't want it to end like this.
No, we didn't. Yeah, it's really disappointing. Yeah, we just got the lead of the race after our first round of pit stops, actually. So, yeah, really disappointing. The guys were putting in a great effort, and yeah, too early to end this one. We really felt like there was another win in there, but very disappointing.
There's two positives out of this, though. Number one, driver's okay.
Yes, he's all right. Ben, yeah, obviously didn't waste his time getting out of the car, but yeah, he's all right. In fact, he's just here. Where is he?
He's just here. Where is Ben, actually? Let's bring the driver over for a quick chat, actually. I was going to say the second thing out of that, the drivers, absolutely fantastic and fast as well. But Ben, the main thing is you're all right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously not the way we wanted to end. As we got into it, things were going all right. You know, we just settled into a bit of a rhythm and things seemed to be going well. And I saw the MX-5 accident, thought, oh, okay, this is going to be a safety car. Radioed through, and as I turned in at the end of the pit lane here, the car rotated and it was obviously throwing fuel over the back tyres. And yeah, then there was a few flames and I bailed out.
Bailed out quite quickly and quite well as well. So, Rob, are you going to try and get it out?
We're assessing it now. The lads are just pondering over what we need parts-wise to get it out there. There's not a lot, but a few awkward things. That's the problem. So we'll see what we've got. We'll give it everything.
Yeah, perhaps some Lotus compadres from ES Motorsport that have just driven past would have some parts they could borrow. But guys, thanks for talking to us in such critical circumstances. The team looking over the car at the moment, and a new nickname for it, perhaps medium rare. Back up to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis. Yeah, sad news from the Rob Boston team there. But, Mark, I mean, we were about to talk about the passion that you bring to motorsport. There's an awful lot of disappointment that goes with motorsport as well, isn't there? And it's learning to deal with the highs and the lows, and that's a lot of what you're doing anyway with Mission Motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've probably been behind the wheel since maybe 2016. So I know exactly how it feels, how good it feels to put a helmet on and go and do some silly stuff in a car. It's just it's healing, it's restorative, and it's just something that a lot of people don't get the opportunity to do. So to be able to take somebody that's served their country and then potentially, you know, fallen on harder times, to be able to give them a good experience is just a wonderful thing to be able to do. We've got a number of cars out today. So we've got the Subaru BRZ. It's on hand controls, and every driver in that car is disabled. They're all wheelchair users. 3 of them have no feeling below their chest, and 1 guy is missing a leg. And the idea behind the car was to get something that's fully inclusive. So we do a lot of great things for all the right people, but we didn't have anything at the time for somebody in a wheelchair to be able to enjoy, and we wanted to be able to fix that because it's what we do. So we had a great collaboration with eBay and Performance Comms, automotive PR company. We did a collaboration. We managed to purchase a car, a Category N Subaru BRZ, a 2-stage project. The first part of the stage was putting it back onto the road with an MOT, and the second stage was to convert it into a race car for this race here today. Everything fell into place, and it was just a wonderful thing to be able to do. So we've got 4 guys out in the BRZ. We've also got our Mark III MX-5 with 2 beneficiaries and a couple of other great guys that are helping run that car. So they've donated some money, and that's allowed us to get 2 beneficiaries behind the wheels. There's 4 guys in that car, and we've also got a Toyota GT86 with a beneficiary, Lawrence Roke, Royal Navy veteran. And they're all going really well. We had a great year getting the guys their ARDS license, getting them some training, getting them some track time. And here we are today. I think there's still a couple of them that haven't actually taken part in this race, but they were out in testing on Thursday, and obviously the practice yesterday, and day and night quali, obviously.
There's still plenty of this race to go. Is there any way, Mark, over the years that you could, I mean, this is the 10th anniversary, time to look forward as well as looking back, but how many ex-servicemen have you helped over those 10 years? Not just in terms of getting them drives, but in getting them into the garage to give them other jobs to do. You know, over the years, can you estimate how many that's been?
It's a tough one for me to answer. I've yet to be with the charity for more than 2 years, so it'll be my 2-year anniversary in February. If as long as today goes okay, I think it'll be all right. It's got to be close to 10,000, if not more, by the time you include their family. Because I think if you can take a veteran, a service leaver, and if you can give them a good time, there's a great chance that by the time they get home and speak with their family, their family are going to have a good time because their partner's probably in a better place. And also the things that we do, it's open to anybody really from the armed forces community. So we're quite flexible and dynamic like that, where we're not necessarily just looking for that service person. We also do great things for their family as well.
Obviously, yeah, I'd kind of not really thought about that extended element to it, but absolutely valid point. And at the end of the day, and we all do this for the weekend, but Monday morning comes around and Jim sometimes goes up and climbs up Mount Snowdon or does something equally mad. But at the end of the day, you reflect on the motor race and you don't worry about who won the race or who came second. It's all about the people, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I think we've got around 10 people supporting each car. And it genuinely, it isn't about the racing. It's not about the competition. I don't want to say it's about the journey. But, it's just about community and getting together over a weekend and just being part of a team, feeling needed, and just doing great stuff around motorsport. And it's not necessarily about the motorsport, but it's a pretty shiny carrot that you can dangle just to get people together, just to form that community, which is largely what it's about for us.
And it's a great distraction as well, isn't it? Sort of gives you something to talk about, which is not just about yourself, as you said, it's about the team.
So I think in total today, so when you include the fundraisers, the car parkers, the people that were helping us support Biathlon of Foolishness, helping with Supercar Saturday, we've probably got close to 70 beneficiaries and volunteers here supporting us today. We're only a really small team of staff that are here this weekend. There's probably only 6 or 7 of us. We're fortunate that BRSCC lean in very heavily.
They do all the hard work.
So, yeah, they do. And all the marshals that are here, that really help make this happen. But we couldn't do it without our volunteers. So a massive shout out to those guys because they're just brilliant. We're a very small cog in comparison to these guys.
Okay.
But yeah, we get some really great support, and 60 to 70 people helping us put this on today is just amazing.
Great. Thanks very much, Mark. Mark White there from Mission Motorsport. We've got a safety car out again for the BMW from the Royal Navy team, which has come to grief. The Royal Navy BMW 116i trophy car number 116, Ben McLaughlin was at the wheel, and that car has come to grief for reasons I'm not quite aware of. But anyway, it's being hoisted onto the back of a flatbed, and so whilst that is being done, the safety car is out again. This is for the third time. We had 5 laps behind the car, behind the safety car earlier on. Then we had the incident with the Rob Boston car, and now the third safety car to recover this Royal Navy car from the BMW 116 trophy, which Ben McLaughlin, as I say, was 10th in the class, so wasn't one of the leading runners, but that car, as I say, now being recovered. Gives us an opportunity to welcome another guest into the commentary box, and I'm sorry, sir, I don't recognise you. Who are you, and What's your name? Why are you here?
My name's Stumpy Leach. I'm one of the Mission Motorsport beneficiaries. And I'm also running their social media for this event.
You've been up here before to talk about the race of the Biathlon of Foolishness, weren't you?
That's the one, yeah.
Yes, quite. You've grown a beard since then. That's what threw me there. Good to have you here. We've already spoken to Paul Wooding and to Mark just now. Obviously, this is a big event for Mission Motorsport, but it's all about, apart from all the things that it's really about, but it's this shared passion for motorsport that kind of underlies it, doesn't it? It brings people together.
Yeah, it's the weird thing is, like when I was struggling, my wife sent me out to a Mission Motorsport event, and I didn't want to talk to anybody, but because there were cars there, you start to talk about the cars and that kind of stuff, that which then opens you up to other things. And much the same with this race as well. If you're struggling a little bit, there's the cars here to look at and to get involved with, but also there's people to talk to as well, people that you may not mix with normally, or people from different services and that kind of thing. So it's a very good event to do that. It's very tiring, it's very busy, but the good thing is Mission, if you want something to do, Mission will give you something to do. So I'm doing the Facebook Lives, trying to do the Twitter as well, or X, whatever you're supposed to call it these days. So that's been really good, and it's helped me focus on something as well, because there are times during the weekend where things get difficult. Obviously, as we get towards Sunday, people start to get things start to come to the head. But if you're keeping busy, then it helps you to.
Without getting gender specific and politically incorrect about it, cars are a bit of a blokey thing, aren't they? I put blokey in inverted commas, but the military is a bit of a blokey thing. And again, I'm not being gender specific about it, because I know quite a few females who are quite blokey in that sense. But having that kind of common understanding of what cars are, how much fun it is to drive a car, the different emotions, if you will, that driving a car awakes in you. That is a way of bringing people together, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. We have got both males and females within the sort of the Mission Motorsport family, and also Op Motorsport, who unfortunately won't be here next year, but they're doing their own race, which will be fantastic. But yeah, it is very much a way of getting people together and get people to focus on something, and then hopefully the wider sort of restorative aspects of that come to the fore. So, like I say, when I first went to an event, the fact that the cars were there gave me something else to focus on, rather than just turning up and going, "Hello, my name's Stumpy. I feel a bit broken. Can you help me?" So it very much helped in that regard. And what I'm trying to do this year is something that I've called Faces of ROR. So trying to get people to tell me who they are, what they're doing here, but also what Race of Remembrance means to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're on the 10th anniversary, or the 10th running. So that's what I'm trying to do. And if anyone out there wants to see me wandering around, the guy with the beard and the gimbal that keeps fighting me all the way, then I'll be happy to talk to you and take your thing and share your story.
And so how has the engagement, I think that's the term you're supposed to use, with social media in general been this year? Have you noticed a rise in interest this year?
Absolutely, yeah. As people get to know more and more about Race of Remembrance and Mission Motorsport, the engagement is always getting higher and higher. I've noticed that the number of likes and interactions with the social media posts are always going up, which is a brilliant thing, because it's helping to spread the word, sort of awareness of Mission Motorsport. But also, if there's service people out there who are struggling, if they see it through someone else, they can go, "Oh, actually, I might quite fancy that." And then they can go on to the Mission Motorsport webpage and see where the events are, and hopefully they can engage and begin the journey that I've been on for quite a while. And like Mark was saying, it's the wider families as well. During COVID, unfortunately, my wife became seriously ill, but the Mission Motorsport family got together and helped me, helped my daughter, helped my wife to get around to places when it was difficult, and really sort of help us get together, because my wife had supported me all through my struggles, and then Mission stepped in to help when we were all struggling. So that was amazing.
Yeah, who helps the carer sometimes? Who cares for the carer?
Yeah.
No, exactly that. Just to keep you informed of what's going on the racetrack, the safety car has now returned to its base. We've gone back to green flag. The race still being led by the RAF Motorsports Audi TT, then by a lap from Don Henschel with the Leos Racing Caterham in second place, and then Jason McAnulty back at the wheel of the 117s. They've squeezed in their second pit stop of the race. Don Henschel still having only done one pit stop with the Caterham. So Jason McAnulty squeezing in a second pit stop under that last safety car, which obviously if they can get through 4 pit stops through this evening, then that will be their aim, and to do so whilst the safety car out is obviously easier to cope with. Stumpy, do you follow the race as such? You know, I'm going on about what the gaps are and what the strategies are. Do you follow it at that level, or are you more from the point of view of the people that are involved and how they're doing?
It's a bit of both, to be fair, because I've got friends and beneficiaries that are actually racing in the race. Dusty Binns, who's driving the 555 car. Falcons veteran, all-round good guy, but don't let him tell you a story, it'll go on for hours. So people like that, and also the Panda team. How that came about was during COVID, we started a Mission Motorsport Xbox racing thing on Thursday night. And over time we got talking, and then Dean Lomas, who is the boss of Acer, who's one of the racers, got involved and started the car. And obviously last year it was the blue one. This year it's grey and it's smashing around. So I try and keep up with the race, but obviously because it's an endurance race, if you're dipping in and out, it's sometimes a bit difficult. So you have to go on the TSL and have a look, and or listen to you when we can. I'm sort of trying to do both. I love motor racing, but obviously I've got friends that are in the race as well, so it's a thing. And also Scott Hughes in the Track Scotland car as well.
Yeah. I love the Subaru. I have to say the BRZ looks the part. You don't have to look at it for a second, and you know it's a Subaru. It's not a Toyota GT86. It's a Subaru. And I love the story that one of the guys from the team was telling me about it on Friday when I got up here, and actually whatever it was, earlier in the week when he was telling me about the story of how they built that car and how they took, and it's the line of the weekend for me, that they took a written-off car, 4 written-off blokes, and they went about fixing all of them.
Absolutely.
And they've gone out and they're racing, and I think that's captures the spirit of Mission Motorsport. In one car, in one entrant, they're out and they're racing.
100%, yeah. And also Aston, who is the workshop manager for Mission Motorsport, he is a Subaru guru and he loves them. So this has been a real good project for him. He's really enjoyed it, and the proper old school WRC colours is just perfect.
It's great, isn't it? We'll get down to the pits again. Rob Lewis is there, and we'll find out what he's got to say right away.
Ben McLaughlin has quite literally drove the wheels off of this 116 car, and he's collected a load of Anglesey's finest turf in a pile there. Ben, that is a really good effort. What happened?
I had a slight vibration, and then got on the radio. I was like, I've got a slight vibration. Are you happy to continue? I was like, no, I've got to come in this lap. 2 corners later, wheels off.
So is it just sheared the studs?
I think so. Well, hopefully, because that should be a relatively easy fix. But
relatively easy.
Well, it could have been worse. At least I didn't hit anything.
Were you enjoying the stint before the issues?
Stuck behind the safety car for ages, so when we finally did get going, I don't think I got that many laps properly. So yeah, a bit frustrated.
Perhaps tomorrow, a bit less vibration, a bit more racing.
And more wheels.
More wheels. Well, tell you what, let's have a quick look at the car. So the team are working away on this ferociously, as well as doing the spring cleaning, collecting the turf. Maybe they'll relay the grass back at Anglesey. But the wheel coming off means it pushes everything up, it hits the disc, it grinds the disc off on the floor, it's damaged the front bumper, the wing. The team are getting to work at the moment, getting everything back together, as I'm trying to stay out of the way of them. So it's a bit more repair work to do, and you've got to sort out a bit of the bodywork as well. Around us, you'll see the gentlemen in the blue high-vises. They're the scrutineers. They need to make sure that the car is safe to go back out again, and they'll make sure they do just that. This car's not out of it, but unfortunately, this has cost them.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis, down there in the pit lane with the cause of the most recent safety car interlude. Ben McLaughlin was the driver he was talking to in the Royal Navy Motorsport BMW 118, which is now being fixed. It's a story of the Race of Remembrance, really, all about getting things fixed and getting back out onto the racetrack. Never give up, though. Let's just have a quick recap, because whilst the various safety car situations have been happening, we haven't been doing that. Ryan Parkin, it is, at the wheel of the RAF's Audi TT, the diesel-powered Audi, which leads the race by a clear lap from the Don Henschel-driven Leos Racing Caterham. As I say, there you have just over a lap between those two. In third place is Jason McAnulty, who is a further lap behind, so 7.97 and 1.17 are the first three. Jason McAnulty having got back into the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, so that car has completed 2 pit stops, whereas both Ryan Parkin and Don Henschel have only completed 1. Don't be misled by the number of pit stops column on the live timing and scoring if you're watching it, because the safety car, when it was out, came through the pit lane on one occasion and gave everybody a pit stop, which they didn't really have, if you see what I mean. Fourth place is Chris Slater at the wheel of another RAF Motorsport entered car. This is the BMW E46, the M3, which is just under a minute behind Jason McAnulty's ES Motorsport Lotus Elise. That car has also only completed 1 proper pit stop, but it was a very long one, so that's why that car has fallen back as far as it has. And then in 5th place is the first of the Class C cars, and that is George Grant at the wheel of the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Mark III. And then he is immediately ahead of Wes Payne, who's in the Breakdancer Racing Caterham. Wes started off driving the Mazda for Breakdancer Racing, and he's now at the wheel of the Caterham, which is a relay entry with 6 different Caterham 7s available to them. Anyway, they will keep going, no doubt, but they're in 6th place overall, although not eligible for the Heroes Trophy, the Race of Remembrance Trophy itself. In 7th place is the fastest of the Class B cars, Michael Green at the wheel of the Auto Test Mazda. And in 8th place, second in Class B, is Adam Kindness with the Track Scotland Mini Cooper. And both of those cars have done 1 pit stop. So they're on the same pit stop strategy. In the BMW class, it's Toby O'Reilly leading in the number 34 car for Anthony Seddon Racing, ahead of Harry M. Olmerod in the number 21 BMW. And in the Citroen C1 class, Darren Ball leads in the 386 car, which was started by William Beach. Still has Colin Gillespie to drive that car. Second in the Citroen C1 class, it's Finn Edwards, number 586, that leads the Citroen C1 class. Darren Ball is second, also for WRC Developments. And then third in the Citroen C1 class is 458, Michael Chapman, in the Silver Lake entered car. So that's just a quick rundown. Scott Woodward has joined me back up here in the box.
Hello.
Hello, Scott. Down in the pits, what's the mood like? What's the atmosphere like?
Just you expect with any race of remembrance at night at this time of the race. There's something magical about motorsport at night, as I'm sure you've having done many endurance races over the years. There's something different about motorsport at night that just gives it that little bit extra X factor, a little bit extra magic, because even when the sun goes down, you've got the engine notes all rise up, the senses rise up, and it's fantastic watching just, the phrase I like to use is just pairs of headlights dancing in the darkness. That's exactly what you've got. Motorsport at night is something absolutely superb, and I love it to bits, and so that's why I love races like this and the 24-hour races that we have all around the world. Like, I'm a massive Le Mans fan and sports car racing at that point because of things like this, and so you might lose your visibility, but it heightens everything up, which is great. But yeah, the pit lane atmosphere is great. Everyone's having a fantastic time. I had a walk behind the pits and a chat to a couple of people, and just even though there is teams working away, there's teams that are still working on cars to go through routine pit stops. Everyone loves the vibe. Everyone's enjoying themselves as they should do for an event like this, and it's no surprise that not only has this race reached its 10th anniversary and its 10th running, but it's still as popular as it ever was, in fact more popular than ever, and we've got so many quality teams here. And again, even though we've got the number 7 Audi that's ahead by a lap at the moment, that could all still change in the blink of an eye. As we saw, case in point, sadly the Rob Boston Lotus having an issue where it caught on fire, which was completely gutting, but it just proves that, you know, it's, even though people mostly make their own luck in motorsport, it can still just be something just happens that doesn't go their way. And unfortunately, luck hasn't been smiling down on the Lotus at all, but it has for some of the other teams, and they're certainly trying to plug on as much as they can. It is 4 Class D cars that are on top of it, and I have to say, really impressive run so far in P5 from the Class C leaders, which is Clapham North Rob Boston Racing, which of course is George Grant and Will Blackwell Chambers, because George in for his current stint at the moment after Will did a fantastic opening job. Just seeing on screen here, one of the longest standing, in fact, arguably the longest standing car in ROI history, the 101 Mazda, which has been involved ever since the very first race.
I don't think it's arguable. It is. It's the only car that's actually participated in all 10 Races of Remembrance.
It's quite a history. There was a great battle going on, I'll mention it as well. There's a great gaggle of cars that was all going through the same complex together through Rocket and Peel all together, and the little 2CV was getting in the mix amongst some of the bigger and faster cars in that field. But this is the great bit. Even there's lots of lappery, and there's kind of cars that are some 8, 9, 10, 11 laps down. There's battles within battles, not just class, but also on overall running at that point. And just, yeah, there's something about this race, something about endurance racing like this that I could wax lyrical for ages, because as I tend to do being a commentator, as we do being commentators, but it's magnificent to see. And even that Mazda MX-5 with the blue neons, just unique touches that help to make each car stand out and give it a little bit of an extra personality of its own. It's a magnificent event and a magnificent time of the day to go racing, I always find.
Yes, I think the Race of Remembrance is fairly generous in their allowance of identification lights on the cars, including allowing cars to actually have colours which change. The front of the Jaguar, I don't know if we've had any pictures of it recently, but it's got little discs at the front that rotate, and as they rotate they change colour, which, as I say, is very confusing, because you look at it and you think, oh, it's got blue light, oh no, it's got green light, oh no, the red light's on the front of the car.
I think the effect's called chroma key. It's like a chroma key light that spins around on both typically where the fog lights would be, but it's like a little light that spins around like an LED, and it's quite a nice little touch.
Yes, and certainly the others highlight the A and B pillars. Some go all the way around to the C pillar. Quite a few of them this year have got those little lights underneath the car which actually illuminate the track. You can see on that Caterham there, just going past one of the BMWs. The Caterham has little red lights underneath it to illuminate the track. But apart from just being a bit of a joke, it does help the team on the pit wall to identify which is their car. And when you're faced with these, what do you call them, dancing headlights in the night coming towards you, knowing when to hang the pit board out is sometimes a bit challenging. So yes, that is something to keep an eye on. One of the Citroens going through there with the radio aerial illuminated on theirs to again make it easier to pick out. You were talking briefly there, Scott, about the Clapham North MOT Mazda, George Grant having got that car up to 5th place overall, which is indeed a great performance. What's happened to the Stuart Humphrey racing car, I hear you ask, because we were talking right at the start about how that was going to be a battle royal between those two. Well, it is still a battle royal, I think, even though the Stuart Humphrey car has dropped back to 9th place overall, and in terms of the gap in the class is 2 laps behind. It sneaked in another pit stop. So they've done 2 pit stops, have the Stuart Humphrey team, car number 91, whereas the George Grant driven Clapham North car has only done 1 pit stop. So don't write off Stuart Humphrey Racing just yet, because they're a pit stop ahead. Now, if you take in mind that the pit stop time is 4 minutes, then add on the time taken to slow down into the pit lane and speed up again out of the pit lane, and then look at the gap between the two, it's 4 minutes and 27 seconds. So it's still neck and neck in Class C. Just because George Grant has the advantage at the moment, he's a pit stop behind, as it were. So there is still that Class C battle going on between the two Mazdas, 69 the Clapham North car and 91 the Stuart Humphrey car.
Interesting enough, have TSL adjusted the amount of pit stops? Because you mentioned about the fact that everyone got given a free pit stop in inverted commas coming through the pit lane. I'm just figuring out whether or not if they've actually adjusted it on TSL to kind of take away what they think is a pit stop because they're not having to come through the pit lane.
No, so what you see on TSL timing, which is available throughout the world on tsl-timing.com, and I thoroughly recommend it because there's all sorts of screens available there, including a tracker, which gives you the positions of the car on the circuit, so that if you're not here, at least you can visualise where your car is and simulate what they're doing. Anyway, the TSL timing screen counted everybody into the pits when they made their tour through the pits behind the safety car and counted it as a pit stop. So that's why we're showing one more pit stop for everybody who was out when the safety car was out than what really happened. There's funny games going on in the pit lane. You're missing all the action down there, Scott. You see, I thought it was you that caused the chaos down there, but I think they're quite capable of causing their own chaos.
Oh, I'm always causing chaos in pit lane. People know that. Yeah, but that's just the atmosphere of the whole event. It's fantastic, and it's the same with the C124 hours, anything else like that. Everyone enjoys themselves because it is that kind of event. It's kind of yes, there's an element of seriousness to it being racing, but ultimately everyone enjoys it, everyone loves it, and I'd expect nothing less from the Flying Haggis team because they are perennial jokers in the pit lane. They were going to, I might be spoiling something here, but they were going to show us that they take health and safety very seriously and reference a 90s hit song where they said that when they take their jam, they pump it up. So they're simply going to put some strawberry jam on a jack and just pump it up to kind of go with that.
I think I follow. More of a visual joke, I think.
More of a visual joke, yeah. It's one of those, you have to be there to see it to understand it. So, but yeah, nevertheless, they've been a great team the past couple of seasons of Flying Haggis Racing. Sometimes not had the best of luck, but their number 44 Honda Civic seems to be just plugging away and doing what it used to do. It's currently sat at the moment in... Whereabouts is it now? It's outside the top 30 at the moment, I think, the number 44 car.
Yes, and Rob Lewis can tell us more about it because he's down with them. Rob, what can you tell us?
We saw just now the best dance impression of Madness, One Step Beyond. I think that was a dance. We've got Flying Haggis Motorsport team here. Right, this is an example of some of the great teams that turn up to Race of Remembrance. So one at a time, folks, introduce yourselves. What do you do in this team?
I'm David, and I'm one of the drivers.
I'm Donna, David's wife. I do everything.
You are the boss.
I'm the boss. I'm the boss.
I'm Keith. I'm a driver.
I'm Sandra. I'm Keith's wife.
I'm Luca. I'm a mechanic.
Adam, and I do fuel.
I'm Robbie. I run everything.
So you're also the boss?
No, well, I'm the boss. I'm the race director, shall we say.
I'm Gordon. I'm a driver.
Mark, mechanic.
Mechanic. Right, let's talk to the boss. So that's... your hair looks absolutely fine. So you've got a Group N spec Honda Civic out there. It's going great guns. A great team around you and some cracking drivers.
Fabulous.
How's the race been for you so far?
Fantastic. It's always fantastic.
It was a bit of a learning experience last year, wasn't it? You had your tales of woe.
Yeah, just a few. But you know, we learn. These guys, the mechanics, they get us through it, and they do everything that needs to be done. And you know, the drivers, we couldn't do it without the drivers and all of you guys.
These mechanics are absolutely brilliant. Up and down the pit lane, constant entertainment.
They're the dream team.
Your driving lineup as well, obviously. You've got to be a bit biased. One of the drivers is, obviously going to be quicker than the others.
Well, I'd love to say Hubby, but actually I think Gordon pips him ever so slightly sometimes. But yeah, Hubby does all right.
Fantastic, and aiming for the win this year, hopefully.
Do you know what? It would be lovely, but we just want to finish. If we can go over the finish line, we've done our job, we're happy.
We'll make sure when the finish comes in, we come and see you.
Do that, and we'll have more chocolate biscuits for you.
Fantastic. They're keeping the pit crew topped up with various biscuits of the Scottish nature. I'm loving this, and as you can see, they are pure goofballs, every one of them. That is a part of what makes Race of Remembrance so good, the camaraderie up and down the pit lane. You cannot beat it. For now, after that bit of light-hearted entertainment, back to the commentary box.
You're all mad. They're all mad down there. They're all mad. The car's 36th at the moment, just actually dropped a couple of places while we were talking to the team there, so they obviously got a bit distracted what was going on. Currently lying 11th in the class, 12th in the class, in 36th place overall, Flying Haggis Racing. Just to give the team their full name checks. We've got Charlie Fraser in the car at the moment. Gordon Duncan started the car. Keith Rose and David Reed are the other two drivers from the Flying Haggis Racing team, and they're running a poor little Honda Civic. Bless its socks, doesn't know what's happened to it. On the subject of the Scots, though, and there's a fair few of them here at Anglesey this weekend. I suppose coming to Anglesey isn't quite as far for them as going down to Brands Hatch or Thruxton or someone like that. Adam Kindness flying along in the 155 Mini Cooper, currently running second in Class B for Track Scotland 2. A few moments ago, he did the car's best lap of its race so far in a time of 1 minute 48.261. And that was just a couple of laps ago. And another car that's running quickly, remember a little while ago we were talking to Paul Wooding and he was talking about his driver Max Watt. Well, Max is a bit quick and he's just turned in the fastest lap for that car. So even though we're in full darkness now, it is still possible to go quickly. And Max Watt, as I say, turning in the fastest lap for that car just 2 laps ago in a 1 minute 44.755. That's the best lap that car has done so far. So there's still improvements to be made as the night falls. And is that a change of position for second place? It is a change for position for second place because Don Henschel has just come into the pits. So Don Henschel in the Leos Racing Caterham, car 97, into the pits. And also into the pits is the 27 RAF Motorsport BMW, which Chris Slater has brought in. Now last time, I won't say it was a disastrous pit stop for the RAF Motorsport BMW, but it was a very long pit stop for that car. Instead of being able to refuel, change driver and get the car underway again in 4 minutes, it took the RAF team 7.5 minutes to change it round. So they're in for their second scheduled pit stop now. The RAF team, which, remember, led the race in the early stages with the very rapid Paul Cook. And I think Chris Slater won't mind me saying, but I suspect if they're going to put Wayne Lewis into the car now, it may well be going more quickly again. Currently in 4th place, but running reliably, or hoping to be running reliably. That car will be going out again very shortly. Steve McCulley, meanwhile, is now at the wheel of the number 97 Leos Racing Caterham, having just taken it over from Don Henschel, and the pit stop time for the Leos Racing car was a 4 minutes and 49 second pit stop. So a little bit longer than it needed to have been possibly, but nevertheless they got the car underway again, and that's now 2 pit stops, 2 mandatory pit stops completed for the Leos Racing Caterham number 97, but it's lost second place while it's doing that and may well lose another one. However, it's not going to lose any places to the RAF Motorsport BMW because that's having its own pit stop at the moment.
Did have a jack ready for it, so it looks like they are doing some kind of a tyre change on it.
On the
27 BMW M3, yeah. There is at least changing rears. I'm not sure they're doing all 4s, but they have got a rear wheel next to it, just looking down the pit lane out the commentary box window. You can see also we've got two of the Mission Motorsport cars in. Well, Mission Motorsport and Operation Motorsport. The 220 Operation Motorsport Canada car is in. There it is. And just behind it is the 555 Mission Motorsport sponsored by eBay car. That's the Subaru BRZ. These cars, like when we talk about city car, that was a bit of fuel spillage there, but like we talk about with city cars, when it's the Citroen C1, the Toyota Aygo, the Peugeot 107, both of these cars are essentially the same mechanically, even physically they're roughly about the same. The only thing will change differently really is just the badge on them in many cases. They're all exactly the same mechanically, so technically you can put a Subaru BRZ part, mechanical, onto a GT86 and it'll do exactly the same job because they're exactly the same thing.
The only difference between those cars in the Race of Remembrance spec is that the Subaru is an automatic, whereas the two Toyota GT86 is a manuals.
Yeah.
Notice as well there on the GT86 refueling, they refuel 2 churns at a time. They came up here and were asking us about that last night as to whether that was legal. But so they put 2 25-litre jugs in, one on the left, one on the right. Looked a bit like one was a fuel vent and one was a jug, but they're actually both going in at the same time, so filling the car up in effect twice as quickly. Of course, they're still limited to 4 minutes, but as I say, if they can get the fuel in quicker, it means they can do the other jobs on the car in slightly more relaxed circumstances. The GT86 equipped with 2 fuel intakes, at least in that form. Just going across the start-finish line there was the leading car, Ryan Parkin with the Audi TT. Still lapping pretty quickly. That last lap was a 1:45 and not actually lapping as quickly as Jason McAnulty is doing at the moment in the Lotus LEs in the second place car. And
I should also point out as well, we have hit the 100 lap mark, 100 laps completed by the leader, so we're into treble figures for the first time.
Yep, with some 3¼ hours of the race now elapsed. 3 hours and 15 minutes had elapsed as Ryan Parkin crossed the line for the 100th time. If I was really good at mental arithmetic, I could tell you the average speed. I'm
sure there's an average speed calculator you've got there somewhere. You're about to work it out.
Inevitably.
So yeah, those 2 cars currently making their stops. The 27 BMW's been and gone now, so whatever tyre change they had has carried on. And you're absolutely right with the Jason McAnulty Lotus Elise, because that car now, look at his last lap time. Jason McAnulty is really pounding on now. 1 minute 41.126 was his last lap time. 4.2 seconds quicker on that lap than the number 7 Audi TT. So plenty of pace in that number 117 car. They're having much better luck than they did last year. They had all sorts of issues and dropped down the order and fell out of contention, whereas at least this run so far, touch wood, having a much more trouble-free time of ROR 2024. There's more tyre changes going on here. Wheel change for the 555. Even got colour matching blue wheel nuts for the 555 car, which is quite fitting. And
yeah, the average speed for the race leader is over 64 miles an hour. So not necessarily Formula 1 pace, but considering these are road cars running on treaded tyres, it's and also, of course, with pit stops to take into account and time running behind the safety car, that's the mere average of the race speed overall, 64 miles an hour. Jason McAnulty goes through and completes another lap. He's still 2 laps behind Ryan Parkin, but no, both of them have only completed 1 pit stop. The difference is that the RAF Audi TT got its advantage because it did its only pit stop under safety car conditions, whereas the McAnultys changed from Jason to David McAnulty whilst green flag was out, and they've now done a second pit stop because they've got Jason back in the car now, so they've done 2 pit stops to the RAF Motorsports Audi, which has only done 1 pit stop.
And pace-wise, the Audi's picked it up again, because the lap before the one it's just completed, it did a 1:45. I suspect it was most likely trying to pick its way through a section of heavy traffic on circuit that it's come up to. Rather like this, really. We've got several cars here all together of various classes. But the last lap it just completed is, in fact, a 1:41.315. So it's back into the 1:41s now, whereas the Lotus is still pushing on at the 1:42s. I was also going to keep tabs on what was going on with the Class C battle. And that's between, of course, still the 69 Clapham North Rob Boston racing car of George Grant and Will Blackwell Chambers, and possibly even Rob Boston, and the Stuart Humphrey racing car, which has got Stuart Humphrey, Martin Rich, and one driver we haven't seen yet is Alex Capardi. He hasn't yet jumped into the 91 machine, but I'm sure he will do at the next pit stop. And they're currently still, at the moment, in terms of pace at the moment, still 2 laps apart at this point. And in terms of lap time, Martin Rich at the wheel is lapping about 2 seconds quicker at the moment than George Grant at this point in time. But it's the advantage that he's built up already, which is certainly helping George have a bit of a buffer. And they have got the number 24 Autotest TSW Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 that has Michael Green at the wheel. And the Track Scotland 2 Mini Cooper, which has very quietly moved its way up into not just second place in Class B behind the Autotest Mazda, but those 2 cars have very quietly moved themselves up to 6th and 7th position. Haven't gone about it spectacularly, I don't say that negatively at all, but just very quietly got on with their race, kind of just pounded on, just not had too many problems, and they've managed to creep up into the top 10, which is quite a strong performance so far from both of those outfits.
And only separated by just over 20 seconds. So
yeah.
The Mazda is the quicker of the 2 cars. But as you say, Adam Kindness's approach has been very much a softly approach, and as you say, he's getting the results from that approach so far.
Getting a great onboard shot here of the 220 Operation Motorsport Canada car. This is pretty much your view when you're on board at the Anglesey circuit at night in the middle of Race of Remembrance. You see the little reflective markers on the edge of the circuit to kind of help guide the way of where you need to be on either side. That's certainly quite a nice touch that Anglesey has added, particularly with apexes and outsides of the circuit. And this circuit positively is something a bit of a roller coaster in terms of some of the points of the circuit, but you also see the speed difference here, closing in on 1 or 2 of the Citroen C1s. That's one of the Silver Lake cars is going past now.
It was interesting. I don't know if you were listening to Paul Wooding when he was talking to us earlier on, Scott, but I was asking him about driving at night, and he said, actually, when you're in a clump of cars, it's amazing how much light you get from the headlights of the other cars. It's when you're running on your own that you suddenly realise how dark it is, because it's only your headlights illuminating the track in front. It's a bit like when you're driving down a country lane, and it's very much more easy to follow somebody than it is if you're in the front and you're having to kind of pick out where the road goes. So yeah, it's interesting to have that feedback from the driver himself about what it's like driving here at night, because there aren't any illuminations. There's no street lighting around this circuit at all. So, as I say, once you're on your own, then you're relying totally on your own headlights.
But nonetheless, I think there are some drivers who, crazy enough, actually prefer racing at night or very much enjoy it. I mean, I have to say, even looking from that onboard viewpoint, I think probably I would in many cases, because you get such a great... It must be such a fantastic experience being behind the wheel of a race car at night. Some might find it terrifying, particularly if you're in a section of track that there's nothing but your headlights illuminating the way. Imagine places like Le Mans, for example, when you're going down the Mulsanne Straight at speeds of 180 mile an hour plus in, let's say, a hypercar, for example, and you're in the pure darkness, and it might even be raining at the same time, and all you've got is your headlight to try and figure out exactly where you're going. Some thrive on it, some are not so keen on it, but ultimately that's just part of endurance racing and an element of motorsport when it comes to these long distance epics. Here's a fan favourite. This is the DC Lomas Motorsport Fiat Panda. Good to see that back here this weekend, and made its debut at Race of Remembrance last year. They loved it so much they've come back for a second crack at it, and they've given it more of an Italian tricolor style livery on that car too.
Do we know if it's actually the same Fiat Panda or is it a different one?
I presume it's the same car.
Right.
I think they may have built a second one, but ultimately I think if not, they might have just taken the wrap off it and just put some different decals on it to make it look good.
It's certainly a very different looking car from last year's Fiat Panda, and I suppose you have to face the fact that there are an awful lot of Fiat Pandas out there as potential donor vehicles, which the team may well have used. But yeah, the Italian flag on the bonnet of the very small bonnet of the Fiat Panda. Where is it in the list at the moment? Currently in 28th place overall. At least it was when it came into the pits. And lost, well, it was actually 26th when it came into the pits. Now lost a couple of places whilst Dean Lomas hands the car over to whoever his next co-driver is going to be. And it's Samantha Evans who's taken over at the wheel of the number 25 Fiat Panda then.
Also quick check-in with the Jaguar as well, the AFCM Motorsport Jaguar XF, which currently at the moment is running in the 23rd position, so all good for that car. And that being car number 10, that currently has at the moment James Lamb at the wheel of that car now. So he's now getting out there. They're currently sat at 8th in class. The next highest car they're going to try and chase after, the 7th in, 8th in class. 8th in class in Class C. No, 7th in class. I'm getting confused with Class B. Right, 7th in class is the Jaguar. That's the line. Its next car to try and chase is the Porsche Motorsport number 3 Mazda MX-5, which currently has at the wheel Lucas Pugnali.
And we can go down to the pit lane because Rob Lewis has somebody else that he can interview. Rob.
WRC Developments have 4 cars out this weekend, one of which is the WeBuyAnyPhone.com racing team. We, of course, have royalty in the motorsport world, James Kay. We've got Darren and Charlie racing alongside this weekend, all put together by Mr. James Poulton. He's not going to get away with being mentioned on the live stream there. Guys, welcome to the Race of Remembrance. It's a very unique event to be a part of.
It is, Rob, for sure. Absolutely, 100%. A fantastic cause, and so far we're really enjoying the day.
C1s are rather unique to drive as well. They're not like any normal race cars.
No, they're definitely not like any race car I've ever driven, and I've driven a lot. But they're still a race car, and everybody's doing the same, in the C1s. So it's just a matter of enjoying, what you're sat in, really.
And enjoying the occasion.
Absolutely, and what a fantastic cause.
So what's the story behind the team and getting you guys together?
Well, I think it probably is, as you said, the work of James Poulton, but, well, it's been a bit of an opportunity to try out a new experience, get the team together. I suppose, have we got any more than that?
This is Charlie's first ever race, okay? Which is incredible what he's done so far. Mitch the same, he's out there now. Darren's only ever done 2 races before, so it's a completely novice team, and that's what this event's about. Getting everybody to enjoy motorsport in a good name, good cause, and everything else. So, and long may it continue.
So, what's the goals for the team moving forward? Are you looking to sort of grow, or is this purely something to do amongst a group of friends?
As a blend of that, to be fair. At 61 years old, I've come into racing about 40 years, a bit too late, but we've been doing a bit this year in GT4, and we're going to do some GT3 stuff. For Charlie and Mitch, they work with us at We Buy Any Phones. They both got their racing license, never actually been involved in a true race, so it's an incentive for those guys to see if we can make them work harder and earn me more money.
And James, obviously, over the years, you've raced so many things around the world on the highest pressures. Is it nice to kind of go into a motor race with your friends, teach them a little bit, pass a bit of the sort of knowledge on, and just enjoy the occasion?
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't be here, if that wasn't the case. So, what we're doing now is we're as I say, we're starting as a completely novice team, and we're building We Buy Any Phone racing as a brand as well. So we're doing GT4, we're going GT3, and with the 2 boys, maybe we can bring them on through what we're doing.
Now for the bit of playful needle. James Poulton, JP, he's got the team together, but he's in another car, so is it going to get a bit spicy out there later?
Well, they've been doing it for a lot longer than we have, so I'm not sure we're necessarily at the same level of speed as those guys yet, but if we can take him off, we will, for sure.
Yeah, definitely, James.
Absolutely, definitely. But we'll all be in the bar later.
Definitely in the bar, taking each other apart later. Guys, fantastic. Great to speak to you there. Welcome to the Race of Remembrance, and hopefully we'll see you at the C1 24 Hours next year.
Yeah, look forward to it, maybe.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. Great to see James Kay and this wonderful team. The car looks so smart out there as well. Great to see them out there and fighting in the C1 class. I'm going to go and find some more suitors to go and interview and maybe get the backstories of some of these teams up and down pit lane. But for now, back to Scott and Paul in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis down there with the WeBuyAnyPhone.com team. That's car number 486, which Mitchell Grant Phillips is the Mitch that they're referring to. Charlie Nicholas, Darren Ridge and James Kay, the driver lineup of that car, number 486, which is currently running in 11th place. And as we were hearing from James there, Mitchell running in the car at the moment and doing lap times which are comparable with the car immediately ahead of him. And yes, it's, he says the other Citroens running much nearer the front of the field, but that's as you would perhaps expect given the experience of the other teams. But the C1 class always very fiercely competed for, even though they're a bit slower than everybody else who's out there, but they certainly provide their own intensity of the race out there. And who's to say that WeBuyAnyPhone.com with certainly some pretty high ambitions there, Scott.
Especially with the driver's talent they've got, particularly a certain James Kay, of course, is just about racing everything, I think, in many cases, from British touring cars and the Super Touring era, and he's done quite a bit into GT3 and GT4. You pointed out the com box. What have you seen?
Yeah, we've got a car on the grass, which is 378, which is one of the Citroens.
And it's facing sideways, which it shouldn't be.
It is under power. It is trying to get going again. The grass here at Anglesey, actually, there's been so little rain that there's a lot more grip on the circuit than there very often is here at Anglesey. So whoever it was behind the wheel of the 378 car has managed to get going again.
Yeah, that was Team MKD, and that would have been 378. That was Carl Helgeson sharing that car with Matt Hill and David Birch. They're currently showing at the moment as being in 6th in class at the moment, although I'm not sure if they dropped down. They were 26 seconds ahead of the recovering 558, which is the Silver Lake 2 car, which has Adam Preble at the wheel. Alan Preble at the wheel.
I think they will have lost that place because it took me a couple of seconds to spot them, and then I still reckon it took them 30 seconds to get the car going again. But you'll remember how bad the grass can be here at Anglesey when it gets wet. It really does get very boggy out there, but the conditions, as I was saying, have been relatively dry up here in North Wales for quite a few weeks now, so the grass not as damp as sometimes it is, and Helgeson was able to get the car going again and resume without losing too many places, but I think he will have lost ground to at least that Silver Lake car that you were referring to. We're over halfway through this segment of the race. 3.5 hours of the 7 have elapsed, so only 3.5 hours of tonight's racing still to go. Just to recap, we've had 3 safety car periods so far. One to recover the car which lost a wheel, the 2CV, a second safety car to deal with Rob Boston's flaming interlude, or the flaming interlude of the car. It wasn't Rob Boston driving, it was Ben Brooks driving at the time. And then the third safety car to recover the BMW from the Royal Navy team, the 116 car, which stopped out on the circuit. So those are the 3 safety car periods that we've had, and the cars that we are missing, therefore, the Radiation Racing Citroen C1, car number 363, has not gone round for a while, over half an hour. Ben Brooks has been out for an hour and a half since he had his issue, but those are the only two, I wouldn't say known retirements, because 363 may well still be repairable, but as I say, the car has been missing for over half an hour.
Yeah, it was at the back of the garage when I last saw it, but that was a little while ago on that side. The NJM 4 Fiesta was having its own issues from the start of the race. That visited the pits, well, it says a total of 6 times, if you want to, if TSL is to be believed. And then the exposure lights car was having a gearbox change the last time I saw that car. It's good to see this car recovering though, which is the 92, the unique little Citroen 2CV hybrid with the fuel going in the back. Again, we'll stress it doesn't mean hybrid as in electric, it means hybrid in that it's a different engine in it than you would normally find in a standard Citroen 2CV. It's a BMW motorcycle engine that is in the front of that car. It even runs different wheels rather than the spindly little Citroen 2CV wheels it will normally run. It runs a set of essentially Mini Cooper kind of steel rims to kind of give it a bit more sort of tyre, if you like, rather than anything else, and so that adds to the hybrid element. It's even got what looks like a carbon fibre bonnet, which is absolutely superb. Even that's carbon fibre effect, like a wrap, it actually is carbon fibre. If it is carbon fibre, I'd be quite impressed by that for 2CV. Out on track goes the 116 Royal Navy car. That was having problems after it caused a safety car earlier on. It's good to see that car's back up and running and back fighting fit again. Louis Tyson looks like he's ready to jump into the 92 Citroen 2CV at this point. And of course, we mentioned we're halfway through this segment of the race. In the next 24 minutes' time, we'll be a third of the way through the race itself. We'll have passed the 4-hour mark in this 12-hour Race of Remembrance. Of course, remember, it's 3 parts. Of course, we do the first 7 hours, started back at 3 o'clock earlier on this afternoon. It's now currently, time-wise, around about 25 to 7. And of course we go to 10 o'clock tonight where the race will be suspended. So when the race, they'll throw the safety car out right towards the end to bunch everyone up, and then they'll throw not the the checker flag, but not the one you'd expect. It's a red and white checker flag, which was kind of invented in many cases or produced purely for this race, because we put the checker flag out, but we're not ending the race, we're simply pausing it overnight and suspending it. A reminder that there's no parc ferme either, which means that teams can and do work on the cars overnight if they need to, and then get them back out there. So teams maybe like Boston Racing, where if the car is still salvageable to race, it's still mostly intact, but it's all there in that case.
We can go down to the pits. Rob Lewis is working hard down there, moving around, keeping himself warm. What have you got for us this time, Rob?
Now, anyone that knows me, including Scott, knows I do bang on about these cars because I love 2CVs. I started my racing career off in them. And one man that was on the grid when I was certainly racing these 10 years ago was Mr. Crispin, Nick Crispin, that we have here with us, who is racing this brilliantly unique 2CV BMW hybrid. Nick, tell us a bit about that car.
Well, apart from the fact that it's not like a normal 2CV, it's just unreal. To drive in a race like this is great fun. You've got lots of power, obviously, and because it is a 2CV, we still take different lines to other people. So we're coming out of corners with so much torque, pulling away, and then obviously the other cars get us on the straight and everything like that. But no, it's great fun.
It's certainly a unique car in itself, very unique earlier on, and for a brief moment it turned into a Robin Reliant. What happened?
One of the rear arms, one of the weak points if you run the curbs a lot or get on the inside of a curb, is the rear arms do have a tendency to just sort of snap, and unfortunately that's what happened.
Have you managed to recover the arm and hub?
The arm, hub, everything has been recovered. Half of it's back on the car, just change of arm and that's it, send it out.
It's great for you guys to come into this race. You're almost racing yourself because unfortunately you're in a class on literally by yourselves. Yeah. Do you just come for the experience?
No, we come for the fun. Come for the fun, come to support the event, obviously, primarily. I mean, I've done it, this is my 4th time of doing it. I've done it in Clio and I've done it in the 2CVs, and it's a great weekend. And I know it's 10 years old.
Audio stopped.
So Nick Crispin there talking to Rob Lewis, and was suddenly cut off in his prime. So
He was, sadly enough. We were getting into that because Nick was telling us all about his joys of running a 2CV, which of course we're getting into. Oh, whilst we're watching there, one of the MX-5s got very wayward on the exit of the banking, which is going on. couldn't quite tell which one it was. It was a Mark 1 MX-5. Apart from that, couldn't quite tell exactly who it was.
Yeah, that being the problem of racing at night is identifying what you're seeing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Some of the cars with very good illumination on their cars, others with slightly less side illumination, making them harder to pick out.
Patron Racing BMW hits the stops. Car 48 is in, which means that is going to be that car, which is it's 11th place at the moment, so just outside the top 10, 5th in Class D. Next car it's going to try and catch, if it can, is the RAF Motorsport with Lewis Property E46 M3, which started on the front row of the grid and led early on. And that car's currently at the moment sort of 2 or 3 laps ahead. And it was the car 48 in the pits. Car 48, which has Paul Travers has brought it in, so he'll either hand it over to Mike Nash, Veer Aldridge or Lee Brown. I imagine it's going to be Mike or Lee, because Veer Aldridge did start that car.
Yes, and losing places whilst in the pits there, so losing ground to the BMW of Wayne Lewis, which has already had its second pit stop. So we were saying earlier on, some of the, or most of the teams wanting to complete 4 pit stops in this segment of the race. The race leader, the Audi TT, has still only completed 1. The 117 Lotus Elise in second place has completed 2 driver changes, so 2 mandatory pit stops, as has the third place car, the 97 Caterham, which has Steve McCulley back at the wheel now. He started the car, that car, just as the McInulty is ahead of it with just 2 drivers, which means that they have slightly less flexibility when it comes to their driving time, but they should be able to share the driving between them. The one thing they do have to be careful of is that by the end of the 12 hours, so it's not a worry at the end of this segment of the race, but by the end of the 12 hours, they have to ensure that no driver has completed more than 60% of the race. So you have to do 40% of the race with one driver and no more than 60% of the race with the other driver. However, time in the pits doesn't count towards that time, so it does give you a little bit more flexibility. Anyway, 2 pit stops completed then by the first 2 cars, in fact by the first 3 cars, because the 4th place car is currently the Breakdancer Racing relay team. Wes Payne out in the Caterham 7 in 4th place, and that car, as I say, has also completed 2 mandatory pit stops. 5th overall is the Clapham North MOT Mazda, which has only completed 1 pit stop, as has the car behind it, the number 24 class leading car in number 24. Tell us about the smoke, Scott.
That's unfortunately, Kermit's having more problems again. It's the NJM Fiesta, which once again is smoking on its way through the corkscrew and up onto the international loop.
It's not the first time that car has had smoke, is it?
No, it's not. And in fact, happening again, and not in a circumstance that you wanted, particularly in the evening, when it's adding to even... It's difficult enough to see when you're racing at night anyway, but added smoke in there is not going to help out one bit. And
well, the thing that concerns me with things like that is if the smoke is oil, then coating the circuit in oil when you can't see the track is very difficult for everybody else. But it depends if that car is oil smoking or whether it's a tyre smoking. My temptation is to suggest that it's oil rather than tyre. It's coming into the pit lane now.
Yeah.
The lights are very bright, as I can see through the binoculars, and it turns left as it comes into the pit lane and heads to its garage, which is immediately behind the pit lane. So garage is probably a bit of a exaggeration. It's more of an awning where they're working on that green Ford Fiesta. Anyway, it's back in the pits again. And that is the 7th pit stop for that car. If there were a prize for the most pit stops, then that car would be winning it. The NJM Ford Fiesta has completed just 41 laps now, compared to the leader's 116 now under the belt of Ryan Parkin with the Audi TT. The other RAF car, Wayne Lewis, is in 9th place and his second pit stop for that car, the 27 car. Remember, the first pit stop was 7.5 minutes. Well, they've got it down for the second pit stop, 6 minutes 43. But again, although the car is very quick when it's on the track, it can't really afford to be losing that amount of time in the pits. So Wayne Lewis, who's currently driving it, his last lap was a 1:46, which is not as quick as any of the first 3 drivers. When Paul Cook is at the wheel, it's a very rapid prospect indeed, but Wayne Lewis not as quick as Paul Cook, or he isn't being at the moment.
To the Track Scotland pair of minis. They've actually got both of their minis into the top 10 in Class B. Currently running on both of the podium, 2 podium spots. They're currently 2nd and 3rd, with the 155 car ahead of 55 at the moment. So Adam Kindness certainly doing the job a lap ahead at the moment of their. Well, I say a lap ahead. I think they're actually no, I think they are a lap ahead at this point in time. So 8th for the 155, 10th for the 55. Just see the 71. That's the lone Class A car we have in this field, and it's one of the BRSCC City Car Cup spec cars. That's the flat cap with Mintro Motorsport squad. That's Alex Foden. I think Hayden. I would say Hayden Payne. It's Hayden or Andrew Payne. I should really look at the entry, shouldn't I? So if I can figure it out. It is Hayden Payne. There we go. So Joe Moss, Hayden Payne, Alex Foden, 3 regular City Car Cup races. They did also have Stuart Bliss initially, who is Richard Bliss is here this weekend, but Stuart Sandy is not. So it's just those 3 behind the wheel of that car. It's
a good call though with the Track Scotland cars you mentioned, Scott, because as you say, 2nd and 3rd in Class B, and after all the trouble that they had during practice and qualifying yesterday, that's still far too early to say so, but the result that they've got so far is certainly reward for all the hard work that the Track Scotland team has put in over the weekend so far. And Scott Armstrong is currently 2 laps behind Adam Kindness. So Adam Kindness on 110 laps, Scott Armstrong on 108. But Michael Green in the Auto Test Mazda, who leads Class B, is only 42 seconds ahead of the Track Scotland 2 car. So Adam Kindness on the same lap and 40 seconds just over of a gap behind. So the sort of time that could quite easily evaporate in a slightly slower pit stop or an off-track moment, or all those kind of things that might afflict that car.
And whilst we continue there, I believe we have another couple of Mission Motorsport visitors here to have a chat. So I shall happily vacate the headset and see if we can bring one of them in to have a chat.
Right, okay. Thank you for that. So come and sit down if you want to, or remain standing. Up to you. And I will let you. I will let you introduce yourself. It's all down to Mark White that brought you up here. You're team manager for
the BRZ team, the 555 car. Yeah.
Excellent. The car that for me was the quote of the weekend. We took a written off car and 4 written off blokes. We fixed them all up and we've gone racing.
Absolutely.
So what role do you play in the team manager?
I was here initially to do driver coaching on Thursday and Friday, and I've done some work with the guys when they've been practicing the trucks in the past few weeks. But my role now is I'm team manager.
And your name is, sorry?
Gary Franks.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really amazed with the progress the guys are making driving the car.
Because they're all wheelchair users, aren't they?
They are, yeah. I mean, we're kind of joking. We have 4 guys and only 1 working leg. Yeah. So 3 of them are completely paralysed from the waist down, and 1 is missing a leg. So 3 of them are using hand controls, and 1's driving reasonably conventionally using his remaining leg and the 2 pedals. But they're doing a great job. They're getting good, consistent times. it's quite inspiring actually.
I was going to say, it must be inspiring for you as well as team manager. Gary, I'm just going to interrupt you because we've got a pit report coming up from Rob Lewis down there. So stay with us, if you will, and we'll listen to what Rob Lewis can tell us from the pits.
Scott, you might get some deja vu with this. I'm talking about tyres again, like I did a few years ago at the C1 24 Hours. This has just come off of car number 386. This has done an hour and a half stint, an hour and 45 minutes, and look at it. This is what Anglesey does to tyres. The C1s run a particularly unique blend of tyre. They have their own compound, they have their own tyre design, made by Nankang for the C1 Racing Club, but Anglesey kills tyres. It's abrasive, it's hard, it's delaminated this tyre, it's ripped it off, it's worn right down to the cord. Not quite ready for an MOT. Now, while I appreciate not all of the cars are going to be running those particular tyres in the field, we have a lot of the top cars out there are running semi-slick tyres. They're a bit grippier, they'll run different compounds, they'll get a bit of bite, but I just wanted to show you, give you an indication of the type of tyre wears involved and what Anglesey does to the cars out there. It's hard on them, pure and simple. Food for thought, gents.
Thanks very much indeed, Rob. Yes, food for thought indeed. We've got Gary with us from the Subaru BRZ team. You were telling us about the drivers that you've got. They're all wheelchair users. You've been coaching them. Presumably it's the first race for all of them.
Two of them are complete novices. One, Steve Binns, has done some races in Morgan's, and Lionel's been here before as well. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a mix, but they're all quite fresh, they're all quite new. Yeah, so we, as well as thinking about the driving of the car, we also think about their well-being, their state of mind. With any driver, particularly with these guys, given that the history and how they got injured.
Presumably they're all ex-military,
yeah.
And are in wheelchairs as a result of their military service. So
kind of, yeah. I mean, I need to talk to Lionel. With three of them, it's not combat injuries. It's
right.
Having fun after some combat injuries,
Right.
falling off the motorbikes or bicycles, usually. But it's the same kind of thing, and they carry trauma and all the rest.
Yeah.
So we're able to deal with that. The guy that started the race for us was particularly nervous. We thought about changing him and switching to one of the other drivers, but we thought, no, we'll manage it and we'll put him out there. And he had the time of his life. He put in some fantastic laps for us, and once he got over the initial nerves, so it's a very positive thing to kind of push him through that.
And it must be difficult for you as team manager, because you have to take responsibility for their well-being.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you're giving them time of their lives.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that would bite your arm off, to pardon the expression, to take that opportunity.
Absolutely.
But equally, it's quite stressful as well.
Yeah, it is. I'm enjoying it more than I'm stressed. I was a bit nervous at 10 to 3 when we're getting ready to go before the lights went green. I was getting a bit nervous. I guess it's like sending your kids off to school, that sort of thing. I know they can do it. I've spent time in the car with all of them, like over the last 2 or 3 days here. But I've been in the car with most of them back at Thruxton when we did the launch. And I was there when 2 or 3 of the guys got their race licenses at Thruxton a few weeks before that. So I've been on the journey for a little bit. Most of those guys helped to build the car, so the journey for them has been a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of, a bit nervous for them, obviously a bit anxious for myself, but it's quite easy to focus on them because it's quite a big machine with all the helpers and stuff that we've got here. So.
But you must have quite a few of those, what they call soft skills, people management skills.
Apparently. Apparently. I mean, everyone, when we've done the coaching sessions, they've all come back with really positive feedback about the confidence that they felt having had someone with them in the car. There are other people who can do it. It's, but it is what I do for a job. It's a full-time job with the coaching. And if I'm not on a racetrack, it's fast road cars or Ocado delivery vans sometimes. But it's just, for me, obviously, it's been very rewarding seeing them getting this confidence and to do this as an achievement. The car's still running. We're putting in good times. We're not last. So, we're ticking loads of boxes.
And you've got a great-looking car. I'm going to have to interrupt you again because we've got Rob Lewis down with one of our drivers, Oliver Cotton. Rob.
And a star driver in one of the BMW 116s is only former TCR racer and Porsche racer Oliver Cotton. Oliver, good to see you on the grid here at Race of Remembrance. You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, I do this race last year, came fourth overall, which is quite good with Porsche racing, and I really enjoyed it. So I sort of come back this year and raced in a bit more competitive class of the 116 trophies.
How are you finding it so far? Because it is hotly contested.
Yeah, it's very contested. in the first stint, we got screwed over slightly with the safety cars. The leader of the race was just in front of us when the safety car came out, so everyone gained a lap on us, unfortunately. But we're going to do some strategy and hopefully we're going to gain a few laps back on ourselves because we're 2 laps down after the second stop.
You've been doing a bit of Porsche Cayman sprint racing this year. What are you looking at into 2025?
Probably something similar again this next year in something GT4 or the Porsche Sprint Challenge, but we'll see where it will bring us. We're not completely sure.
But current race in hand, Oliver. The strategy hopefully plays out. You're looking to win this class, aren't you?
Yeah, that's always the plan, to win this class, but it's a long race, and the way this race plans out, you can always win on strategy and pace.
What other drivers have you got out with you?
So we've got James, my teammate, which is really fast. He's out there setting the world on fire in this class, and our next driver just over there, he's ready to get out for the next session.
Fantastic. Oliver, I'll let you sit down and rest up ready for your next stint, but good to chat to you.
Thank you.
No worries. Always good to see Porsche racers in the paddock alike and touring car racers. We've spoken to James Kay and we've spoken to former TCR racer Oliver Cotton. Certainly some star names down here, except Scott Woodwis, because he's up in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis down there. We've actually got Gary Witherstill from the Subaru BRZ team. Can you tell us anything about the livery on that car? Because it's absolutely perfect. I mean, you only need to look at it for a second and you can see it's a Subaru.
Yeah, so Aston, who built the car, is a big Subaru fan. So we've looked at the livery of the 555 logo, the branding that was on the rally cars, but it's been subtly changed. It's got the Mission Motorsport, the tracks in the logo, so we've kind of repurposed it a little bit, and I think it's very eye-catching. The blue with the luminescent yellow on it is an iconic colour combination, thanks to Colin McRae and those rally drivers. So he's kind of living a boyhood dream and having a race spec looking Subaru.
So somebody whispered to me that you actually went to Subaru and asked permission to mimic.
Yes, they're on board. So we've been sending them pictures, and they're really keen that we've got their support, which is really nice. Fantastic. So it's it's all nice and inclusive. It's very inclusive, which is really lovely.
Yeah, and of course the big event it comes tomorrow morning with the Remembrance service.
Yeah.
Have you been here before for that?
I've not. No.
I was going to say I didn't remember you having been here. So that will be a new experience.
I'm ex-military. I've been. Remembrance parades were a thing for every November for a big part of my life. So it's going to be quite a privilege and a thrill to be here. And the fact that we're going to pause the race and stop.
Yeah.
And then go again is that's going to be quite amazing. So
it's a very moving experience.
I've got some tissues just in case.
Well, it does. It gets a bit like that, but it's usually I don't know. I'd say it's harder to watch than it is to be part of. But we have some cameras down there, and we usually catch a tear or two amongst servicemen who are remembering their own colleagues and things. And of course, as you say, the Remembrance Sunday event for me is what makes this race special, because everybody who's participating in it comes out of their cars, walks into the pit lane, and we're all united as a single family.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to experiencing what that's like. You hear about it, you read about it, but I think you need to be there to experience it really. And I've got comrades who have been to the Garden of Remembrance in Westminster. Some of my friends have been on the little sticks in the ground in there, so I'll be thinking about them tomorrow. It's going to be good.
Exactly.
Quite a moving experience, I think.
Yeah.
And a fantastic way to highlight that by having the race going on at the same time. So I'm looking forward to it.
And it's absolutely great what you're doing with the driver coaching, getting those drivers rebuilt, getting them fixed, getting them racing, and managing them. So carry on the good work.
Thank you very much.
See them through till tonight.
Yep.
Keep them out the pub tonight.
Absolutely. See if we can all get some sleep overnight. But I mean, my initial nerves I've kind of abated now. We've got a job to do. We're going to carry on.
Yeah.
Charlie Francis, who's doing she's the crew chief, who's really keeping me straight and narrow. And we've got lots of volunteers in the pits. People looking after the tyres. We've got 2 guys who are dedicated to getting the drivers in and out of the car. So we've got lots of little clusters of people doing specific jobs. So it's great. And I guess everyone's used to working in a team from the time when they were in the military. So we can well set up. Now we're moving. We're a little machine. It's working really nicely. So. And
the car itself running well?
It is, yeah. We had one little spin. One of the drivers a little harder on the brakes than the other, so we had a small brake fire in the pits. But this sort of stuff happens. The car's running like a dream. I mean, it was only really finished a couple of days ago, We had to do bits for the scrutineers before they let us out. So given it's all kind of last minute, it's working very well. So yeah,
Gary,
good job by Aston getting it
good
together.
job by you guys as well.
Thank
Keep
you
it
very
up.
much.
Hope you can keep going for the rest of the race.
Excellent.
And enjoy the race. Thank you very much for
Well,
coming
thanks
up.
for having us up here.
Yeah,
Cheers.
cheers. Thank you very much. That's Gary. What was your surname again? Gary Franks, beg your pardon. So thank you for your input, and great to have you here. And somebody else has come up now, having had Royal Air Force. Do we want to talk to Chris? We've already spoken to Chris 3 times. Let's talk to Brian then. You don't have to take your glasses off to talk to me. Anyway, put the headset on. Brian, we've seen each other several times over the course of the years at the Race of Remembrance. I don't actually know what your role is. What do you do?
So I'm actually chairman of the Royal Air Force Motorsports Association, so I look after 7 teams. It's not my day job, it's the fun bit I do in the RAF, where we take sport very seriously, and motorsport is a core part of the RAF sport delivery. And I'm allowed to bring people to this kind of event, and get them involved. And it allows them to do sort of a job that's rewarding, but equally do sport as well.
There's a little piece of me that says, you're the RAF, yes, you're serving the country, but then you're going out and having fun doing motorsport. How does that fit with your core responsibilities of defending the country?
So one of the things we are very much now looking at is how do we train people to be self-sufficient, to be able to deploy at short notice, to work under pressure and stress. So a race like this brings across those qualities in let's call it a fun way, because it is a fun to be here. It's enjoyable, and actually you're training people by having them here. They're then thinking for themselves. They're growing in their confidence around running a race that's 12 hours long. A lot of them are youngsters, so they're you're junior in the Air Force, but they're out here delivering something that is the same as going on deployment, but just with that sport twist, it gives it that enjoyable factor as well.
So could you sell it then as part of their training?
Yes.
Would you do that? And also, presumably, because of the nature of Mission Motorsport and the Race of Remembrance, rehabilitation is part of that as well.
Absolutely, it's that we've always been a family more than a job. So the fact that we come here because we want to support Mission Motorsport, the race has a quality to it as well, which allows us to train people up. And I've got some novice drivers here who are having a great time in this environment, because it's an inclusive environment. We're here for the weekend, so it brings home that remembrance and remembering our veterans as well.
And talking of sport, there's that competitive edge. I think there's more RAF cars here this Race of Remembrance than there ever have been before. You've sometimes had difficulty getting cars through to the finish. It's transpired in the past. You're laughing at me. Some of the RAF cars have had problems over the years. This year, shouldn't say anything, first 3.5 hours has gone very well.
All my fingers and toes are crossed at that very point. So we always learn every year we come to there. So we come to this event in the back of the 6-hour relay race, where we were 5th overall, and we were the inter-service champions, so we beat the Army and the Navy in that one. So that's good. So we always learn, and we've used the opportunity of this event to rebuild the cars from scratch. So we've spent a lot more time thinking about the endurance component we have to get through here. So every time we come, we learn, and if you're not learning, you're not trying, sort of thing. So that's why we use this as a learning opportunity. And this year we've just refined it. The key bit that's different for this year, as you know, is the fact we're running a biodiesel car and a synthetic fuel car. So that's us looking at sustainability as well. And we're working in our primary role, back to that primary role, where we're pulling that information we're getting from sport back into our primary duty as well.
And so presumably from the point of view the RAF's core activities, that's taking consideration of using sustainable fuels as well in normal RAF day-to-day activity.
Yes. Yeah, so we are doing a trial with our large trucks on biodiesel. So we've used that fuel for this to show that it can be used in the larger vehicles we use and in smaller vehicles and be successful. So we'll pull data from that, pull understanding, and help us make decisions in the future.
And this is the first time as well that I can remember with the RAF team being in the top class and competing for an overall victory as well as just for the class victories in the BMW classes or in the lesser classes. You've run Mazdas before, but have you been in the top class before?
No, we tried it with a Caterham, which was a bit of an experiment, but this was a deliberate decision this year to try do both the class one with the two different cars we've got and go for an overall one, because we've got this calibre of drivers to do it. We've now supplied them with the machinery, and we're very fortunate we're supported by Central Fund, which is our sort of charitable organisation that creates funds for sport. They've encouraged us to do this because it creates that sustainable component. It challenges people to do something in quite a fast car, let's be honest, the Audi in particular. But we've got the skill set to do that, or I wouldn't put them in the car.
So, having beaten the Navy and the Army, you now want to beat everybody else as well?
We've got to try, haven't we?
Excellent. Brian, it's great talking to you. Thanks very much for coming up. And we'll let Chris concentrate on his role as race driver. I don't want to distract him. And you can keep focusing on your job, making sure that all the wheels keep turning.
Absolutely. Pleasure as always.
Thank you very much, Brian, for your help. And meanwhile, we can turn our attention for the moment back to the race. We're coming into the last 3 hours. In fact, we're well into the last 3 hours. Take care, Chris. Good luck. And Chris Slater up here as well. But as I say, we've already heard from him a couple of times. So he does have a race to win. So best of luck with that, Chris, for the remainder of the race. The car 27, which is the car that Chris is competing in, currently in sixth place. Wayne Lewis is out at the moment. They've completed 120 laps, but have completed 2 pit stops, whereas the race leader, which is also an RAF car, has completed 128 laps, but has only completed 1 of its mandatory 6 pit stops over the course of the entire race. So still plenty of time to go in the race, and plenty of pit stops in action that could still affect the outcome. Just to review that situation, Ryan Parkin in the RAF's Audi, still leading the race now by 2 laps from David McNulty back in the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise. Now that means they've made another pit stop whilst I was not looking, but they're in the pits at the moment. So it's Jason McInulty was the most recent driver of the 117, but they're in the pits at the moment having their 3rd pit stop. So the race is going to get increasingly hard to follow as we head into the last 3 hours, as different teams use different strategies to use up their pit stops. The Audi that leads, as Brian was just telling us, from the RAF Motorsports team, running on this biodiesel, but of course that makes it extremely economical, so they can go an awfully long way on their tank full of fuel, and they're using that to their advantage at the moment, but they will still have to follow the regulation, which says that there are 6 mandatory pit stops to be completed over the course of the race. So they've done 1 of them, but no more than that. The car number 7 was started by Paul Cook. Ryan Parkin took it over. It was started by Matthew Isherwood, I should say. Ryan Parkin has taken it over. We still haven't seen anything of Alex Smith or Oliver Wayne, who have yet to drive it today. David McInulty and Jason McInulty are a 2-driver team, and they have now completed, or they are in the middle of their 3rd pit stop, because Jason McInulty brought the car in, and we expect therefore it's going to be David who takes it out again. In 3rd place is the Leos Racing Caterham, which has Steve McCulley behind the wheel of it. That car has completed 126 laps, so it's 4 laps behind the race leader, and has only completed 1 pit stop, two pit stops for Steve McCulley and Don Henshaw. So Steve McCulley started it, Don Henshaw drove the middle stint, and then Steve McCulley is back into it, that car. So 2 pit stops for the number 97 car, which could be taking over 2nd place whilst Jason and David McAnulty have their pit stop. See whether or not they get out before the Caterham comes through. In fourth place is the breakdance and relay Caterham team, number 77, Harry Eyre, currently the driver for them. Then in fifth place is Wayne Lewis with the second of the RAF Motorsport entries, that being the BMW E46 M3, and that car is on 122 laps. Then coming up now into the lead of Class C is the Stuart Humphrey racing car. So Stuart Humphrey choosing to do their second pit stop early. We've now had the second pit stop happening for the number 69 car, and Rob Boston is back out in the number 69 car, having just completed his pit stop and taken the car over from George Grant. And the pit stop time for George Grant to hand over to Rob Boston was 4 minutes and 49 seconds, and that's lost them the lead of the class. So it was a slightly longer pit stop for the Rob Boston team, or the Rob Boston getting into the car, George Grant getting out, and so that lost them the lead of the class. There's now, well, we'll work it out when the pit stop cycle unwinds, but they've now done the same number of pit stops, the 69 and the 91 Mazdas, and Martin Rich is at the wheel of the 91 car, and Rob Boston at the wheel of the 69 in 8th place overall, just behind the leading Class B car, which is the Adam Kindness Track Scotland 2 car. In fact, in Class B, it's now a Track Scotland 1-2, because Adam Kindness in 155 leads Class B. Scott Armstrong in 55 is second in Class B. But they have two Track Scotland cars have both only completed one pit stop so far. So they've still got pit stops to complete. Then we've got the Tacona Racing Division BMW, which Max Watt is still driving. That's in 10th place overall. In the BMW 116 Trophy class, it's still Alex Seddon racing first and second. Toby O'Reilly at number 34 leading the way in the BMW class, with George Heller in second place in the Anthony Seddon racing car. Those cars first and second, and then third now in the 116 Trophy class is number 80, and that's the Ellsworth EIC entered car, which Chris Bayliss is currently at the wheel of. In the Citroen C1s, WRC Developments lead the way with 586, Finn Edwards, ahead of the Silver Lake car of Michael Chapman making its recovery, and then 408 is another of the WRC Developments Citroens, and that is third in its class, car number 408. So back out onto the circuit goes David McAnulty at the wheel of the number 117 car. So it's now David McAnulty driving the 117, and he has lost second place as a result of that pit stop. And so into second place comes Steve McCulley with the Leos Racing Caterham, and he is now 4 laps behind the Audi TT, but with, let's say, very different pit stop strategies going on. Scott Woodwitz has been following the events whilst I've been chatting to various people and trying to work out what different strategies are going on. As I say, it is going to get quite complicated even when we get to the end of tonight, Scott, because it may well be that some cars at the end of this evening's running have completed more or fewer pit stops than others, and so the positions even at the end of tonight, as they could be in slightly misleading because of the number of pit stops completed.
I was going to say we might see something like what I call the accordion effect, and I usually mention that in terms of whenever seeing anything like a Fun Cup race or a C1 endurance race, because it's a shorter race and there's a set number of pit wind. Well, there is a pit window range that you have that you can pit any time within C1s, but Fun Cup, for example, have set pit windows that you have to make pit stops within. So typically you'll find where what I call the accordion effect, where everyone will be bunched up together at the beginning of the race, then it'll spread itself out and it'll kind of ebb and flow throughout the middle of it, and just as it comes back together on those last pit stops, everything all comes back together again towards the front, and you've got those really tight lead battles. Different dynamic with this kind of race. 1, it's in 3 parts. 2, it's 12 hours long on top of that as well. 3, there's no pit window, so to speak, in terms of when you can and can't pit, so you can do so whenever you wish to. So it's a different way of looking at it in terms of the strategy, and it will be down to who can play the fuel game better, who can play the tyre game better, who can simply make the most of what the car have got underneath them in order to keep on improving what they've got to make more progress up the order.
Now, you see, when you talked about the accordion effect, I just thought it was because they make a lot of noise.
There's that too.
No, I do see what you mean. And, yeah, I mean, the difference, and part of the reason that the Audi is leading the race at the moment is that the only pit stop they made was during a safety car interval. And yes, they've only made 1 pit stop, but it was made whilst the safety car was out. So the 4 minutes which they had to spend in the pit lane stationary, the rest of the cars were going round in a lap time of about 3 minutes. So it meant that they only lost a lap whilst they did their pit stop. Under normal racing conditions, you'll lose 2.5 or 3 laps just making a normal 4-minute pit stop. So that's part of the reason why the number 7 is out in the front. And I just wonder whether they're waiting for another safety car to interrupt proceedings to bring that Audi TC in again under safety car. Because it has such good fuel consumption, they can afford to leave it out for quite a long time and only bring it in for a few refueling when the safety car comes out. So it does give them a little bit more flexibility.
Another key factor, of course, in that car too is that it's diesel. So therefore
Which is why it gets better fuel consumption.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So diesel, of course, is it. So therefore, you know, and that kind of diesel tech, obviously, it's trickled down from that improvement in diesel tech, particularly for the Audi, of course, trickled down from when we first appeared them on in. You'll shoot me if I get the year wrong. 2006.
Yeah.
The R10. R10. So that was the first time, of course, and that year, as I'm sure you knew, being there at the time, it was a case of everyone laughed and think, what are Audi doing here with a diesel?
Yes,
and they went and wiped the floor with everybody and went, right, that's what they're doing. So
and then all of a sudden everybody thought it was a good idea, and then
yes,
people started getting put in prison.
Right.
Which was another story altogether.
Fair enough.
Which rather spoiled the image of diesel cars. Anyway, the one and only diesel car in the race this year is still leading the way, and as I say, I think Ryan Parkin, he's done 65 laps on his current tank full of fuel. Matthew Isherwood, when he came in, and he came, as I say, when there was a safety car, came in after 70 laps. So I suspect that Ryan will be waiting sometime over the next 10 laps and hoping and praying that there's going to be a safety car. So that will give him the opportunity to come in and make his stop. Now, in Class C, Stuart Humphrey Racing, having taken the lead due to the Clapham North Mazda having made its second pit stop, has responded by making their third pit stop. So Stuart Humphrey Racing doesn't want to get involved in a fair fight with the Clapham North Mazda. So they put Alex Capardia in the car now. You were mentioning a little while ago, Scott, that we haven't seen Alex yet. Well, Alex Capardia is now out for Stuart Humphrey Racing. So they've made their third pit stop in the number 91 car.
This would be interesting. Yeah. Rob Boston versus Alex Capardi. I never thought I'd see that battle. But Rob Boston, in anything that he gets to the wheel, and also anything he engineers and puts a spanner to, is usually pretty competitive. And Alex, of course, is someone who's been as far as Le Mans 24 Hours. So they've done plenty in that respect. So ultimately, those two are going to be quite battle lines drawn when it comes to that point.
Yes, and I can't remember now whether it was you or whether it was Rob Lewis who was talking to Rob Boston earlier on. I think it was Rob. But it was clear that Rob Boston was looking forward to his outing in the Mazda, despite having to deal with the disappointment of not having his Lotus running anymore. And So we're not expecting to see the Lotus out, although it wasn't clear when we were hearing from Rob Boston whether he would be out again or not before the end of this evening's activities, or whether they'll take part tomorrow. But great disappointment you could hear from Rob Boston with the fire that occurred there, due, we think, just to some debris getting into the wheel arch and then puncturing a fuel pipe. For those of you who weren't listening when we had the interview with Rob Boston earlier on, punctured fuel pipe then led to the fuel leak, which led to the fire, which caught hold as the car was just coming into the bus stop directly opposite the station where the Anglesey circuit fire tender was. So it was quickly extinguished, but a very nasty moment when it happened.
It's just pure bad luck, because you couldn't have predicted for that kind of situation to happen. So unfortunately it was just a case of where it just didn't really work out for them, and fingers crossed if they can do some work on that car, if they can at least salvage it in the terms of getting it back out for the race, then I'm sure they'll be able to do what they can to get it back going again. Here is car 448 making its scheduled pit stop, one of the Citroen C1s, car 448, which is, where is car 448? It is Road and Tracks. So it is Road and Tracks in 44th position. So that car making its pit stop at the moment. Because car 448, which is currently has Alistair Morton at the wheel, but he'll be handing over to the driver. There's the 555 Subaru BRZ also making its stop. We heard from their team boss earlier on. That's cars plugging away as that happens. Speaking of team bosses, I've been joined by one who is overseeing, I think, activities for the Flat Cap and Mintro Motorsport Toyota Aygo, and that's Andrew Payne. So, Andrew, good to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you. Good to be here. It's going really well as a race. It's the first time that they've done the Race of Remembrance after watching for a few years, and so far so good. 3 drivers: Alex Foden, Hayden Payne and Joe Moss. Hayden's actually my son, and he's in the driving seat right now, so they seem to be doing really well in their in the car.
I think we can just see them just going past one of the C1s, actually, just in this little gaggle of cars that we've got in the mix, which is seeing plenty of lappery going on for a lot of drivers in the mix. But this is quite a unique situation for these guys, because of course we've talked about other teams and drivers that have done mainly sprint racing and stuff. This is essentially a city car. They've done the Race of Remembrance before, but the city car is primarily a 15-minute sprint car rather than the C1 endurance cars. So to prepare this car for endurance racing, is there anything different that you've had to do to it, or is it simply just build it to spec, tweak a couple of bits and away it goes?
Steve's just built the car to the spec that we have for the city cars. They're a little bit different, obviously, to the endurance cars, with different wheels and tyres, different suspension, and a full roll cage. So they do seem to handle a little bit better, especially in the dry. The C1 endurances are faster in the wet because they're running on road tyres, where we're running on the Nankang NS2Rs. So Steve's brought loads of bits. Really excited about it. He's been excited for weeks getting everything ready for it, and so far so good. It's been we don't seem to have had any issues with any penalties. Fingers crossed with the pit stops, because a lot of us have not done that before, and keeping within the regulations. But yeah, so far so good, and some great lap times as well. Keeping really up with the BMWs as well, top of the sector and top of the C1 endurances. So the guys out in the car are really putting in a decent shift. It feels like they're doing quali laps every lap, and especially from yesterday with the paid practice that they did and the qualifying. I think they did about 400 miles in the car. It just did not stop. They've maximised the time out there. So. And the first time for a couple of them, like Hayden especially, and Joe, well, all 3 of them, for driving in the dark. They've not driven in the dark before. So it's a whole new experience, and they're used to sprint racing 15 minutes of straight out. So now this is, they're absolutely buzzing from it and loving it. And why wouldn't you? Fantastic circuit. It's all for a fantastic cause. Anybody that hasn't been to this Race of Remembrance really should come, because it is something special. And there's so much more time left for us to enjoy tomorrow more racing, and also the ceremony, which is extremely moving. I remember that from last year. It really is
definitely
it's just a perfect weekend.
If anyone was considering it, you certainly sold it because you get all those points. It is superb in that sense, and I echo everything Andrew just said, particularly about the actual service itself, because last year was my first experience of it in person. And the only word I can describe this event, and in particular that service, the only word I can use that's fitting for it is poignant.
Yes.
Because it is a poignant time when it genuinely puts a lot of things into perspective, particularly when you think about where the world is. And we're not going to get into the whole kind of situation where the world is and that sort of things, because it's not a whole place where we're here to enjoy a motor race. But it's one of those situations, and if you've been part of Remembrance weekends before, you might have gone to a service somewhere in locally where you live, or you might have gone somewhere that's a particular occasion, or you might have watched the service on TV or on YouTube, and even watched this race in this service on YouTube, or read about it, or seen pictures of it. Nothing compares to being on the ground with not just people who are there, but like-minded people who are there for the same reason, not just because they all collectively love motorsport, because they want to play their part for this event. When you have so many service leavers and veterans, and even possibly even active service people who are here for that reason to celebrate it, and they're all in the pit lane together, marshals, officials, everyone's together. And the moments when you're singing the hymns or the readings or the last post is being played on the trumpet, or even just the silence to remember those who've given the ultimate sacrifice, or those who've sacrificed a lot for us to be how we are today. Poignant's the only word you can think, because it genuinely does feel and hit you differently than if you're watching it from afar.
It does, yeah, because I remember the first time that I came and being on standing on the pit wall while the ceremony was going on, and for having all the noise and all the hustle and the bustle and everything that goes on to that sort of complete silence, and you look out to the guys that have served for us, all the veterans, and they're in the uniforms or got the berets on, and it just really gives you a sense of what these guys have done and how far they've come. And you look at some of the people out there that are racing. There's a car out there with hand controls. It's hard enough, I know from racing myself, to be able to get the right braking points with all your limbs, but to actually be able to do what they're doing in that car and the lap times, and I had a good look at that car today, is absolutely, it's immense, it's mega. You can't compute it when you're not in that situation, and I really think that they've brought themselves here, and what a mega effort. The guys coming over from Operation Motorsport from Canada and the USA, so enthusiastic, so nice, people, and everyone seems to pull together. But yeah, the ceremony tomorrow is something special, and I think it is the calm, from all the noise and everything, the calm, and the last post and everything that goes with it. It's superb, and like you say, Scott, you can see it on YouTube, but you don't get that feeling that you do when you're here. And it's a free event to support, so you don't have to buy any tickets to come. So come next year, then you come along and enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Bring a tent. The bar's fantastic. The food's fantastic. You're welcome in everybody's garage to look at the cars. It's just a brilliant, fantastic weekend, and it's all for a good cause.
Yeah, it's a good point you make about the fact it is an open gate in terms of there is no ticket cost because of the nature of the event. So if there happens to be anyone watching, if you do want to actually come down at some point, either experience and maybe even be part of the Remembrance kind of service in that sense, but even just observe the race in the second and third parts of the race, by all means come down if you're nearby. If you can make the trip to Anglesey, do it, because it's a magnificent thing to do. Just going to break in conversation for a second, because as the Flying Haggis team continue to garnish us with their unique sense of humour and keeping awake at, even though it is only 7:30 in the evening. We've been looking at a couple of the BMW 1 Series cars that have had a little bit of drama. We saw the number 18 RAF car, which was in with an issue with a rather crumpled front end slightly. That's had some racing grade duct tape on it to keep it together. That's the RAF Motorsport Graduates car. And that car's come in from that's gone back out again, now showing as 9th in the BMW class. This car's also hit trouble. This is the 303 car, I think it is. And that's the 303 car, which has come in. That's one of the I think it's the 305 car that's come with the Royal Engineers Motorsport car, and that's got some work on it going on the back end. So this is one of those typical endurance races where it is very much a race of attrition in some cases, and most teams tend to want to stay out of trouble. They want to keep the cars on the straight and narrow and to make the minimum amount of pit stops that they need. And if they have to make a pit call, purely just to be in to make the manage stop they need to make for a driver change, for tyres, for fuel in particular. It's, from your experience, how much of this is it down to strategy, and how much is it down to purely just keeping your nose clean? Because seeing some of the teams that have moved up and not done anything too spectacular, and that's not said in a negative way, but how crucial is it to find that balance between keeping on strategy and just staying out of trouble to make sure that you can get to the end? Because ultimately, for some teams, finishing in itself is a massive result.
It is. I mean, what we've been doing is not panicking when we've got to the pit stop to get everything changed. I see a lot of people sort of fumble over themselves because they are, rushing things through. We very much put the strategy that we're looking that these cars that we're running don't actually use a lot of fuel. So with 3 drivers, we're kind of looking at 2 hours to have a turnover. We can put 20 litres of fuel in it. It will give us a bit of top up to keep going. Any changes we need to do with tyres, we can do. So when you work on that basis, it's quite easy. It's when you come into the problems that you have an issue, and just making sure that you are within the regulations, because you can go backwards so quickly by getting a stop and go penalty for something that really you could avoid. So if people are, if on that strategy, if people don't just rush it to, get out in a time period. If you've got something you need to do it, and then just don't get a penalty.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. Just again, the less time, it's an obvious thing to say, but the less time you can spend in the pits, the better chance you've got of being up the order and doing a grand job. Just quickly, of course, you're involved in a lot of stuff now these days, more with BRSCC in many cases.
Yes.
So give us a rundown of some of the things that you're personally excited for next year when it comes to BRSCC, and also some of the stuff that you think is going to be stuff that people should look out for when it comes to their paddock next year.
So I'm doing coordinating for one of the championships next year that I'm really excited about. Yet to decide on which one it's going to be. And also I'm really excited about the new championships that are coming into the BRSCC next year. I think it's going to open it up to a lot more drivers, because with different cars that don't fit into a category currently with the BRSCC. So I'm really excited about that, and I think the venues that we've got from the calendars for next year are really good, with the City Car Cup, some personal favourites. Croft is coming up. And the guys in that group seem to be really excited about that happening, and I'm excited about getting involved with the coordinator and doing more with the BRSCC and helping people. It's a fantastic organisation. It's run so well. It's going to be a very easy transition for me to come and enjoy it, and I'm very much excited about next weekend. Actually, Scott, driven by racing at Silverstone. Where people can come and try out cars in different series to see what they want to drive for next year, and a lot of the teams are there. I know friends of mine, Arc Motorsport, are going to be there with the Audi TTs, and you can book on with them if you go onto Facebook and bring up Arc Motorsport. I'll be sharing some of their links. The ST150s are there, Fun Cups with Chris. So get in touch and come down to that weekend. It's going to be fantastic. It was the first one last year. We attended it with the West Suffolk College with the city cars, and we're doing it again this year. And it was nice to get the car out on track and see so many different people down there. And just a great atmosphere, because no other championship does it, where you can come try an ST240 or try an Audi TT or try a Mini, try a TCR car, try a Ginetta, all in the same sort of weekend, and then decide what you want to race the following season. Because otherwise you don't get in these cars unless you hire one or rent one for the day at a huge amount of money. You don't know, and if you can try one out there for 20 minutes on track rather than booking one for a day, then it's a win-win. So I'm hoping that a lot of people are going to come down and support that, and try these cars out, get involved with some teams that can do arrive and drives for them, or even if they want to build a car. And obviously ARDS tests are going to be done at Driven by Racing. The Motorsport school that I work with also are there doing ARDS tests at the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So you can book on with them. You just need your Go Racing pack as soon as possible, get that through, and then speak to the Motorsport school, mail at the Motorsport school. Again, I'll put something on send to you, Scott, if you want to post it on Facebook, the details, get in touch with Mel at the Motorsport School, and get your ARDS test done, because that's the first line for racing. If you can do it all in one go, then it's a win-win, and it's the offering that service that the BRSCC are doing at Driven by Racing. You can come and do your ARDS test, you can talk to the teams, you can drive a car out on circuit, and then talk to people about championships. So, and also the stewards are down there, you can do marshal training, everything. So it's a really good weekend. I'm excited for it, really am.
Yeah, a lot of people are, and 16th, 17th November next weekend, if you want to check that out, to do so. Andrew, been a pleasure, as always.
Thank you very much.
Good to talk, and best of luck for your team as it goes through.
Thank you.
Before we go back to track action, we're going to quickly throw down to Rob in pit lane, who has another interview for us, another feature. Rob, what do you have?
So you've seen the garage shots of the BMW that's currently having some work done. You're correct on the exhaust. It appears what has happened here out on circuit, it's been rear-ended by one of its RAF counterparts. Certainly some tough racing going on amongst the forces. The problem is the component that's bore the brunt of the impact is the large exhaust system on this car. These 116 trophy cars have the catalytic converter at the back to sort of comply with the MSA regs and make it a little bit quicker. And it just makes them sound a lot cooler. The problem is they stick out just a little bit more than normal. So in an impactor in the rear, it shunted all of the exhaust forwards and caused some mechanical problems for this BMW 116 AMG GTI VRS Quattro Cosworth BTEC M40i TFSI superb car. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, Rob. You read the back of the car very well indeed there, I thought. So good stuff. Thanks very much as well to Rob Lewis, and good to hear as well from him about what the BRSCC is planning. Just to revert to recap on the race, we have 146 laps now completed by Ryan Parkin, who still hasn't had the safety car that he's been waiting for. He's now been out for 74 laps. Sorry, to make that 76 laps, because the extra laps were done under the safety car, so 76 laps for that Audi TT, and that has been a stint of some 2.5 hours now for Ryan, so he's been working pretty hard out there, and as I say, as a result of all of that, he now has a 6-lap lead over the 117 Lotus Elise, of David McAnulty now. That car has completed 3 pit stops, though, compared to the 1 only for the number 7. In third place is Don Henschel with the Leos Caterham. That car has completed now its 3rd pit stop as well, so 2nd and 3rd are on the same strategy. In 4th place is the Caterham Relay team, number 77. And then in 5th place is the 27 RAF BMW, which Chris Slater is now back in. Wasn't that long ago that Chris was up here? No, it's not, is it? It's Wayne Lewis who's just brought the car into the pits. That's why I've got confused. So Wayne Lewis has just brought that one into the pits, and he will be handing it over to whoever is next in the driver sequence, and we'll pick that up when it comes out of the pits. In 6th place is then the leading Class B car, which is Adam Kindness in the Track Scotland Mini. That's only completed 1 pit stop. But then in 7th place is the car I wanted to talk about, because that's Clapham North MOT Mazda, which Rob Boston is driving at the moment. And we've been joined up here now by a certain George Grant, who knows all about Clapham North MOT, but I won't ask him to talk about his garage, because he's got a race that... we were just saying, actually, before we came on air, George, that it's hard to tell where you are in this battle with the Stuart Humphrey car, because every time you make your pit stop, so he comes in and makes a pit stop, and he's completed 1 more pit stop than you have. So it's difficult to measure the gap, but it's quite a tense little race between the two Mazdas, isn't it, in Class C?
Yes, Paul, it certainly is. And in fact, it's a bit like driving at night. Not only are you blindfolded, you don't know where you are in class, you can't see really where you're going, you have to do it from memory. Although I have to say, I mean, to be fair to the marshals, they've done a fantastic job in terms of putting the markers out, because, you know, it's a bit like, I was just thinking coming up here, it's a bit like going up the M1 in a fast PlayStation dodging in and out of cars, because obviously we're quite quick at the moment, as you say, we're 7, and trying to get past actually some pretty fast machinery, but also bless those little C1s who are they don't mean to get in the way, but obviously.
As we heard from the 2CV driver, they often have different lines that they take through the corners anyway. So as they come through, they have to kind of follow a different line through the corners. So it does make life difficult. But no, I mean, we said from the outset this is going to be a battle between you and the Stuart Humphrey car, and it's turning into one, isn't it? You're enjoying the race.
Oh, I'm thoroughly enjoying the race, actually, and I reminisce, actually, because it's 10 years ago since I first did it, when I think there were 23 cars here, and I remember I've just sent Jim Cameron the final results of that, which was quite sweet, actually, because it's amazing, because we finished 3rd on track, but there was 2 invitation classes that obviously pipped us to the post. So 10 years later, we're actually competing right at the top with the big boys. We're 7th, and obviously Rob Boston is doing a fantastic job.
And what's the biggest thing you've learned over those 10 years? I mean, of all the things that you've learned in that time,
the very biggest thing I've learned is always do what Jim Cameron tells you.
James Cameron is actually standing behind me at the moment, so yeah, I mean, it's
that's
good
the reason why.
But it's good advice even when he can't hear you, because even when he can't hear you, he's still listening.
But no, if you want to talk about obviously technical and analysis, the biggest thing is actually listening to the technical guys, and obviously then absorbing all that information, because it's not just about driving, because of course the strategy here is really quite complicated, and we've got we've got big spreadsheets that we've actually calculated. We've done sort of ideas on what happens if safety car comes in on lap 3, what are we going to do, and a whole sort of all that boring stuff.
You're taking it seriously, in other words.
Oh yeah, we are. Yeah.
So Stuart Humphrey and his team have presumably done the same kind of thing, because their team is vastly experienced. They've got Alex Capardia and they've got Martin Rich driving on their team as well, who, with the best will in the world, are well-experienced drivers. They're both raced at Le Mans twice, so they've got experience as well. Why is their strategy different from yours? You probably can't explain that, can you?
Well,
who's got the right strategy?
Possibly. Well, I suppose the person who actually gets across the line first, they've probably got the right strategy. But you're quite right. What is the right strategy? I think I'm fortunate that I've done, this is probably the 4th or the 5th time I've done Race of Remembrance, which is a fantastic, event that, just giving it a plug, because I think everybody should come and watch it, and those racing drivers that are thinking about it and watching it on TV right now, they ought to be signing up for next year. Yeah, I mean, I think it's experience. I think if you've, this is not a sprint, right? So I compete in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, the BRSCC Super Cup, and the various other categories. Those are sprints. You literally are gunning all the way. Here, you've got 12 hours. You've got to preserve the kit, right? We know that the tyres go off within an hour and 3/4, or thereabouts. Certainly, I had to slow up in my stint. So you've got to be very, very gentle, but it's passive aggressive.
Yeah, you're running with Rob Boston, the architect of your team, but as far as I remember, you were actually in the car when Ben had his problem in the Lotus Elise. I'm going to have to come back to you actually and ask you this question later, because we've got a pit report coming from Rob Lewis. So let's go down to Rob now, and we'll come back to that question in a moment if you've still got time to stay up here. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
More
down to Rob in the
BMW
pits.
116 woes. This one isn't covered in badges. This is a BMW art car replica. A beautiful scheme on this car, but unfortunately they have had brake trouble. A brake caliper has failed. Probably the worst thing you want to have happen on any race car, anywhere, at any time. So a brake caliper has failed. The car's been brought back. track. They're just getting to grips with the braking system on this car and doing a bit of a rebuild. So unfortunately, a bit of trouble here for the BMW 116 Art car.
That is a shame. That's what motor racing is all about, is dealing with those kind of events. George Grant is still with me. And I was asking, because you were in the car when Ben had the problem in the Lotus, and presumably you were driving past and suddenly seeing the team car on fire. That must have been fairly scary for you. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it was actually really scary, to be fair. Obviously, I'm coming down the back straight. You see a plume of smoke. Safety car boards go out, and I've been here before where cars have actually one or two fires, unfortunately. But then going past and seeing it was 119, I think that's Rob's car, was a bit spooky actually. And I quickly sort of asked the team, what happened, and they just said. I think something had gone into the radiator, dislodged the filter and disrupted the fuel pipe, and then obviously it's toast basically. But to be fair, I mean Rob and the team are working quite hard now to get that car back together again.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's about pride now, and they want to get the car back together again to get it back on track. Because it is about a team effort,
I mean, we spoke to Rob after the incident, and you could see in his body language, hear in his voice how disappointed he was at that car. When we spoke to him, he hadn't made the decision yet as to whether it was repairable or not. What do you think he's going to be doing with it? He's going to bring it out tomorrow? Or
yeah,
what?
I think they. Knowing Rob and the team, they will do everything in their power to get that car back together, ship shape. So it's a pride thing. And Rob is absolutely gutted, of course, because, and so is Ben, and obviously Ben's okay, thank goodness. But Pete Mansfield
hasn't got to driven the car yet, has he?
He hasn't got to drive. No. And also, obviously, Sam obviously did a good stint, first stint, in unbelievable competition. So we just hope and pray that we can get it back for the team, really.
So Rob's been out in the car. He's now handed it back to. Oh no, he's still in the car. The plan is for him to hand it back to Will Blackwell-Chambers.
That's correct. Yeah. You're talking about the Mazda now.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So Rob's been out in your car.
Exactly.
And is out in your car at the moment.
He is.
Presumably, a decision taken to rebuild the car will need his final go-ahead.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, when I was talking to Jim Cameron during the week, he said, "You sure you're going to do the stints all right with two drivers?" And actually, that got me thinking. So last year we managed to do it or the year before, me and Nick Rutter, who when we won. But we obviously we did some calculations, and because obviously not one driver can do more than
3 hours in
3 hours
any
in any 5
hour period.
Exactly.
The difficulty, I think, because there are two teams who are very much leading contenders up at the front of the field. The number 117 Lotus Elise, David and Jason McAnulty, and then the number 97 of Don Henschel and Steve McCulley.
Yeah.
They are both doing it as a two-driver team. And I see the problem as being on Sunday morning when you're going to want to do the full hour and a half at the beginning of Sunday morning, because you'll have a full tank of fuel.
Yeah.
Then you have to put the same driver back in the car after the Remembrance service, and that's going to start edging towards that 3 hour limit. And the other thing with only two drivers is you're limited to a maximum of 60% of the race. So, it's something that you do need to think about. And by getting Rob into the car, I think you've done a good thing, because you've now given yourself the flexibility to use safety cars if that's what you want to do, if that's what your plan is.
Yeah, you just have to. I mean, you can do all the spreadsheets in the world, right? But obviously this is reality, and so you have to then obviously deal with what's in front of you, and that actually, to answer your original question, I think that is where experience comes in. So I'm very, very happy with the way in which the team have actually absorbed that.
A very close friend of mine, Howden Haynes, who you may have heard of, was the race engineer for Audi back in the glory days of Yost Racing. He always said to me that any decision made on the pit wall was going to be a bad decision. All your decisions should be made ahead of that, under the auspices of what do we do if. So before the race, you have to go through all of the possible scenarios and decide what are you going to do if, rather than, as it's all so easy to do, oh, we'll worry about that when it happens.
Absolutely. I mean, not to name drop, but I know Sir Clive Woodward quite well. And when you talk to him about strategies, obviously he won the World Cup for the rugby team. It's all about predicting. You know, what are you going to do in a certain situation? You know, and you need to do it on the fly. You know, there can't be any sort of mamby-pamby around. Literally you have to make a decision based on what's in front of you. So you need to then rerun that in a sort of scenario.
And I think that's one of the reasons why this race works so well with the military involvement, because there's an awful lot of overlap between the way you go motor racing and the way that the military approaches a campaign, in that you need to, yes, you need to make a plan, but you need to have contingency for when the plan goes wrong and what you're going to do when the plan goes wrong, if it does.
Exactly. I think the military are incredibly well suited to this. What they need is more seat time.
Yes.
Right. So they've got all of the kind of the back office functionality, right, and the gadgets, but what they probably lack, these guys, is a bit more seat time. But to be fair, as I was saying to you, the driving standards actually for these guys is fantastic. You know, obviously I'm carving up the field and I'm going, so at night you can't actually see distance. All you see is a headlight. It might be sort of 500 meters up the road or literally a meter behind you. You really don't know. So for them to have that awareness is really good, you know. So hats off to them.
George, thank you for coming out. Nice to chat.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for all your time. It's a joy to listen to your dulcet tones. To be fair, we all thoroughly enjoy it.
You're very kind to say so. You can. I'll let you off now, George, because you do have a motor race to win. So, amongst the other things, George Grant there from Clapham North MOT, supplying window stickers to an awful lot of, if not all of the field, and also supplying some input to the race. Will Blackwell Chambers had just come up and said, "Where are you, George? We need to make a plan." So he's come up and torn George away, which is fine. We can manage without him. We've had reports from out on the circuit that the 458 Citroen C1 is losing fluid from out of the left-hand side of it, and that's the Silver Lake car, which is running fairly well up the field as far as Citroens are concerned. Currently second in the C1 class, 458, so I'm not quite sure whether it was fuel or whether it was water, but the cameras on the live stream picking them up. You may have been able to see that whilst we were talking to George Grant there. They focused in on it fairly closely. Meanwhile, Rob Boston in the Clapham North MOT car has moved his way up into 5th place overall in the leading Class C car. But as I say, it's somewhat difficult to follow the strategy. Now George has gone, actually, I will draw everyone else's attention to the fact that the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, which Alex Kapadia is currently driving, I was going to say very rapidly indeed, at about the same speed actually as Rob Boston is going. But that's done one extra pit stop, the Alex Kapadia car, and is currently 2 minutes and 16 seconds behind the Mazda. So they're not on the same lap, obviously with 2 minutes separating them, and lap times around 1 minute 40. But there's only a lap and a bit between them. And so if you take out of the equation the 4 minutes required for the pit stop that the Clapham North car owes us, then the Stuart Humphrey car has the advantage at the moment. The race leader has made another pit stop whilst we were talking to George Grant there, and Ryan Parkin has brought the number 7 Audi TT into the pits and has handed it over to Oliver Wayne, who is lapping almost as fast as the Ryan Parkin was behind him. The screen now showing the 458 Citroen C1 currently lying second in its class, and still that fluid possibly coming out of it, or has it all fallen out now? That possibly it was just a very full tank and they have lost a little bit off the top, but I say it's no more fluid coming out of that car, or at least not that I could see at the moment, of the Silver Lake Citroen C1. So just to recap, Oliver Wayne now at the wheel of the RAF Motorsport Audi TT, that car having now completed 2 of its mandatory 6 pit stops, and a black and orange flag, the mechanical warning flag, going out to the 458 car, and a similar flag also being shown to the 558. So 2 of the Silver Lake Citroens being black and orange flags. That's a mandatory flag saying that they have to come in to the pits at some point to have that investigated. Both of the Silver Lake cars, then 458 and 558, with mechanical issues that require investigation from the team. So they will be both into the pits, and that will hand the advantage in Citroen class to, well, certainly James Poulton, who leads anyway, but then Matt Shears and Colin Gillespie, who are next up in their Citroen C1s. Matt Shears in the 408 and Colin Gillespie in the 386, running in 3rd and 4th at the moment, but behind the Silver Lake car number 458, which Daniel Dewell has currently in 2nd place. Meanwhile, at the front, the lead of Oliver Wayne over David McAnulty is 3 laps. Oliver Wayne has completed 155 laps. David McAnulty is coming through to complete 152 now, and crosses the line precisely 6 minutes behind. And in terms of pit stop strategy, the McAnultys have completed 3 pit stops, and the RAF Audi has completed just 2. But even taking that into account, the gap 1st to 2nd is in favour of the RAF's Audi TT. In 3rd place is still the Leos Racing Caterham, which Don Henshaw is now back at the wheel of, having driven the 2nd stint of the race. He's now on his 4th stint of the race, so 3 pit stops for car number 97, 3 pit stops for 117. Then we get the Relay Caterham of the Breakdancer team, which has just completed its 4th pit stop now, so they are ahead in terms of pit stops completed. Then we get the Caterham, the Mazda of the Clapham North MOT team. Rob Boston still at the wheel of that, and lapping pretty much on the pace with Alex Capardo. In fact, in average lap times, he's lapping a little bit quicker than Alex Capardo. Not much, 0.2 of a second a lap, but over the number of laps that can soon add up. So Rob Boston faster than Alex Capardo, and Alex himself quicker than Martin Rich, although not as quick as Stuart Humphrey went earlier on in the race. So the Clapham North MOT car having completed 2 pit stops so far. Then next up is the RAF BMW, also 3 pit stops under their belt, and with Paul Cook now back at the wheel. So it was Paul Cook who started the car, and he now is back at the wheel, having taken over from Wayne Lewis at the last pit stop. And I reckon that last pit stop from the number 27 crew was a quicker one than they've done so far. Yes, just 4.5 minutes last time in for the RAF team, so good performance from them on their last pit stop. And the number 27 car then running in 6th place overall, and Paul Cook very rapid indeed. In fact, he is the fastest man on the racetrack at the moment and is going to overtake Rob Boston within the next couple of laps, I reckon, to take back 5th place overall. Just looking out of the window to see if we can spot number 27, Paul Cook, as I say, going very rapidly, fastest car on the circuit, and about to take back 5th place from Rob Boston's Clapham North MOT Mazda. Not sure if the TV pictures will be able to pick that one up, but we'll look out of the office window as well and see what we can see, which is precious little in this light. There goes David McAnulty crossing the line in the Lotus Elise. Still waiting then for, and David McAnulty being shown with a penalty, and that is car 117 with a driver time infringement and a 1-lap penalty. So a 1-lap penalty for car 117, the Jason and David McAnulty, and I think that will be for exceeding the 3 hours in NE5. I think it will be, because Jason did an hour and a half at the beginning of the race, then David drove for a little under an hour, and then Jason drove for a further hour and a half. So he did more than 3 hours, and David didn't drive the car for more than 2. So exactly that problem of a shorter stint from David McAnulty in the middle wasn't long enough, and so a penalty being applied to the 117. That's a bit of a drama for them. Miscalculation as a result of having just 2 drivers, and they have paid the penalty then of doing that. So a 1-lap penalty to be applied to the 117 car. They're being shown on the screens as having completed 154 laps, now 155, because they've just crossed the line. And so that's the certainly seems to be an accurate reflection of what went on. And Paul Cook has now got the RAF BMW number 27 ahead of Rob Boston. So, as I say, the fastest car on the circuit by quite a margin at the moment. Car number 27, Paul Cook, as he was at the beginning of the race when he was opening up establishing lead at the front of the field. He's doing the same thing again with that number 27 BMW. So we can go down to Rob Lewis. He's in the pit lane and he's got an interview for us. So down to you, Rob.
So this first part of the race is starting to unravel slightly for the Silver Lake team. Both cars were first and second in qualifying for the C1 class. I've got Mike Chapman with me from car 458 Chappers. What's going on with these cars? Black and orange flag for both.
Yeah, apparently we got fuel gassing out of 458. We possibly believe that it could be the fuel cap, maybe have popped up. We're guessing it can only, that's all it can be, basically. But apparently I'm led to believe that the stewards wasn't sure whether it was 458 or 558, so they called us both in to check both cars. 558's been in, but we're still trying to get 458 in. He apparently hasn't got his glasses on. We're guessing and can't see people waving at him, but hopefully he'll be in shortly.
So the cars themselves have been rockets this weekend. What have you been doing to them?
Mate, yeah, all credit to everyone that's had their hands in under the bonnets of them cars. I mean, cars have driven the best I've ever driven. They've been phenomenal cars. We haven't really done anything out of the normal, to be fair, but the cars just seem to be set up for this track, mate. They're just on fire, or they were in qualifying, notably why we ended up P1 and P2. But yeah, phenomenal cars, lovely to drive, but don't appear to be going quite how we planned at the minute.
Car 558, the Gen 2 car, you've had a few niggles with it throughout the season. Great start, put it on pole. George Davis behind you had a steaming start, but then dropped back with an issue. What was that?
Yeah, that was the into limp mode issue again. We had this a couple of races ago, and we thought we found the problem. It seemed, I don't know, it's a bit of a gremlin on that one. It come in, we plugged it in, and it had 4 error codes, cleared the error codes out, and away it goes again. We don't appear to be at the minute seem to find out why it does it. It seems to have a mind of its own on that, but hopefully let's try and get it sorted for next year. But it's a tricky one. You know what new cars are like, Rob? With all this electronic stuff, it's very tricky to get to the bottom of it.
Hopefully you get the teething issues sorted, because you've got 24 hours to aim for next year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Silverstone is my most favourite track, and I'm led to believe we're building another Gen 2, so currently the one that's out there now is going to be my car. So I am really looking forward to that, yeah.
Fantastic, Chappers. I'll let you crack on and deal. We've got car 458 coming in at this present moment, so I'll put the mic down. Let's see how it goes.
Stay in the car, stay in the car, stay in the car.
Thanks very much, Rob, and interesting to hear the shouts there as the car was coming in, checking that fuel filler issue on the 458.
Yeah, we do have some fuel leaking coming out on that car. They're having a good look around now. Scrutineers having a good check as well. It's lifted a lot of the wrap on that bumper, so there's been quite a bit of fuel coming out. The team are getting to work. I'll just hang the mic down actually, so you could get the visual and the audio of this stop. And there we go, that is car number 458 in, checked, worked on, and straight out of the pit lane. They're not going to use this as one of their mandatory 4-minute stops either, so unfortunately it holds them back a bit. WRC developments get that little bit extra distance up the road, but both Silver Lake cars back in the fight.
Yes, but as you say, Rob, that doesn't count towards their allocation of 6 pit stops. You could hear the shouts going to stay in the car, stay in the car. As soon as the driver gets out of the car, it's then an automatic 4-minute pit stop. But if he stays in the car, then they can let him out again without having to wait for the 4 minutes. And that's exactly what the Silver Lake team did there with Michael Chapman's car. And he is still being shown on the screen in second place, but I think that's just whilst the outlap unwinds itself. So I'm still puzzled about how this penalty for 117 is going to be applied, because a 1 lap penalty for 117 is being flagged on the screen with a red badge, and that indicates that a penalty is going to be applied. It doesn't indicate that the penalty has been applied. So I think what we'll see is that car will maintain its position at least for this part of the race, and then they'll apply the penalty for the restart tomorrow morning. So the 1 lap penalty at the moment won't make any difference to its position, still in 3rd place. But obviously David and Jason McAnulty have eyes on 2nd place in the race, and at the moment they are just 23 seconds behind the Don Henschel-Steve McCulley duo. Don Henschel currently at the wheel of the 97 Caterham, and it will be interesting to see how they plan this stint from David McAnulty, because it'll have to be long enough to allow them to get through. We just saw on the screen there a shot of the E-car going up towards Rocket with a puncture, and exactly which one it was we didn't quite catch. Right, so just trying to work out which one that is. Scott Woodward joins me and may be in a position to identify that car. 408, see, I've done it myself. So the 408 Citroen C1, which is the WRC car, which is currently in the hands of Matt Shears, and he is 2nd in the class, with the Silver Lake car having had its pit stop to investigate that fuel leak. The WRC car of Matt Shears has inherited 2nd place, but now potentially having to have a pit stop of its own to change tyres. The board is being shown down on the start-finish line, and no, it says rear lights on, which is going to be accompanied by another board. So suggestion is that there is a car out there without any rear lights on, which is a very dangerous situation to be in.
It's a very dangerous game to play at this time of night.
Yes, God, hello.
Hello.
You've just come back with liquid refreshment, I see.
Yes.
Which, as I looked enviously at, next time you go, can you get me one, please?
Of course, absolutely, no problem
Thank you
at
very much. Living off Coca-Cola at the moment, and that has its consequences.
Yeah. There is also some very well provided Jolly's Cornwall ginger beer, which apparently is has a kick of Cornish chilli. I'm not sure if that's right, that's up your street or not. But,
no. No, I'll leave that one for younger folk than me. So drama whilst you've been away, Scott, just to keep you in the picture and to let anybody perhaps who's just tuning in, for the 117, McAnulty, Lotus Elise, who have been penalised by a lap for breaking driving time limits. David McAnulty's stint between the two Jason ones wasn't long enough to prevent Jason from going over his limit of 3 hours in any 5.
Yeah.
So that car being shown still on the screen in 3rd place.
Yeah.
But with a 1 lap penalty to pay.
You speak of drama, it's just before the car 558. Now that's the car that had the issue earlier on with the engine management system kind of going into limp home mode, and they had to spend 5 minutes in the pit lane trying to reprogram the ECU to get it sorted. I'm not sure if that's the same problem again.
But it's caused a safety car.
Yeah.
So this is, again, a potential for pit stops to be made. Now, the leading Audi has only just made a pit stop. I say only just, 45 minutes ago. But when you consider that the Audi will run for over 2 hours on a tank full of fuel, 45 minutes isn't going to give them very much fuel to put in. But nevertheless, it may be a good opportunity for them to swallow hard and take one of their mandatory pit stops, because they've only done 2 so far. So we may see a rush of cars to the pits as the safety car comes out for the 4th time in the first 5 hours of this race. Little over an hour and 3/4 still to go of today's element, and then we do it all tomorrow.
It's picked up one of the MX-5s as its first car in the queue. The number 11 car making one of its scheduled stops. Naturally, I think doing so to take advantage of under the safety car. That's the Peaky Blinders team.
And the Audi is in as well. The leading Audi has taken the opportunity. Oliver Wayne, as I say, had been out for 45 minutes, but he's come in to take the 4 minutes whilst the safety car is out. So it makes sense to do so. Even if you're not going to be able to put a full tank full of diesel into that car, it does make sense to, as I say, take the pain of the penalty, or take the pain of the pit stop, and they'll be refueling that car now. Also has come in the breakdancers relay team. Paul Herndon has brought that car in.
A couple more have also hit the stops whilst you're looking at that one. The number 14 Lancaster Insurance Auto Test car. That's the car that's got the team up of Auto Test and BC Cars Motorsport. Adam Sparrow, who is now a 2-time vice champion in the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's brought that car in from 11th place. And also in is more MX-5, the Jaffa Cake Racing number 96 car. We just saw the board being held out for as we saw the 11 car leaving. So that is the 96 car which has headed into the pit lanes. 96 has got Brian Bursey has stepped out of that car. Also, we have car number 3 that's in as well, which is Robin Yao. That's one of the Paul Sheard Motorsport cars too. We've got one of the Anthony Seddon cars in. That's the leading BMW 116 trophy class car. That's George Healer at the wheel of the Anthony Seddon racing machine. The RAF sustainably powered by Infrastar MX-5, which I think, if that's the right MX-5, I think it is. That's the one that was originally put together by Paul Sheard, because it still has the Paul Sheard stickers on it. And that car's pitted from 18th place. The Yggdrasil BMW from 4th in class, number 90, has also made a pit stop, as is two, we pointed at Peaky Blinders. Matabubu Racing, who are quite stalwart to this race, are currently set in 24th and 5th in class as well. The Panda's also in, so quite a few teams taking advantage.
I think it makes sense because, as I say, in some ways you need to get a pit stop out of the way, and doing it in this segment is a good time to do it. As I say, even if you're not filling the tank, or you'll fill the tank, but you're not taking the full 50 litres, you're still using the time whilst the safety car is out and lapping slowly, and 4 minutes lost represents less time on the circuit. Are you intending to go down to the pit lane before the end of the race?
Yes, I imagine I'll go and relieve Rob of some pit lane duties, yes.
Okay,
at some point.
because I've just heard a whisper that there might be some spots of rain down there. So if you do go down, you may be going down, we may have to change the schedule, and if Rob's not dressed for it, he may be coming up here a bit damp later.
Right.
But some spots of rain were predicted to happen overnight. It's currently 8:15, so perhaps a little bit earlier than we expected, but my rain checker did suggest that there was some rain due, although I never really quite know whether it's telling me the truth or not. But one of our camera crew has reported down in the pits that there are some spots of rain down there, which could liven up the remaining hour and a half of the race. 43 minutes still to go, and still Oliver Wayne's car remains stationary in the pits. No, it doesn't, it's just headed out again. So the Audi TT, number 7, back out on the circuit without losing the lead, and indeed still with a 1-lap cushion on the number 97 car, which has stayed out, Don Henshaw. And also in the 117, the David McAnulty driven car, he stayed out, as indeed he has to, because they don't have that flexibility. He could come in and stay in the car and they just refuel it. And Paul Cook, who prior to the safety car coming out was the fastest car on the circuit in the RAS BMW, car 27, goes through and now up into 4th place. So it's Class D cars, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th again. The Paul Herndon Breakdancer Racing Caterham having been into the pits, and in fact now out again in the hands of Alan Curtis.
Just quickly, I'll mention as well the Class C battle that's going on. We have got the leaders. We have got the Rob Boston Racing Clapham North MX5 in. So Rob Boston is handing back over to Will Blackwell Chambers. Alex Capadia hasn't pitted yet. If he intends to, in this safety car in the 91 Stuart Humphrey racing car, still a lap between them.
Yes, but they've already done 3 pit stops, whereas the Clapham North Mazda has only just now come in for its 3rd pit stop. So if the Stuart Humphrey car would come into the pits, it would be for the next pit stop, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So Capadia staying out, although he won't be able to get to the end of the race, or the end of this segment of the race, without another pit stop anyway on the fuel. I don't know if I was supposed to publish this, but George Warrant told me off air before we talked live on air that they believe that the Stuart Humphrey car has a smaller fuel tank than the Clapham North car does. So
I see.
Whether that's true or whether that's just George trying to feed me with some misinformation so that I then publish it. Because George knows perfectly well that anything I say, or anything he says, I'm just going to repeat.
You're sure not conducting just skullduggery, are you, Mr. Troswell?
No, not at all. We'll see what happens. As I say, anyway, it will be interesting to see how this battle plays out between the 2 Class C cars, the 2 Mazdas. We were saying right at the beginning that there was a great race in prospect. Will Blackwell Chambers against Stuart Humphrey in the early stages. Was then spoiled a little bit because Stuart Humphrey came in for an early pit stop, stayed in the car, then came in again during the safety car interlude for their 2nd pit stop, and then Martin Rich and Alex Capadia were both done full stints. The car's going through, completing another lap behind the safety car, and therefore another tranche of cars coming into the pits. The Citroen 2CV coming in there.
Oh, Capadia is coming in. So the 91 car has come into the pit lane. So both the Class C cars. And I think if I'm right, I think the Clapham North car, no, that might be the number 2 car, in fact, actually, because that number 2 car, or is it the Clapham North car? There is a white Mazda MX-5 that's down towards the bottom of the pit lane. It looks like I think that is the Clapham North car, I think. So there is a white MX-5 Mark III, which suggests that it's theirs.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Hasn't yet been shown on the screen as having exited the pit lane, but I think that's just the screen being slow.
It's that, and also they were being held at the end of the pit lane because the train of cars under the safety car were going past, so they were allowing them to get through. I think now, if I'm correct, yes, the 69 car has now left the pit lane, as is the rest of the cars that have come out from that first round of stops. We've got the 555 car is in, the 305 is back in, which after had its incident after being hit from behind by the car that's directly next to it awkwardly in the pit lane, which is the number 18 RAF Graduates car. Both of them in the 116 class. We've got the 80 116 in the pit lane as well, so a few of the BMWs are making some stops while they can under the safety car to save themselves a bit of time later on.
Yes, and interesting that the cars that stayed out behind the safety car lapping just under 4 minutes. So you will lose 1 lap, and we saw that happening just now because the queue of cars was going past. So you lose 1 lap by making your stop under the safety car. But if you would make 2, you would also automatically lose 2 laps if you would pit under green flag conditions. Anyway, down in the pit lane, Rob Lewis has more for us. What have you got for us now, Rob?
Some frantic work going on down in the pit lane as per usual. Silver Lake have no idea why the car stopped out on track. They've been trying to find out information themselves. But I just want to draw your attention to the RAF car that's coming in for its pit stop at the moment, and just look at the front of it. I think we found the cause of the exhaust issue on the Navy car. Look at that. It's doesn't as much look like the shark teeth at the moment, but it's certainly looking a bit aggressive in ways that you wouldn't want it to. That's had a hefty whack on the front, and you can even see here that is a crash bar that's part of the road car crash structure, so that's pushed all the grille and the bumper right behind that. It was so lucky that hasn't damaged the radiator. They've really got away with that, which is well, quite lucky for them. But the next door neighbours, including quite a hands-on pit marshal there from the Army team there, car number 305, they've just come into the pit lane. Let's have another wander up the pit lane and see. The safety car lights are off at the moment. Let's just have a bit of a wander up the pit lane and see what else is going on. There's loads of people in these teams here. Mission Motorsport, everyone has managed to get stuff done on their cars. Speaking of getting stuff done on their cars, Mazda MX-5 gearboxes.
Oh, we love them.
You came in with 10, 15 minutes into the race with an issue?
Yeah, then we managed to get the first box done in 28 minutes between three of us, and then after that, then it was just one after another. We've been at it 3 times. So yeah, if the cameraman swings to my right slightly, there's dancing marshals.
We've certainly got some dancing marshals here, and they've really got themselves in it now. They always run away at the best possible moment. Now, you know we love the Orange Army.
I do know that.
What is it about this event for you?
It's fun, it's for charity, we have a great time. Just everything about it, we just absolutely love it, hence why there's more than 200 marshals here.
How long have you been marshalling at this particular event?
10 years.
You've done all...
I haven't done all 10, but I've done quite a lot.
Fantastic. And favourite car at the event? I'll throw one out for you.
Probably the American one, I like that one, with all the nice shiny lights.
Yeah, big fan of the American car?
Yeah.
They do build a good car, do they? Well, we've got green lights out on circuit. We've got cars racing once again. Thank you very much to our great Orange Army for providing over, was it 200 marshals for this event? Phenomenal effort. Thank you, Orange Army. Long may that continue. If you are interested in marshalling, get involved. It's the best thing you can do in motorsport for free. Remember that. Now, the stars aren't quite out tonight on this night sky, but I tell you what, there's a pair of stars up in the commentary box. It's time to hand back to Scott. Paul.
How long did it take you to think of that one, Rob?
Oh, he does flatter us, does Rob Lewis. Yeah. No, excellent stuff. And again, I think we can certainly echo everything he said, as we talked about earlier on. Without marshals and without the volunteers that give all the hard work, we just couldn't go motor racing. And to have, some 200 marshals here this weekend just for this event, 1 just shows how dedicated they are, 2 shows how amazing they are, and 3 how popular this event really is across the board. Not just drivers, not just teams, not just for us two and Rob Lewis, but for everyone that's involved in it, and just how spectacular it is. So again, any marshals around the circuit, volunteers, officials, if you are listening on the commentary, genuine, all of us at behalf of Mission Motorsport and everyone at BRSCC, genuine thank you for all your support for this event and this year and every year since it started. Of course, as a club, we started back in 2021. We're working together with Mission Motorsport for this event, so obviously there were clubs before that did their part, but in terms of, at the very least, from when we started working with this event, a massive thanks to everyone that supported it and just making it as big and as amazing and as popular as it is. So I could wax the for ages and probably would, but it's amazing stuff to see that this race is, again, in its 10th running, in its 10th anniversary, and it's as popular as it's ever been, if not more, this year than it has in previous years. It's absolutely fantastic to see, and everyone plays their part in it.
A lot of rushing around going on down on the pit wall, and I reckon it's the Silver Lake team trying to attract the attention of the 458 team. Daniel Duell it is who's driving in the 458, who's just been given a stop and go penalty. So whether that's for continued fluid loss or quite what's going on, I'm not sure, but the car number is fairly large, probably not quite a metre high, but certainly written in large letters on the start-finish line. But Daniel Duell would seem, without his glasses on, doesn't able to see that, so can't see the fact that the car is being called into the pit. So the team is down underneath the floodlight on the start-finish line, trying to attract the attention of the driver. Meanwhile, Oliver Wayne in the RAF Audi TT is out, still leading the race, although just going across the line now, he is not the quickest car on the circuit, because the quickest car on the circuit is once again Paul Cook's RAF BMW. So that car is lapping in the 1-minute 40s, regularly into the 1-minute 40s, occasionally dipping down into the 1:39s. When you consider the best lap that car has done is a 1:36 in broad daylight, it's a pretty good performance there from that car, from Paul Cook in particular, and he is now on 163 laps completed. The Lotus Elise of David McAnulty has completed 167 laps, but remember that car has a 1 lap penalty hanging over it, so delete one of those 167s, down to 166 therefore. In second place, Don Henschel with the Caterham, who's also completed 167. And now, having done a pit stop under that safety car, Oliver Wayne is only 2 laps ahead. In fact, only 1 lap ahead when you take into account where he is on the track. He's on his 170th lap at the moment, is Oliver Wayne, but from the Audi's point of view, another very valuable pit stop having been completed, and Oliver Wayne staying behind the wheel of the Audi then. So Wayne it is who leads then by a lap from Don Henschel's Caterham. 3 pit stops completed for him, only 2 pit stops for the Audi. So this race still very finely poised indeed. Down in the pits, Rob Lewis has more news.
Now, I've heard a rumour that a lot of these Mazda MX-5 drivers are considering running auto boxes in these next year, because at least then they'll be able to have some gears. It's another MX-5 with another gearbox issue. I don't know what it is on these cars. There's a lot of work going on by the RAF team. They've got multiple members in. They're going to have to change the gearbox on this. Carl, I've got one of the mechanics just in the background. Carl, definitely gearbox gone?
100%, mate, yeah. We've been monitoring it through the race. It was a question of when.
You couldn't quite nurse it to the end?
No, that was a plan, to nurse it to the end, but hey, it wasn't. We got Shady Lads here with us now. We're all man on the deck, so I reckon with the boys on it, half an hour we'll be back out.
Fantastic. I'll let you crack on there. Good work, sir. So yeah, more problems for the Mazda MX-5. Car 558 Silver Lake, parked up, course a safety car. That car's gone back out, so I'm going to go down and find out what happened. They had those electrical gremlins early in the race. Have they come back? Let's go and find out. But for now, back up to the 2 stars in the commentary box.
Thank you, Rob. So what I was just explaining, and whilst Rob was talking down there, trying to do the sums, Don Henschel and Stephen McCulley with their Caterham is now a matter of 3 and a bit minutes behind Oliver Wayne with the Audi TT, but the Audi TT still owes us a pit stop. It's only done 2, whereas the Caterham has done 3. When you bear in mind that a 4-minute pit stop, if it's done under green conditions, then the Audi's lead doesn't look so secure, does it? 117 in third place has that penalty. David McAnulty at the wheel, having to stay out for 2 hours in order to give Jason McAnulty the time that he requires before the drive time will once again get in the way of their progress. And just checking actually between 1.5 hours, just over 1.5 hours for Don Henschel. He's been out for another hour there, so he's been out for 2.5 hours in the last 5, so he will have to be in within the next half hour, will Don Henschel, or else he will be going over the drive time limits as well. This is precisely the problem that George Grant anticipated might happen, and as a result of this problem has got Rob Boston into the car to help them with their driving time so that they don't go over any limits. So Rob Boston then in the car at the moment, Will Blackwell Chambers standing by to take over, which he'll be in a position to do at their next pit stop, I would say, because we've got only an hour and a half of the session remaining.
I think they've actually made the change. I think Will Blackwell Chambers is in the car now, I think.
Is he? Right, yes he is. Yes,
yeah, because he came in underneath the safety car and made the change there. So Will is actually at the wheel of the car now.
Yes, he is.
And actually at the moment, only compared based on the last lap we just had, and traffic may well have been a factor in this one, possibly, but Will Blackwell Chambers did a 1 at 46.590, and that was 3.2 seconds better than Stuart Humphrey. So in terms of pace, particularly I suppose in clear air or without any traffic around him, that 69 car certainly is the better in terms of pace. This has always been a treat for those watching on the live stream. It's the onboard cameras for the 2 Operation Motorsport cars. A little bit jittery in there, but we saw a brief glimpse of the 220, the Operation Motorsport Canada machine. And there it is again. And again, great idea of kind of just what the driver sees in this scenario. And again, even with the headlights, you can see the little, like almost kind of cat's eyes on the edge of the circuit to kind of help guide the way through the corners. That gives a bit more of a mark in terms of where to go and the edges of the circuit and the racing line. And they just climb up the hill, down through the gears in towards the rocket complex. They'll turn left and then all the way 180 degrees right, ever so slightly banked around this corner. Back on the power once more. Just grab another gear and head up towards Peel Corner. You're right pretty much at the top of the circuit here as you turn through. Peel opens out as you just put the power back on, and then in a clear day you get the great view here, which is up at the top of the crest, so looking out to the Irish Sea, and then you're faced with a massive drop as you come down the hill towards the corkscrew. And there goes one of the that's the BMW number 12 BMW just gone through to put a lap on the 220 car, and 458 is in now for its stop. So I think the phrase for Silver Lake is, it never rains but it pours. But issue the 558, another 458 has been called in for ignoring a flag signal. So it's not been the best night so far for Alan Preble's team, that's for sure.
No, what I thought that car was going to do was to serve a stop-and-go penalty. Now, whether it's done that already, it has now got itself down to the pit garage. I'm not sure, it's actually just gone past stop-go area. Rob Lewis can tell us though, because he's down there with the car. Rob.
It gets from bad to worse for Team Silver Lake. That was car 458. They got a stop-go penalty because they didn't come in a quick enough time when they got the black and orange flag when they had the fuel issue. Car 558, Greg Rose was in that car, stopped suddenly out on track with its electrical gremlin. As he was making his way up the bank as instructed to by the marshals, unfortunately he slid and it looks like he's jerked his shoulder. So he's gone to get checked out at the medical centre. George Davis has gone back out in that car because it appears the gremlin has once again reset itself and the car is running again. Gutting for the team. Both cars were absolutely flying in qualifying, started the race well, but those niggling little issues have started to creep in. For now, back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, that's exactly what you don't need. Daniel Duell coming in to the pits, then out of second place in the Citroen C1 class. And that's going to help Darren Ball, who is how far behind? He's actually a lap behind is Darren Ball, so they may well have managed to get that Silver Lake car back out again. Number 458 it was, wasn't it? They may well have managed to get it back out again before they were overtaken by the next Citroen C1 coming up. They're still in second place behind the number 586 WRC Developments car, which Liam Crilly is behind the wheel of. Liam, having had his win earlier today in the Clubsport Trophy race, now driving a somewhat different proposition in the shape of a Citroen C1, but nevertheless still doing so from first place in the class. So Liam Crilly then in the WRC car, number 586, leading Daniel Duell, who is now on his way out of the pit lane. Back into the race.
Nice little gag of the cars here we saw. That was the 555 Subaru with the 34 car. And just steaming past all of them to make it 3 abreast into the corkscrew. That's the number 27 BMW still charging its way up the order. That's lapping, yeah, same pace just about as the leaders. Well, last time by, the Leos Racing Caterham was 4/10 quicker than the leading Audi. And the, no, sorry, he wasn't. Excuse me, he was about 6/10 slower, whereas actually the RAF Motorsport BMW currently is the fastest car on the circuit, 141.2 compared to a 141.6 for the Audi TT. And there's another shot of the most experienced car in Race of Remembrance history. 101 Mazda MX-5 still pounding around, still soldering on. I don't want to jinx it, so I'm going to touch wood. Their gearbox seems okay for the moment. Fingers crossed it does stay that, and I haven't jinxed it.
James Cameron was talking to me about that car earlier on today, and he told me how many thousands of miles it's done, and it's something like 30,000 it was either miles or kilometres that car has on its clock. And they're all racing kilometres, okay? They're not just like your road car. You'd sort of think, oh, well, 30,000 miles, that's a couple of years driving for some people. But that car has been out on track for all of its 30,000 miles or kilometres. I'll have to get Jim to remind me later on. That's the trouble with me. Unless I write it down, it just goes on in one end and out the other. But anyway, the Mazda number 101, as you say, without wanting to jinx it, going well so far. In the hands at the moment of Roland Wilkinson, the Mission Motorsport entry in 23rd place overall and 7th in Class C. Not on the pace with the battle that we were talking about earlier on between 69 and 91, which, although they're not close together on the timing screen, and although the timing screen tells us that they've both done 4 pit stops, the Stuart Humphrey car has actually done 4 real pit stops, whereas the 69 Clapham North car has only done 3 real pit stops. And when you ask me what I mean by a real pit stop, we had a safety car situation earlier on in the race when the Rob Boston Lotus caught fire, and as a result of that safety car, the safety car led the cars through the pit lane. Now, some people chose the opportunity to peel off out of the queue and make a pit stop, which is exactly what Stuart Humphrey's team did. But other teams stayed in the pit lane, in the queue behind the safety car, and so didn't really make a pit stop, even though TSL thought they did. Indeed they did, because they came through the pit lane. So that's the reason why I talk about these proper pit stops, as opposed to the virtual pit stop, if you like, of the car coming through the pit lane behind the safety car.
I think there's a rave about to happen at Flying Haggis Racing, and Rob might be about to join in with it because they're getting the glow sticks out. And again, it is, I stress, it's only 20 to 9. So it's, again, that's just the atmosphere and the actual the fantastic just camaraderie and the fantastic just sort of good humour and good nature of this race. It's absolutely excellent to see. One thing I was going to point out, I saw one of the rapid moving caterhams just diving down the inside of a couple of cars to put a lap on them, is that this is one of those races where, as in any endurance race, particularly when it goes into the night time, but particularly with this one with so many different speeds, different pace levels when it comes to all the different classes that we have, the pace of a Caterham compared to one of the C1 endurance cars is such a chasm that ultimately there's a bigger responsibility on both sides to make sure that when they're lapping or being lapped, that they're as extra cautious and as aware as possible, because when you're the car being lapped, you've got your rearview mirror just becomes a wall of white, because all you've got is just headlights behind you, and that can be constantly, if you're one of the slower cars in the field, that'll just be constantly happening over and over, not because to doubt any speed, just pure pace difference compared to the cars around you. So you've got to be super aware of the cars that are making moves, but at the same time, as the faster car, you've got to try and be as predictable as possible, because when you get into situations where, here, like the 117 Lotus, he'll have tried to make himself as obvious as possible that he's there, but the one thing that some of these drivers don't want to do, particularly with drivers at different experience levels, is have someone, a faster car, just thinking they can make a move quite far back, diving down the inside, and that's how accidents happen.
And I think particularly with where you started that sentence, Scott, is with the Caterhams, because the Caterham is a physically much smaller car, there's less to be aware of. One of our camera cars there has taken it into his head to explore the grass. That's a Rocket, isn't it?
That was there. That was the 22. That was the US Operation Motorsport car. That was an actual live excursion onto the grass for the number 22 machine. Yeah, it definitely is that time of evening now already, because Flying Haggis are showing their fantastic sense of humour. And
Mike Stillwagon it was with the Operation Motorsport USA car. He's been here, I think this is his 3rd race in the Race of Remembrance. Mike Stillwagon, 3rd time here. He was here in 2022, here in 2023, and he's currently running in the Mustang Challenge over in the States.
I must admit, that does look like quite a good new series, the Mustang Challenge. I've watched a brief bits of a couple of rounds this year, and it's been fairly entertaining and quite well supported.
Also works as the safety car driver for SRO on some of the American series races that take place over there. The SRO series, GT World Challenge America, and the various other subsidiary SRO races that are run over there. So Mike's Stillwagon should be competent enough to keep the car on the road. Another car you suddenly had your attention brought to there, I think, was our favourite Mazda, Scott.
Yes, and it had a wing mirror that wanted to escape. It was the left-hand wing mirror was hanging off the car and kind of dangling about, which means, I guess, if it gets too serious or kind of dragging along, dare I say, it might possibly warrant a black and orange flag. Not that I wanted to get one, but it might well get one if it carries on, if it doesn't fall off.
Keep quiet, because otherwise the judges might not see it. So clear evidence there of close contact of the first-hand kind from the little 101 Mazda.
Oh, and that's the 22 car that's gone off again. Is that the same place? That looks like it's at the same corner. Or let's just have a look. Oh, no, that might be the banking, actually. There's two very similar parts of this circuit, and it might well be... that's the banking going through Church now, gone to the back straight. So that number 22 car... No, it is up at the same complex. This is now going down to the Corkscrew. So Mike Stillwagon, twice in as many laps, has gone off at exactly the same spot, which is the run at the top of the hill under brakes for the Rocket Complex. So is that enough of a concern for him to warrant a stop to the pits? Because is that possibly just him getting caught out of traffic? Is that a brake issue? Is that something else on top of that? But that number 22 car, we've now caught it twice off the road at exactly the same place.
Maybe tyres beginning to go off on the car is one thing, although with their I might call them trick because that makes it sound... anyway, they're special Michelin tyres that they're getting. Should have good tyre wear. The car crossing the line across start-finish line now and heading off on another lap, but I think it does illustrate how much traffic there is to deal with, and so even somebody with Mike Stillwagon's experience is finding dealing with the traffic difficult. I think it's particularly difficult when you're in a middle car, when you're in one of the middle classes, so you're not overtaking all the time, but you are overtaking some of the time, but at the same time you need to be aware of what's coming up behind you, because otherwise you end up, as Mike has done, off the circuit.
Well, let's see if this happens again, because he's coming up towards the same car. It surely can't happen 3 times in a row unless he's about to prove me wrong. I hope he doesn't, but let's see. So under brakes, down through the gears, and he tries around the outside, goes to the edge of the circuit. That's fine. Just trying to sneak up the inside of the Flying Haggis Civic to put a lap on them. So he was fine that time, but whatever spooked him or saw him miss his braking point the last 2 times is interesting. There was a spark there, if you spotted it, just on his front brake, and we saw a couple of cars with sparks on the front end for various reasons. So is that possibly him pushing the brakes a little bit too hard?
Maybe the pad issue, yes, does wonder that. But again, going through, because you've slowed the car down anyway to go into the first part of Rocket, it was kind of more at the second part of Rocket where Mike was having the problem. Anyway, he did manage to get through. Still impressive pace being demonstrated by number 27, Paul Cook, in the RAS BMW. He's still a long way behind. He's some 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes adrift, and that's 6 minutes of drift of the car in front of him, the David McAnulty Lotus Elise, but he is lapping some 5-6 seconds a lap quicker than any of the cars ahead of him, lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than Don Henschel's Caterham and Oliver Wayne with the Audi TT, the car in the lead. 6 seconds separating those two on their last lap time. So Paul Cook, when he's at the wheel of this 27 BMW, is by far the most impressive car out there. We saw it at the beginning of the race when Paul Cook disappeared off into the distance, but then they kind of spoiled it a little bit with a very long pit stop, and they have since then they had one long pit stop but just tell us what you can see.
What I can see is something that's been pointed out by our camera operators, by our director, is that maybe a possible reason as to why that car's having issues, because every time we've seen it brake a couple of times now, not only is it sparking, but also under brakes. Those brakes were literally, you can see it there again, look under brakes, the brakes sparking. And just then when it was coming up towards Rocket, those brakes were cherry red. They were absolutely glowing. Now, you can see that on more kind of fast and more high performance cars when they glow that red. So on a car like that, that spells trouble, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the discs will get very warm, but no, the problem comes if they're sparking. That suggests that the pads have worn down, and they will have been hoping to get to the end of this segment of the race 7 hours before the pads wore altogether. But if they didn't check them at the last stop, then they certainly need to check them now, and we may well see Mike Stillwagon coming into the pits and calling it a day. They'll be on the radio to him to ask him whether he can continue. The pace is still reasonable from the Toyota, and I was about to tell you about the pit stops from the number 27 car that it has had, and yeah, the first pit stop was 7.5 minutes, the second pit stop was 6 3/4 minutes, and only at their most recent pit stop, their third and final pit stop, did they get the pit stop down to 4.5 minutes. So those longer pit stops have cost the number 27 car fairly dear, although the car is running strongly, as I say, particularly in Paul Cook's hands, and is now in fourth place, but 5 laps behind the race leader. But still a long way to go, over an hour of this element of the race, and then 5 hours of racing still to come tomorrow.
So whilst that's been happening, I saw it on the timing screen first, and then I saw it actually pull in. The 22 Toyota has come into the pit lane, so I suspect they've either been radioing to the team, but also possibly even seen the red front brake discs and the sparking under braking, and decided to bring it in to have a look and see what the front end is. So I imagine that might be something, in fact, he is already down there, in fact, that Mr. Lewis can have a look and see. Our camera guy's already down there, so we'll get to see, I guess, the state of the brakes in a second. So, right, they're going to work on the front end now. All 5 nuts off the front wheel. And then we'll probably, if we can, let's see if we can stay here and just look at the condition of the front brakes, because let's have a look here. As the wheel comes off, I must admit, I'm not an expert on how brakes look, but we'll have a look and see.
So you need to be able to see into the caliper to see what is left, if anything, of the pad. Doesn't seem to be much of a pad left there, so yeah, I think the caliper is going to be difficult to get off. That's the first thing they're going to find out. It's going to be red hot, of course, and somebody once told me it takes commitment to take a disc caliper off, particularly when the discs, or the rotors as they'll call them in America, is as hot as it will be, and the team will be, as I say, they'll have a new set of pads ready, but they're going to have to replace the whole caliper, I suspect, if the pad has worn down to the metal. You can see the scoring on the disc there, which indicates that that pad has been completely worn away, and so they're coming out with new discs. They've got new pads there, but they're going to need new calipers, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think those are the old ones. In fact, that's the ones that's come off the car, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm not an expert, but
don't get too close to those, because they will be radiating heat.
Yeah, I'm not an expert, but I think it's safe to say those pads have had it.
So it was Colin Garrett. I misspoke earlier on when deciding who that was in the number 22 car. Colin Garrett having his first Race of Remembrance this year. He, I think it was you he spoke to, wasn't it? Or was it Rob earlier on?
Yeah.
Young Colin Garrett. So he was at the wheel, possibly with less experience of how a car feels without any brake pads.
Yeah, well, the timing screen still shows it was Mike. Mike's still working at the wheel, according to TSL, in fact. Whilst we investigate that as we're watching it, let's see if we can get some views from down on the ground from Rob Lewis. So, Rob, tell us what's happening and what can you tell, what's occurring down at
brake pad changes going on in the car. I'm going to grab a word with Mike Stillwagon. Mike, we spoke to you on the grid. You're really hustling these cars, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I just got in. This is my first stint of the night. The previous two drivers told me that we were having an issue with a low brake pedal. And so I was prepared for that with some extra tapping of the brake pedal on the straightaways, but that just wasn't going to be the case. I went straight off the track at the end of Rocket 2 laps in a row. So I radioed to my crew after the first time, and I told them, get some stuff ready. I'll milk it until you're ready, and that's what we're doing. We're doing a front brake pad change and possibly rotors. I saw them carry out some brake rotors.
Is it gone right down to bare metal then?
Yeah, it sounded like it when it was hard to tell when you're at speed if it's actually metal on metal, but the fact that we had no stopping power would tell me that there's no material left on the brake pads. And then when I pulled in here to the pit, I can feel them grinding. So quick call to change pads and rotors, and we're going to make it happen. We've got a great crew. Operation Motorsport beneficiaries are doing a fantastic job all week.
Fantastic. Mike, I'll let you get your head back in the game there and get going. But look at the work these mechanics are doing on these cars. Don't forget, folks, these are red hot brakes on this car, and they've got to get the calipers off, check the condition, assess the discs. They've got both sides on the disc they've got to check, don't forget. These have been grinding. They've got to see if they can just get away with changing the pads on these, get it done, get the car back out, and most of all, don't lose any performance. But what work the Operation Motorsport team are doing here to the car, and that just means Mike Stillwagon can sit in the car, probably sit back, have a pina colada, and get ready to race it again for the rest of the race tonight. But fantastic work from the Operation Motorsport USA car. We're going to get a garage tour with these guys tomorrow morning and talk to some of the people amongst this team. They are doing phenomenal work. Great to see it in action. For now, back up to the commentary box.
Thank you, Rob. Doing great work yourself down there in the pit lane, finding out what's going on and why and the wherefores of it all. So thank you for your hard work. An hour and 5 minutes still of this segment of the race to go, and then we'll have the overnight pause, during which time the cars are allowed to be worked on. So if you're running short of fuel, no need to refuel before the interval. The only rule overnight is that whoever finishes the car tonight has to be the start driver of tomorrow morning's segment, but the drive time resets to 0. So even if you've driven for 3 hours tonight, you get in the car tomorrow morning and you start again from 0. Although you'll only be driving for an hour and a half, because then we'll be pausing again from, say, we'll start at 9 o'clock and then pause at 10:30 for the remembrance service. And camera's showing us a bit of debris there on the circuit at Target.
It's a very sizable bit of debris.
It looks like the either a wheel arch from a car with extended wheel arches, or possibly a Caterham wheel arch, which are prone to fall off in sprint races, but less prone in this kind of race. But
couldn't quite tell what that was. Is it either that or the inner lining of a wheel arch or something
yes,
that's come
it
off?
could be an inner lining as well. That's a possibility.
That's interesting.
So Oliver Wayne then still in the lead of the race, but only by a lap now from Steve McCulley, and McCulley has just brought the Caterham into the pits, and also into the pits has come the 117 car. So both second and third place cars in the pits with exactly 1 hour of this segment of the race still to run. That's Don Henshaw coming in with the Caterham number 97 from Leos Racing in second place, and David McAnulty bringing the 117 into the pits. The Lotus Elise, the purple car, which touch wood has had a good clean run so far, but unfortunately fell foul of a miscalculation in the pit box by somebody, because they didn't quite get the drive time calculation right, and as a result of Jason McAnulty going for longer than 3 hours in a period of 5, they've earned themselves a 1 lap penalty. So what you see on the TSL timing screen is that the car has completed 182 laps. That's going to be corrected to 181, or at the end of the race they'll have 1 lap deducted from their total and start tomorrow's race 1 lap down on where they are at the moment, which is unfortunate for them because there was less than a minute separating second from third when they came into their pits for that most recent stop. And Stephen McCulley already back out on the circuit. So Don Henshaw out of the car, and Steve McCulley having his third stint behind the wheel. So he'll be feeling the effects of that at the end of the race, no doubt. And Jason McInulty will be getting into the 117 Lotus to take the place of David McInulty, who that time did a stint of very nearly 2 hours, but with just 1 hour still to go of today's part of the race. Jason won't be in danger of extending the drive time over its limit this time through. Paul Cook still lapping very rapidly indeed in the number 27 BMW. He's been out for 43 laps now, so he'll probably be coming short of fuel fairly shortly. Another 2 laps for Paul Cook at most, and then I think we'll see Paul Cook into the pits and then presumably handing back to Chris Slater.
Just seen a shot of the front right brake disc from the 22 car that's still having its brakes being worked on. You can see there's even a patch of it just around the edge, which has practically been charred from where it's been braking so hard, I think, and it's steaming like it's smoking like anything. So either that's been out and then back in again, but the brakes still aren't right, or there's still something wrong with that car which they've been working on for a while.
I'm not sure they've taken the disc off yet. They've only just got the caliper off, so I think they're still working on taking the disc off. Of course, this is a road car, and getting the I don't like the way that bare arm is as close as the close to the disc as it is there, but probably all perfectly safe. I'd be wearing double thickness sleeves, I think, if I was. No, that disc hasn't come off yet. They're still trying to unscrew it. And,
disc.
Even with the asbestos gloves, you still can feel the heat going through them very rapidly indeed. But they've got the disc off now. The new one goes on almost immediately.
That disc looks, not to state the obvious, that this disc looks a heck of a lot healthier than the one that's just come off it.
So Mike Stillwagon having to sit there. What was it? Rob said he was drinking a pina colada or something. I'm sure
It'll have to be a mocktail version so we can get alcohol.
Yes, I think Rob was joking.
So whilst that goes on, whilst we go into the last hour, I think it'd be wise for us to do some kind of an update. That's a nice little angle we've got here, like a static angle here. This is the 24 Auto Test TSW squad in for their pit stop. That car pitting from 9th place and second in Class B, behind, it's being sandwiched in fact by the 2 Track Scotland Minis. It's got Track Scotland 2 in front of it by a lap or so, and it's about another 2 laps ahead of the second car, Track Scotland 1 in car 55. So that car's continuing on. I was going to say now we're into the last hour or so, it'd be good to maybe just do a quick update of where we are class-wise, just to give us as kind of like a, if I want to use a term, almost an hourly update in many cases, but we'll do like a quick rundown of who's where, at least in the positions in the top 3, at least. So going into the last hour of this first half of Race of Remembrance, it is still number 7 RAF Motorsport Audi TT, which still leads the way. It has a 5-lap lead at the moment over the number 97 Leos Racing Caterham, Steve McCulley of that car, and then the Able Care ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, which still has that 1-lap penalty for exceeding the drive time. Is currently in 3rd place, car 117, 5 laps off the lead at this point. The rest of the top 5 is the 4th place, number 27 BMW RAF Motorsport, with Paul Cook, who started that car at the beginning of the race. He's back in it in 4th. And then the relay team of Caterhams for Breakdancer Racing, Alan Curtis at the wheel now in car 77. One thing I have noticed as well, for a bit of observation, if you want to do well in this race, get yourself a car with the number 7 in it, because the top 5 cars are 7, 97, 117, 27, 77. So that all works pretty nicely. Then in 6th position immediately is our leading Class C car, which is the Clapham North Rob Boston Racing MX-5 Mark III. Will Blackwood Chambers at the wheel. They've got a 1-lap lead at the moment over their perennial rivals, not just in this race, but this entire season in Supersport Endurance, the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark III. They're a lap ahead at the moment with Stuart Humphrey at the wheel right now. And then 3rd place in Class C is the Tacona Racing Division, number 12. I think that's another one of the RAF-based cars, this with the RAF Roundel on it. And that car currently 13th overall in the pit lane, making one of its scheduled stops. And 3rd in class, as we mentioned. Class B, we've just gone through the top 3, but it's 155 Track Scotland 2 in the Mini Cooper. They currently lead the way by 2 laps from the car that's just left its pit stop with Sebastian Fish at the wheel now. That's the Auto Test TSW Mazda MX-5 Mark I, number 24. And then in the 3rd in class and 10th overall. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Class B are 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. And it's the 2nd of the 2 Track Scotland Minis, Track Scotland 1, and that's in car number 55. There's only one Class A car, as we know, and that's the Flat Cap Racing and Mintro Motorsport, Flat Cap Motorsport, Mintro Motorsport Toyota Aygo. That is currently in 29th position and 28 laps off the lead. In the BMW class, it's still the Anthony Seddon number 21 Anthony Seddon Racing 116 with Alan Caulfield at the wheel, and then Mackenzie Priestwood, who we talked about as being quite a rapid young driver, just 19 years old, is Mackenzie Priestwood, and in car 34 in 2nd in class, 18th overall, and it's currently at the moment about a lap away from its teammate at the moment, and they're sandwiched on the timing screen by the number 2 Mazda MX-5 of Porsche Motorsport. 3rd in the BMW class is the Yggdrasil Tim Crichton number 90 machine. That's currently 19th, and that's 1 lap behind 2nd place. And then the only other major class we have to look out for is the C1 class for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance class teams. Currently leading the way there is the number 586 WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. That car currently with Liam Crilly at the wheel, who won the Clubsport Trophy race earlier on today. And he has a lead of 2 laps at the moment over the 458 Silver Lake car with Daniel Jewell in 2nd place, and in 3rd place at the moment, hoping to make it, if they can stay this way, 2 WRC Developments cars on the podium. By the end is car 386, which is the other car with Ball at the wheel. And that's currently in 38th place overall. And the final class we have to look out for is Invitation, and that is, of course, the 2CV Hybrid. That's Christ at Tetridge. After it lost its wheel early in the race, that is back down in 50th position at this point in time. And conditions are still dark but still dry, and hopefully they'll stay relatively dry overnight as we progress into the final hour of RRR 2024.
Thank you very much, Scott. Good rundown. Have to get you doing that properly sometime. You never know. So thank you very much. Yeah, reports of the rain in the pit lane that we had earlier on seemed to have been a bit of a panic by somebody, probably one of our cameramen who probably wasn't dressed for the occasion and reported some rain, but thankfully so far it's remaining dry. Whether there will be some rain coming in or not, we'll just have to wait and see. So the other thing that happened while Scott was just running down the order there, Paul Cook bringing the RAF Motorsport BMW into the pit. So out of the top 4, 3 of them have made pit stops within the last 5 minutes. So Don Henshaw has been in to hand over to Steve McCulley. David McAnulty has been in to hand over to Jason McAnulty. And Paul Cook has come in probably to hand over to Chris Slater, but that car hasn't yet gone back out onto the circuit. So we'll have to wait and see who the RAF send out in their very rapid BMW, or at least a very rapid BMW when Paul Cook is driving it. Chris Slater not quite as quick. Wayne Lewis kind of in the middle ground, but it'll be an hour's further racing then to be completed in this segment of the race. Less than an hour now to go, only just under 53 minutes of this segment to go, and still the RAF's Audi TT with Oliver Wayne at the wheel, leads the way, but with only 3 pit stops under its belt. Everybody else has done at least 4, and in the case of the number 77 relay team of the breakdancer crew, they've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pit stops already, with still a further hour to go in the Caterham relay team, so they'll have no trouble at all getting through their 6 mandatory pit stops in the time allotted. The number 27 car is now completing its 4th pit stop. The other one that's only done 3 so far is the number 69 Clapham North team, which changed from Will Blackwell-Chambers to George Grant to Rob Boston. That's 2 stops, and now their 3rd stop was back to Will Blackwell-Chambers. And our understanding is, or my understanding is, from what George Grant has told me, either officially or unofficially, is that Will Blackwell-Chambers will be staying in the car to the end of this segment. Whether he has enough fuel to stay in until the end of this segment is going to be touch and go, so they may well elect to put their 4th pit stop in just before the end of the race, before the end of this segment of the race, and then rely on the fact that the safety car will close the gaps up just before the end, and at the very least for tomorrow morning's race, and so thus help them to maintain their advantage over the 91 Stuart Humphrey team, which, as I think Scott mentioned, now has Stuart back at the wheel of the number 91 car, Stuart having started the race for that team, and then Martin Rich and Alex Capadia both having done their turns behind the wheel. Martin Rich having done 56 laps, Alex Capadia a slightly shorter stint of 35 laps compared to the opening stint by Stuart Humphreys was, he did a full stint of 56 laps and then went out again for a second stint, but brought the car in under the safety car when the safety car led them through the pit lane, as I was describing earlier on.
There's the 22 GT86 is still being worked on with its brakes. Either with that story or something else, we'll head back down to Rob Lewis in the pit lane with more details.
You can hear there the starter motor is turning on the car. He's just pressing the button. For some reason, the Team Flying Haggis car went into the pit lane, tried to start the car up again. They've put the master switch on. He's frantically pushing on the starter switch to try and get some power and get the car fired up, but it's just got electrical gremlins. The team frantically working around the back of the car here, which is where the battery's actually bolted in. They've got starter packs on it, they've got jump leads and a separate battery. The driver's frantically starting to get everything put together, but as you can see, there's no lights. I'm pretty sure there's nothing on the display, and unfortunately the team just can't get this car fired up again. And with the short amount of time we got left, it's gutting for the Flying Haggis Racing squad, because they were consistent. They were just chipping away, getting those laps in and getting the car towards the end. Hopefully this is something they can fix quickly, get it back out and then look into it a bit later. That's why this break overnight, no part firme, so you can work on your car. That's why it's key to a lot of teams. I bet there's a few cars out there that are nursing a few issues, but they're just waiting to get the car over the first checkered flag so they can get it worked on tonight. For now, to take you through the final stages, back up to the commentary box to Scott.
Thank you, Rob. It's actually Paul who's taking over again. We've got a bit of a drama on the start-finish line, and awkwardly for TSL, it's right on their timing beam, which is exactly where they don't want a car to stop. The Jaguar XF, number 10, has stopped with a collapsed front left suspension with the brake material catching fire, and the driver of the car at the moment not getting out, but wanting to carry on, is Michael Burton at the wheel of the number 10, and they're as I say, deployed the safety car. Didn't say that, but we have deployed the safety car in order to get that car to a place of safety. And so it's a bit of an awkward place as far as TSL are concerned, because it's right across the timing beam, which is not where they want to be. And it's not Michael Burton behind the wheel of that car, but Fraser Gillen in the wheel, number 10. So Fraser Gillen then having the difficulties on the radio, no doubt.
I will mention something else, is that now, of course, we're on the safety car, people will start to pit. Have a guess at which car decide it's going to pit under the safety car.
Well, the leader will.
Yes,
Oliver Wade.
indeed. And has, because it is now in the pit lane right now. So the number 7 leading Audi is again taking full advantage of the safety car. And why not? It's in that position to do so. So the RF Motorsport team will indeed get this another scheduled pit stop out of the way. But I have to say, that's one of the fan favourites cars this weekend, and it genuinely is a shame to see it in such a state. The tricky thing is whether or not it's collapsed by itself, or, dare I say it, and play devil's advocate, whether it was involved in somebody or something. It's that kind of an angle that doesn't look like it did it by itself, unfortunately.
No, it's definitely not pointing the way it should, and it would only do that either if the whole of the front suspension there has collapsed, or it's had contact with somebody. So it was right all along, it was Michael Burton at the wheel of the car when that drama happened. And our intrepid cameraman has got himself onto the pit wall and is looking over at where the marshals are standing there, and they're not going to be able to push that car. So the recovery flatbed is coming to its assistance and is parking partly on the track, and they're going to hoist it onto the back of the flatbed. And this may be, even more frustratingly, another reason for the safety car to lead them through the pit lane, because where the flatbed is, there is quite a bit of the track which is blocked by the recovery unit, and on the racing line the cars tend to stray out to the outside of the circuit after coming through the bus stop, and the safety car will have to make its decision as to whether it comes through the pit lane or down the start finish line again. So a bit of a disaster then for the Jaguar XF, which had been running well enough until that point. Currently in 24th place when that issue struck it.
Just whilst we're talking there, whilst we're on the safety car, the number 22, which you saw had its earlier on brake issues and brake overheating, has now come into the pit lane, and it was been in the pits for pretty much about, trying to work it back on my live stream, that's about 25 minutes it was in there for a brake change, because it came in with about an hour and 10 left to go. So it's just left with 45 minutes left in the race. Now, I think thankfully for us, Paul, they're not bringing the cars through the pit lane. They're bringing them down the pit straight, because I think they're going at a slow enough pace and there's enough room on the pit straight to be able to make them all go through at a sensible enough speed past it. So that's a bonus. It means it won't confuse us further on the timing stream, thankfully, on that side. In terms of pit callers, as naturally there are a few cars coming in as you'd expect in this one. The race leader is just being pushed back and has completed another, looks like, trouble-free pit stop. Quite a few of the C1s are in for stops. We've got the We Buy Any Phone car, which is just pulling in now, 486. It looks like it's almost a full service all round for, I think, at least 3 of the WRC Developments cars. The 586 is in, 486 is in. The Scuderia Polo Rosso car is also in too. That's 310. The 52 BMW is in as well. The 48 Patron Racing BMW has decided to make a stop too. The number 2 Mazda MX-5 is also making its way backwards. Now it's being pushed back out of its stop. Flying Haggis Racing, I think, have just completed the stop too. They're heading to the end of the pit lane and now getting the clearance to go. 52 is being pushed back now and ready to go also. So again, as you'd expect, pit lane, an absolute hive of activity once the safety car comes out.
What surprises me, Scott, is that yes, under this safety car it's become very, very busy. Under the early safety cars it wasn't busy, and certainly under the first safety car, it wasn't busy. When the safety car then led them through the pit lane, it actually made it even easier to make a quick pit stop, because the 4 minutes included driving down the pit lane. And all of a sudden it's as if people hadn't quite done their homework properly and thought about what might happen in the race. And having had their schedule, they decided to stick to it rather than, as we were talking to George Grant, thinking about what might happen if there were a safety car and how to then react to it. The Jaguar, meanwhile, is being hoisted now onto the back of the flatbed at a very jaunty angle. The front end of that car clearly heavier than the back.
It always pains me to see it at that angle being lifted onto low loaders. Kind of, please be careful with that Jaguar.
Yes, quite. As a fellow Jaguar driver.
Well,
anyway,
on weekends.
Yes, I get the joy of driving mine all the time. Anyway, that one is going to be, well, it is now on the flatbed, and it will then get taken back to the pit garage where the team will be able to work out what, if anything, has broken on that car, and they're going to be able to work out what to do. Mike Burton has exited the car and is now trying to fight his way through the pit wall gate, which is being opened for him. Knock, and it shall be opened. So Mike Burton then back on his way. The Operation Motorsport USA Toyota, you mentioned, Scott, back on the track.
Yep.
26 minutes, 23 seconds was the pit stop time to sort out that brake change. But a somewhat unscheduled brake change it was for them. So Alex Smith has now taken over doing the driving of the leading car number 7, and it has now done 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops. So it's on a schedule with the rest, and it had a lap of a lead anyway. Well, it had 3 laps of a lead anyway. So it's got that pit stop out of the way without losing the lead of the race. Steve McCulley is in the 97 Caterham, still in 2nd place. And then Jason McInulty at the wheel of the number 117 Lotus. Then the Breakdancer relay team, which has taken back 4th place from the BMW, which has got Wayne Lewis. So they've skipped Chris Slater and gone for Wayne Lewis in the number 27 car.
Whilst that's happening, more pit callers in for stops. Number 3, Paul Sheard, MX-5 is in. The 555 is in also. So the Subaru making another scheduled stop. The 54 car is also, that's another of the BMWs, and that's taking at least 1, if not 2 churns of fuel. So that's obviously fueling itself up for the rest of the race. Churn 1 is done. Churn 2 is in. You can see with the 555 Subaru, the fact that all the drivers are wheelchair users. So essentially there is a different system for them to get in and out of the car. Remember, of course, they don't have, it's an automatic gearbox and they have hand control, so there's no adaptation from one to the other. Sometimes some teams have a wheelchair user or 2 or someone that requires hand controls, and so they have to put 2 sets of controls in, one on the wheel and one on the regular pedals. But this one,
the guy who was up here from that team earlier on was telling me that one of the drivers does have the use of one of his legs, and so they do use a pedal. What he didn't tell me whether it was the accelerator or the brake that they've set up for him, but they do use a pedal on one of the cars for one of the drivers. But yeah, they've got one working leg between the 4 drivers, was how he described the situation to me. But absolutely magnificent. That car has managed to get out there and is going as well as it has done. Certainly from the mechanical point of view, the Subaru hasn't missed a beat. And now the Jaguar has been returned to the paddock, and they'll now bring it. Now, will they bring it into the front of the garage, or will they bring it to the back of the garage and then have to work on it at the back of the garage? We'll have to wait and see. One more lap, I think, behind the safety car. Coming through now to make another lap behind there. It's the 3rd lap it's done behind the safety car. Although it depends how you count them, because of course we had one lap where the race leader was in the pit lane.
You can see now that the obstructing Jaguar has been cleared, the pace is clearly quickening, which means I think we will be going, I'd like to think, safety car in this lap, because the track is now clear to go once more.
I'll certainly agree with that. So every opportunity for them to get going again, as we see on the screen the Paul Sheard Motorsport Mazda MX-5.
Very international affair in that car. We've got a Brit, a Romanian, a Chinese driver and an Italian, apparently. So plenty of international interest in that car, at least. They're about to be pushed back in the pit lane. And away that goes off into the darkness. One thing I was mentioning also as well when it comes to the light setups is that a lot of teams do prefer the light bars as well. They'll put light bars atop. It's kind of the modern day equivalent of the big WRC style kind of lamp pods that you used to have on those cars. I mean, I think a team should enter again and have one of those lamp pods on the top. But yes, it would be a bit old school, but I think it looked cool.
Yes, I think lighting technology these days has very much gone in favour of these LED light bars.
Yeah.
And, they're very light, pardon the pun. They don't weigh a lot, but they don't draw too much on the electricity that the car is generating either. So they kind of tick all the boxes, and provided they're pointing in the right direction, not pointing at the sky, then they do provide very good illumination indeed, as anybody who's been out in country lanes and suddenly been dazzled by LED lights coming towards you, the bane of modern cars, it would seem. The Paul Sheard Motorsport car we just saw in the pits there, Lucas Pugnali brought the car in. They're currently running fourth in Class C, so behind the battling Mazdas for the overall, or for the Class C battle between Will Blackwell Chambers and Stuart Humphrey, the Clapham North car 69 and the Stuart Humphrey car 91. Next up is the BMW, and then we've got the Paul Sheard cars. So they're doing quite well there, and they're keen to continue to do so. Down in the pits, Rob Lewis has more news for us.
Time for another one of Rob's sort of tech tips as the safety car comes in the background. This here is an alternator. That pulley spins, it produces electricity, that fills the battery with electricity, and the car can work. As you can see, the team are furiously working on the stricken little Panda, because unfortunately it has run out of electricity because of a faulty one of these. That is the alternator that has caused the issue.
So it will be going back on Monday.
From?
A car parts supplying company.
I see. Looks like they've gone to the wrong car parts supplying company, because that is absolutely red hot.
It is actually really hot.
And it is not producing any electricity.
So we'll be getting strapped in, so let's clear a run.
Yeah, I suppose we better get out of the way then. So the Panda is coming back out. Fear not. Back to you.
Lovely job. Well done, Rob. Right on the ball there with all the information that we need and more. So thanks for that. We've got just over half an hour of this segment still to go before the BRSCC wave their unique red and white checkered flag to bring this segment of the race to a close. There's no limit at the end of this segment of the race as to when you're allowed to come and refuel. There is tomorrow morning before the Remembrance service. No refueling is allowed in the last 15 minutes, but other than that, there's no ruling tonight to prevent late pit stops. But as far as the leading contenders are concerned, they've all completed now 4 pit stops. And the only one of the leading runners who haven't completed 4 pit stops is the leading Class C car, because we talked about everybody who did come in. What we didn't mention was Will Blackwell Chambers in the 69 Clapham North MOT Mazda, who didn't come in. So Will Blackwell Chambers electing to stay out. They've only done 3 pit stops, whereas the Stuart Humphrey car has done 4, and now they're back up to racing speed. There is only a couple of minutes separating them, 1 lap separating them, and in terms of time, that represents 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So that's certainly a lot less than a green flag pit stop, which I'm sure the Clapham North team perfectly well realises, but there was an opportunity there for Will Blackwell-Chambers to come in and make a pit stop, but they didn't take the opportunity. In the next place up, the leading Class B car is the Track Speed Scotland team still. Lowell Forsyth at the wheel of the number 155 Mini Cooper, as Scott mentioned when he did the rundown, and that car is on the same lap as the Auto Test Mazda behind it. So 155 and 24 on the same lap, and then one lap behind them is the other Auto Test Mazda, car number 14, with Fiona Kindness now at the wheel of the Track Scotland 1 Mini Cooper in 4th place in Class B. So we've been talking about the close battle between the two Class C cars, but it's pretty close as well in Class B between 155 Lowell Forsyth and Sebastian Fisher at the wheel of the number 24 Auto Test Mazda in 2nd place in the class.
Oh, that's a sideways MX-5. That's the Team Tequila car, and that's right on the apex as they come down to the braking zone, and thankfully does quickly move it out of the way. As I believe we've got more news there with Rob in the pit lane as the Tequila car gets back underway.
As you can see, the Jag is back into the pit lane. Absolutely devastating for the AFCN Motorsport team. The poppy band colour, beautiful livery. I've got Dave here with me, who runs this project. Dave, heartbreaking for you guys. What happened?
We were taken out in the last corner. We were undertaking. A car slipped down the inside and punted the front left wheel. Pretty badly damaged the steering rack. We're not out yet. It's 9:30. There's half an hour of the session tonight, and then we've got all night. So we're going to work on the car and do our best to get back out. But yeah, heartbreaking, but it's not over yet.
This whole project has been fascinating to watch. The scheme, the involvement of the RML group, how do they come into it?
A really interesting start to the programme. So it's only in July we decided we wanted to go racing, and I had a quick chat with John Hindhoff from Radio Le Mans. John said to me, Dave, let's get RML involved. So we talked to RML about building a cage for the car, getting some of their experts here to help us with pit strategy and racecraft. So RML have been fantastic supporting us, but we've also had a lot of other supporters. The graphics are all over the car. I think everyone's seen them. But a load of companies out there have helped us out to get us out racing, which has just been wonderful.
I've heard a rumour, could potentially we have Mr. Hindhoff join us tomorrow in the pit lane?
Yes, absolutely. We refuse to let this race go by without John coming to drop in and say hello. And he's driving around a rather nice Range Rover at the moment, and he's on his way over to us first thing in the morning.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you crack on with the team and get those repairs done. Very best of luck to you, and I think we're going to catch up with you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I hope so. Cheers, guys.
Fantastic, Dave. Thank you. So we'll let the team crack on there with the Jaguar. Again, just take one more look at this absolutely stunning scheme on this car. We'll appreciate it. Look at the people involved with this brilliant project, and then we're going to let the team get on with it. For now, it's time to head back up to the commentary box. Half an hour to go, guys.
Yes, not even half an hour, 29 minutes to be precise. So, yeah, the teams are now going to start thinking about how best to finish the race, but with the knowledge that whatever state the cars finish in, they can then pull them back into the garage and do any changes that they need to do. At the very least, that's going to be putting a new set of tyres and refueling. I would imagine in many cases it will be changing the brakes on the cars as well, certainly front brakes and possibly rear discs and pads as well. Who knows, maybe some changes of gearbox and various other hard work going on overnight. So even though we will be taking a break, the work in the garages will continue late into the night, I suspect, and all of the hard work which the drivers have been doing will be copied by hard work done by the mechanics down in the garages overnight. And certainly there's a number of teams with quite long job lists to do, not least that Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, Scott, which we heard from George Grant, they're planning to get out tomorrow morning.
You'd hope so, and they've got plenty of time to do it overnight. Of course, it'd be a long night for the mechanics trying to get that sorted. We talked about the fact that some of these guys have hotels to go to and what have you, but ultimately these guys tend to make some sacrifices because they do it for the love of the sport, or at least that's what they'll tell you in many cases. But yeah, it might be a long night for some teams. It's interesting to note, for a second that was 3 wide between the 305, the Royal Engineers BMW, and the 2 Silver Lake cars. So both the Silver Lake cars back out now. The 558, after it's had both of its problems, has now been reset. I don't know if it's just a ticking case of when that happens again. We're not sure. Speaking of problems, the Fiesta is back in again. I didn't see anything wrong with it. It just pointed to the fact it's coming back into the pit lane. The NJM Racing Fiesta, Kermit as it's known. So, but in terms of the Jaguar, interesting to note that he was undertaken, or at least passed by a back marker diving down the inside, and it proves the point that I made earlier on in terms of in these conditions, particularly at night with this many cars with so many different speed differentials, you've got to be careful. One, as the person being passed, to be aware of the cars around you and the car that's faster than you, to make yourself as clear as possible that you're going to move, and don't try and dive up the inside, spook somebody in front of you, because that's what can happen.
Yeah, indeed. And I made a calculation at Le Mans many years ago as to how many overtaking moves were made by all the cars. So how many times did one car pass another? And it was something like 20,000. Obviously, this is only a 12-hour race, but you've got similar speed differentials, even though the outright speeds aren't as high, but similar speed differentials between fast cars and slow cars. And when you think of maybe there's 10,000 overtaking moves going on here, you only need one of those to go wrong, and something like that Jaguar happens.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of playing the odds that things will go wrong. Talking of the fact that we've got less than an hour to go, less than half an hour to go, in the BMW class, there are cars flapping as fast as they have done throughout the race. Matt Priestwood is now in second place in the Anthony Seddon Racing BMW, number 34, in second place in the BMW class. He's set his personal best lap of the race, the best lap of the race for that car, just on its previous lap there, a 152.751. And Tim Crichton in the number 90 Yggdrasil BMW, the car that Anthony Seddon Racing recognised as being their chief threat, has also just put in his personal best lap of the race at 153.929. So cars, even at this late stage in this race, are still pushing on very hard indeed. And in case of the BMW 116s, as I say, pushing on as fast as they've been in the race so far. Down in the pit lane, Rob Lewis is there, and he's got more news from the Fiat Panda.
Just quickly, we saw the Panda come in, and you know when you do something in life and you think, did I adjust that bolt correctly? Did I do that fitting up? Did I close that cupboard? Any item in life, you just have this niggling thought in the back of your brain. The team thought that, so better to be safe than sorry. Even with half an hour to go, it's best to call the car in, get a spanner over the alternator bolt, and just give it a little check. Turns out it was tight, but better to be safe than sorry. This is endurance racing, right? Anything could go wrong. Back to you.
It's all about having procedures, isn't it? Making those checks and knowing that once you've made the check, it's good and you're good to go. But this is part of what endurance racing is about, as you say, Rob. You have to go through these procedures, and then the drivers jump into a car that's maybe just had the discs replaced or new tyres put in, whatever it is, and they have to give 100% commitment to it. And that means putting 100% trust in the mechanics and doing the job that they're paid to do, or that they're volunteering to do. But you've got to put your trust into that. And as I say, that's part of the magic of what this makes this race so special, is that it involves the whole team and relying on what's going on. And bursting into laughter there is we do get 3 cars abreast coming down the start-finish line, but the speed differential we were talking about a moment ago, Scott, never more amply demonstrated. What we saw just coming across the start-finish line there with the 117 Jason McAnulty Lotus Elise spearing between slower traffic, slow cars to the right of him, slow cars to the left of him, but still he charged on into the night.
Yeah, I think the obvious phrase there is he was quite literally stuck in the middle. And that was, I think, one car he's getting past was one of the Porsche MX-5 number 2. Speaking of MX-5s, this is the Breakdancer Racing MX-5. This has got all 6 drivers who are also kind of sharing a caterum each between, like, in pairing off into the 3 caterums that are part of the relay teams. All 6 of those drivers that are in 3 groups of 2 to a caterum are also all 6 getting a go in this Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Now, this car, if you've watched some of our broadcasts on BRSCC streets, particularly the Supersport Endurance Cup, will recognise this car, or at least followed the championship across the year. This car was contesting in Clubman C. I think it did even finish in the top 3 of the championship. So it's been a decent car all round for them. Of course, it's now been adorned with the poppies for Race of Remembrance. That car finishing its pit stop. In terms of where it currently sits in the order, came in 21st position and 6th in Class B. And Tim Steele was the man that brought it in, so he will hand over to another driver. We'll know who it's going to be when he heads to the end of the pit lane and scans the hue tag. If you wonder what we mean by hue tag, if you're watching for the first time and thinking why, there's a little sensor down at the top of the pit lane, which we'll just see, which is currently green at the moment. And it's right down the top of the pit lane. That's the hue tag system, which the only series I know uses it is the C1 Endurance series that we have as well. So if you've seen C1s, you'll know what we mean by this. But if this is your first time seeing this and not sure what a hue tag system is, every single driver has to have a hue tag that's basically put under their name for them. And it's what you use to essentially help TSL identify who's out on track. It actually makes our job a heck of a lot easier working out who's which, because it will show you on TSL by their first initial and their surname. In order to do so, every time you go out of the pit lane, I think it's even if you're in the same car, you must use the hue tag system, particularly for changing drivers. You have to do that, otherwise it is a penalty. But as simply you drive to the end of the pit lane, you essentially either try and, if you can wind the window down, but if not, hold your arm up to the window to a sensor pad, and then that will read it and it'll go from red to green. If it's red, as soon as it's green, then you go. You have to do that every single time you make a driver change, otherwise you will get a slap on the wrist for it.
On the wrist being where they usually attach the hue tag. Yes, but the point that I should make there, as Scott was describing that, was that he was doing all the hand signals. He was pointing at the television screen and showing exactly where he meant on the television screen, and then demonstrating where the hue tag went as well. We've got some more sparks coming, and that's from the Stuart Humphrey car, which is sparking from its brakes, as if there is some brake problem on the 91 car, which is not in the lead of Class C, but is certainly battling for the lead of Class C. So are we going to see Stuart Humphrey making a pit stop? Well, they're going to try and make those brakes last for the remaining 20 minutes of this race. It's going to be touch and go. Stuart Humphrey stays out, goes through for another lap, and we'll keep an eye on that by looking out of the commentary box window and also seeing what the Alpha Live TV pictures can pick up.
I think he was doing it again.
Through the banking, yes. Every time he goes on the brakes, those cars, those front brakes just sparking a little bit. So Enzo Ferrari, who said you don't need brakes to go. No, it's Tazio Nuvolari who said you don't need brakes to go fast. Well, Stuart Humphrey's proving that at the moment by going fast, but how much longer he's going to be able to do so is going to be a matter of some concern, particularly for him, going up towards Rocket at the moment, which is a big stop when you get up the hill there past
that's
school.
rear brakes.
Rear's going as well then, so yeah, certainly. Is it the rears as well, or was it the rears that we saw?
It looked like it
before.
It looked like it was just with that occasion. It was literally just the rears doing it. If it was all fours, they'd all be sparking, I'd imagine. But yeah, the rears certainly are getting tested. But that's to me a bit unusual, because obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually when it comes to brakes, the fronts will be the ones that should be doing that. So if it's rears, that's something a bit more of a unique problem, I'd have thought.
Well, unless they've already taken the opportunity to change the fronts, and they thought, well, the rears will last us for the 7 hours of this segment of the race, and at some point in the early part of the race, they might have already changed the rear brakes, but it would have been a very quick stop if it was. But Stuart Humphrey is at the wheel at the moment. He's got 20 minutes, 18 minutes to keep going.
Yeah. So this is, director was listening, so he's put one of the camera guys down there. This is the TSL, this is the hue tag pad, which the drivers have to put their kind of arm out towards when they pull up alongside it. So it will currently show as red. When they go up against the pad, that red light will turn to green, so they have to do that every single time they tag out. That's a simple pad, and it will read the hue tag, which is on their wrist. whenever they go out there. And as I said, each driver has one that's individually kind of assigned to them. So each driver will have a different hue tag number, which that pad will read. And of course, there's the reminder, make sure that you tag out. And you will see sometimes when drivers go back out when they've got into the car and they're leaving, you will see the teams remind them to either point at their wrist or tell them, make sure that you remember to tag out, because sometimes it's very easy to be in heat at the moment when you've just strapped yourself in, you've got the helmet, the visor down, you're going down the pit lane, you want to get back into the race, and all of a sudden you go straight through the pit lane, or at least wait for the red light to go green and forget to hue tag out, and then that slaps you with a penalty.
The time that you forget to do it is when you've been in for a penalty, because you're normally in a fairly certain frame of mind when you've been in for a penalty and you go herring down the pit lane, you forget the speed limit, you forget to tag out, and you end up with 2 penalties. But I always think of it as being a bit like the pub where you go into and the cashier has to tap his little identification thing against the cash till before he can do anything. So it's a bit like that, and it works very well. What it does mean is that they don't have to do any heavy, expensive modifications to the cars to put a particular driver ID into the car, which is what is done in more professional versions of motorsport. I'll leave you, Scott, to describe what those marshals are doing, because I have not a clue.
I don't know if it's just my music knowledge or anything else. I think I know what song they're dancing to.
Oh dear.
I think as well. I think it's Cha Cha Slide, I'm going to guess, but I can't hear the music in the background, but it looks like it's the moves for Cha Cha Slide, but even so, good effort from our marshals once again. Again, massive shout out to all of them, of course, marshals, volunteers, officials, everyone that does an amazing job just to make this race happen that it does. And yeah, why not have a bit of fun? It's that kind of race. Enjoy yourself. Have a fun time. My only fear
is it might be putting off other people from becoming a marshal. They're not all like that. Some of them are actually quite good at what they do. No, marshals.co.uk. There, I'll give you their mention. If you are interested in becoming a marshal, log on, have a look at marshals.co.uk. Come along to Silverstone next weekend for Driven by Racing, which is a event put on by the BRSCC, and gives you an opportunity to see what being involved in motorsport is all about. If you don't want to be a marshal, you can find out about getting involved in race administration, getting involved in race control. There's all sorts of things. But as I say, thanks again to all of our marshals. And if you're listening out there and you want to get involved, log on to the BRSCC website or onto marshals.co.uk to find out about marshalling generally, or the BRSCC website will tell you about Driven by Racing, which is their special event which they run every year. 3rd year they've run it now, Scott? Driven by Racing?
Second year. First time running it was last year. Had a really impressive take-up. We had about 2,000 ticket applications. One thing I should point out for those wanting to attend, in case you wonder about cost of tickets, quite literally it is free. Someone who wasn't quite free there was number 12 BMW, just running wide on the exit Peel corner, but carries on nonetheless. But yeah, tickets are absolutely free for Driven by Racing, and there's no catch, there's no they're free but or they're free however. It's totally free. Just go onto the BRSCC website, go onto the Driven by Racing event page, go and apply for your free tickets, and when they come through, that's it. What you've got to do is just turn up, and then you can declare your interest in what you want to do. As Paul rightfully said, you can learn how to be a marshal, you can learn how to be a clerk of the course, you can learn how to be even a race day coordinator or a volunteer in that sense. You can look into the world of scrutineering, you can look into the world of race rescue and recovery, you can even look into the world of, obviously becoming a racing driver, and even take your ARDS test at Silverstone itself. We had some people pass their ARDS test last year and take that first step towards becoming a racing driver, which is obviously the first vital thing that you do, and that was courtesy of the Motorsport School, and we're very pleased to have them as partners at the club. And even so, of course, on top of that, you've got the obvious element of being able to come and see all the different championships and series that run within BRSCC. And whether it's you want to get behind the wheel or simply just have a passenger that, you can do that too, or just come and experience it, you can get involved in that too. So it's 16th, 17th November, next weekend. Get your tickets on the website, brscc.co.uk, and come down and come and experience what BRSCC does and in everything that they're involved in and everything that they're all about, and all the lovely people that we work with are all going to be there too as well. That number 91 MX-5 still has its rear brakes sparking away, so that's going to be quite a concern. At the very least, if Stuart Humphries can keep that going, although that sparking is getting more and more fierce under brakes, and into the biggest example of it there was right into the corkscrew, where the car, both rear brakes were going. It wasn't just one; it was both of them already are going for it.
Yeah, Stuart's going to take it to the end now, no matter what. the car won't be relying on its rear brakes very much. Most of the braking power will be coming from the front brakes. So in terms of the impact on his car, I don't think it's very great. And Stuart's got enough experience of driving it, I would suggest that he will take it. We've got, 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes to go. So that's less than 10 laps. It's about 8 laps for him to stick it out there. So I think he's going to stay out there for the remainder. If it means he loses a little bit of time per lap, then so be it. He's has dropped his pace. That's important to mention. So the car is slowing a little bit. He's down in the 1 minute 52s, 1 minute 51 last time around. Whereas before that happened, Stuart was quite happily lapping in the 147s, 148. So he's 3 seconds or so off the pace that he was doing earlier on. But as I say, Stuart Humphrey then pretty sure will try and stay out for the remainder of this stint. He is just under 2 laps. He's not quite 2 laps behind, but very nearly 2 laps behind the Clapham North MOT car. But as I said before, the Clapham North MOT car has only done 3 pit stops. They haven't done 4. And interestingly, looking back into Class B, Lowell Forsyth is in the Track Scotland car, Mini number 155 for the Track Scotland 2 car. And that car has also only done 3 pit stops. So they will have to do another 3 pit stops tomorrow. And also on only 3 pit stops at the moment is car 24. So both first and second in Class B have only done 3 pit stops apiece. 3 pit stops apiece as well for number 14, Brian Chandler's Mazda. So the top 3 in Class B on fewer pit stops, but at least they're all on the same number of pit stops, so they're directly comparable against each other. Whereas in Class C, Stuart Humphrey's car has done 1 extra pit stop to that of the Clapham North MOT car, number 69, which Will Blackwell Chambers surely now will not do another pit stop in the remaining 10 minutes of this race.
Certainly hope so.
The other thing to mention is that I'm led to believe that the safety car will be deployed just before the end of the race, so that the cars will bunch up, even though their aggregate times is what matters. The safety car will be deployed before the end of this segment in order to bunch the field up and bring them past the red and white checkered flag as a group, rather than separated out as they are at the moment. But we'll see whether that actually happens. The safety car has been out 5 times already for various incidents on the circuit, all of them unavoidable situations where we were forced to use the safety car.
Oh,
somebody else bouncing across the grass there.
That's 19 MX5. That is 19. That's the RAF Motorsport, sustainably powered by Infrastar, back down in 48th position, having done an excursion there as well. So that car is in there too. The 2CV poodles its way down the pit lane to get back into the race. We're going to the final 10 minutes. We haven't seen yet if there's been any further developments on the sparking rear brakes on the 91 car, although it seems to be more and more aggressively kind of sparking on those rear brakes every time it hits the middle pedal. So it seems as though that it's getting pretty extreme at that point.
It's just gone through the start-finish line, through target, up towards the banking.
Oh, there's another one. Is that a puncture on the left rear for the Scuderia Polo Rosso car? Because it saw it squirming around on the exit there just as it was coming out of Peel, and there's sparks coming from the left rear. So I think that's a puncture on the 310 Polo Rosso C1. That's going to have to make its way down to pit lane. Have a look. Yeah, that's down its left rear. Oh, I'm getting very sideways. It's certainly become a Formula Drift machine in quick succession. But yeah, that's going to have to go quickly to the pit lane. And I'm certain that its incumbent behind the wheel, which will be in car 310, will be Matthews. I'm certain that he will realise quickly.
James Matthews.
James Matthews. I didn't want to presume, but James Matthews will realise that not all is right with that car, and I presume he's coming to the pit lane.
Hasn't done yet.
He hasn't come. He hasn't come in. I think he realised that car has got a left rear puncture. I think they probably will now. They'll probably be on the radio to him to call him in.
No, he stayed out that time around. So
there's no radio, which has been told. So.
No, Citroen C1s, certainly in their normal configuration, race without radios, and so they will have to continue the way they are, even if all is not right with that car, the Scuderia Polo Rosso. I'm assuming, Scott, you will know this because of your intimate knowledge of those drivers, that James Matthews is not the James Matthews that used to drive in Formula Renault many years ago. But
I might ask Mr. Rob Lewis, because he's in the pit lane with us now. He's in the pit lane, in the box with us now.
Okay. He's not listening to us because he's talking to James Cameron. We'll have a quick switch of microphones as the James Matthews is apparently a different James Matthews altogether. The James Matthews that is at the wheel of that Scuderia Polo Rosso Citroen is having a great deal of fun, and also, I suspect, somebody who's having a great deal of fun. We've certainly talked about you enough. James Cameron has finally arrived up here in the box, and we've got a bit of time, James, to talk to you. First of all, I have to say congratulations on your 10th anniversary, because
thank you.
I'm sure when this event started in 2014, you did not imagine that 10 years later, A, that you'd still be running the race, but B, it would be as big an event as it now is.
Paul, I'll be genuine with you. I didn't think we were going to make Monday, let alone, sort of celebrating a full grid, a full support race, 200 marshals, and all that sort of come with this. And at the same time, it has to be reflected, we're expecting Chairman of Motorsport UK to fly in tomorrow.
David, I had heard that rumour.
It's. I think we'll see a helicopter which tips up here because Motorsport UK signed the Armed Forces Covenant. It was always the thing that people would say about Race of Remembrance. Yeah, Anglesey, that's great, but when are you going to move it to a different venue? When is it going to go to Donington, or when is it going to go to Silverstone as it grows? And actually, what Race of Remembrance has done is Motorsport UK has signed the Armed Forces Covenant, and in doing so, in the 1980s, we lost something, which is that a permit would not be given for motorsport to happen on Remembrance Weekend because it was Remembrance Weekend. And that was sort of quietly forgotten about. Motorsport UK have signed the Armed Forces Covenant, and we absolutely do and should have motor racing on Remembrance Weekend anywhere in the nation. But it comes with 3 conditions, and that is that the organisers are asked to support the Poppy Appeal, that they're asked to observe the silence, and that they're asked to do something for Race of Remembrance and your ROR, that thing that binds together the Armed Forces community and the motorsport community. And what it's done is it means that ROR is now the way that we mark Remembrance on that special weekend of the year whenever we do motorsport. It also means that I think for Anglesey that it's got a wonderful endurance race with a bright future ahead of it.
I spoke to Mark White earlier, or apparently you sent him up here, but I asked him a question which he didn't feel qualified to answer, and I'll ask you the same question. How many beneficiaries have you helped in the last 10 years? Could you put a number on it?
Yeah, no, he's right to sort of struggle to be able to do that. Wounded, injured and sick, we know that we are over 5,500 who've directly come through the hands of the charity, and we tend to hit about 1,200 a year. But how many broader members of the Armed Forces community have we been able to help? That number is far greater. If you just look, and we've seen the pictures of the XF that's fighting its way through motorsport, but behind that is an Armed Forces community which, since the first Invictus Games, which was September 2014, that gave us the opportunity to get behind the scenes at Jaguar Land Rover and change the way in which they engaged with the Armed Forces community. And they started counting. So at JLR alone, we know that 1,500 veterans have been employed by that company since the 1st of January 2015. We're also, of course, influential in a whole host of other areas through that wider Mission Automotive initiative now. And you see things like we're looking at a wonderful safety car as it's going around starting to collect people. Bentley signed the Armed Forces Covenant earlier on this year. And that's a VW Audi Group company. This is really significant step. Something that that you wouldn't have seen, and it gives us the opportunity to make the case that this isn't just the thing that MOD is asking you to do because it's the right thing to do. This makes commercial sense for companies to look after their people in that way and to celebrate and support this really important part of what is British society, which is those who've served the Crown.
I think another element that I hadn't actually thought of until this weekend, but is the community around the beneficiaries. It's the family, it's the wives, it's the children, it's the parents of those people who have benefited, who benefit in their own way, because all of a sudden they've got a family life back, which had been sort of drifting through their fingers. And that, as I say, is a kind of knock-on effect of what you've been doing to help our veterans. You've helped their families. And that's had a knock-on effect as well. So, it's a big, deep hole that you're digging in the nicest possible way.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're doing something quite big and quite important.
And ultimately, you're talking about changing the way that society perceives those who've served the Crown. And that's an extraordinary thing to be able to do. So, I mean, hey, I'm 51, so I'm a grey-haired guy these days. I grew up in the 1970s. And the Armed Forces to me, and a veteran, was somebody who'd served in the Second World War because of the threat from the IRA. We have generations over decades who hid their service from public view. They would change into civilian clothes before driving home. If you met them in the pub, they wouldn't tell you that they'd served in the forces for security reasons, and they would check underneath their car before they drove into work in civilian clothes. And so we lost our connection between society and the armed forces, and an awful lot of which was overseas. It was in Germany. It was countering a sort of Russian threat. And so for society, they thought about veterans as that greatest generation, talking about the Second World War. That's who it was. It was these old guys. We've got to kind of get that back. Since 2001, there's been a new narrative which has come through, and it's quite rightly come from the charities, and it's looking at those who've suffered on operations, and it's saying, look at these people. Isn't it terrible what's happened to them? We should do something to support. And you have this mad, sad, bad narrative, which is easy for a BBC scriptwriter to write a veteran into their screenplay who has issues, is struggling to fit into society, has got issues of dependency or alcohol or domestic abuse or these things, and PTSD is the obvious thing which they will write into that character straight away. That's not my experience. Post-traumatic growth is my overwhelming experience of that incredible generation of people, 150,000 of whom served just in Afghanistan.
You have to give those people the platform in order to then grow. And I think that's what Mission Motorsport has done. Just draw attention back to the race for a moment, because
absolutely.
You're in danger of interrupting this motor race, James, as you always do. The red and white checkered flag is out, so the safety car came out for a single lap, bunched the field up, and we're now seeing the conclusion, therefore, of part one of the 2024 Race of Remembrance. Alexander Smith is at the wheel of the leading car. He has completed 217 laps. 214 laps have been completed by Steve McCulley in the Leos Racing Caterham, and number 97 in second place. Jason McInulty has completed 214, just coming up to complete 215 laps in the number 117 Lotus Elise, and then Wayne Lewis with the 27 BMW, the second RAF Motorsport car in the top four. I don't think that's ever been said before at this stage of the race, on 210 laps. So it's been a fine effort from the RAF this year, James.
Very much so, yeah.
as an army veteran, you have nothing but admiration for the RAF, no doubt. Do you?
Absolutely not. Hey, look, I'm not having anything against the RAF. The Race of Remembrance launch, which we held at Thruxton, I've often whinged that I've often been promised a fly past, but they've never turned up. And bang on time to the second, a Chinook came over the top of us and subsequently came back and sort of joined in on the course of the event, and that's amazing. For generations of my era, particularly of Iraq and Afghanistan, the Chinook is an interesting, emotional, extraordinary heartbeat of a generation, because it means that help is coming, and that's extraordinary. It really is. And so, yes, I'm incredibly grateful. Funnily enough, to a young man who's running one of those cars down there today was the guy who did the hard work in order to be able to get us the fly pass. So the RAF, I'm absolutely, but I've got to mention a Royal Marine, because you've just mentioned him by name, Steve McCulley. Steve McCulley was the Royal Marines officer that I handed over to in Afghanistan in 2011. And tragically, his life was changed forever when he was blown up in Afghanistan for an incident which he entirely blames on his handover and the quality of that. I do distinctly remember saying, please try not to get blown up. Steve first came to the charity in 2013. In 2014, he built a Caterham that he raced in the 2014 Caterham Academy. He went up the ladder at Caterham over 4 years with that car that was built in the Mission Motorsport workshop. He is the racer who has raced at Race of Remembrance more than anybody else. He's done 9 out of the last 10 races. And of course, he is the Mission Motorsport beneficiary who's been here more than anything else. Not running in a Mission Motorsport car. Steve has a thriving business. Lios is short for Lillian Oscar, but he makes amazing carbon bikes and has an incredible business which is very successful. And he's here with some friends that he met inevitably through that wonderful Caterham journey, and they've returned every year. He's within 2 laps of winning this race. And for a man who also represented the Invictus Games Foundation for Invictus Games Racing and raced in British GT, I tell you what, that RAF car at the front, I'm really happy about that, but Steve McCulley is the man that I'm really shouting for.
So we've got 5 hours to go tomorrow. Anything could happen in those 5 hours. We're going to talk to Steve and Rob down in the pits. Before we do, I must just say congratulations on your class win in the Clubsport Trophy.
Thank you.
I bet you were quite pleased with that, weren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm a bit rusty. I don't get to do the fun stuff too much these days. I'm too busy, swanning around with politicians.
Might not be. Right, let's go down to Rob and Scott down in the pit lane. Rob, Scott down in the pit lane, wrapping it up.
And that is the end of part 1 of Race of Remembrance. And that is a very, very, very tired rear tyre wheel on the 310. We have been watching this car drift around for absolutely ages. Frank Claydon has just had a look at the car to see how it was going. Scott, this was Drift Matsuri for the last 15 minutes, and they've got it to the end of part 1.
And the best bit about it, if we talk in a minute, the guys in the pit wall had no idea there was a puncture.
Absolutely.
No idea whatsoever.
We told them there was an issue. That was the best bit. Let's talk to the naughty boy himself. I do have a feeling the clerk may just have a little chat with a mechanical issue with your car. Did you know there was a puncture?
There was a puncture? The rear end was a bit loose, Rob, but I wouldn't have said a puncture.
There is a lack of air in the tyre.
That would
If it helps, it's only the bottom part that's flat.
Oh, that does help. That does. If the top part's okay, then we're probably all right. Yeah.
Will that go for round 2?
Yeah. We'll get another 100,000 miles out of that one. Yeah. Get my money's worth.
Fantastic. Your first taste of the Gen 2 C1 car. A taste of Race of Remembrance. How have you guys found it so far?
Oh, we've loved Race of Remembrance. It's awesome. The Biathlon of Foolishness was brilliant. And yeah, we've had a great time in the car. Really, really good.
Fantastic. Get some air in that tyre and get a new tyre on it. And we'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Scott, let's go and have a little wander. Let's go and see some of these teams that are doing so well. I feel in the C1 class, talking about them, I feel for Team Silver Lake. Both cars right up there and unfortunately falling foul of issues.
It's just endurance racing, isn't it? And I'd said it on the commentary. They've all were lucky today, and it's all been bad. They had 2 mechanical issues with the 558 when it's ground to a halt twice. And then the flag infringement for the 458 that brought it in, flag signal infringement for the 458 that gave it a stop-go penalty. So just, we're not the greatest of luck, but that's just how it works. I mean, that could be the C124 hours and they have the same exact kind of luck, but the team that seems to be in the pound seats right now, WRC Developments, so having that four-car strategy seems to be working because two of them are currently, at the moment, looking pretty solid in first and third positions.
Let's talk BMWs. Anthony Seddon Racing, they're in garage number 9 here. Both of their cars are absolutely flying.
They are. They look like in good form. When I spoke to Sam Carrington Yates earlier on, he said the car was feeling good, the team was feeling great. They've got a good lineup of drivers. They might have had not the best of luck in the regular 116 Trophy Series, but when it comes to here at ROR, the car's in really good form. Both cars are looking pretty strong, so they really can't complain, to be honest. They're currently sat 1-2 at the moment. If they can hold that, what a result that would be to end off their season.
Definitely. The Operation Motorsport cars always go well. Bit of a brake issue for one of the cars. I spoke to Mike Steelwagon. They're always running quite near the front, though.
They are, and I guess you wouldn't expect anything less if it's a regular front-running car. So top effort by them, and of course now the big task is to try and hold on to that. Of course they'll keep whatever aggregate lead they have from this first part of the race going to the start of tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But there's still some BMWs chasing them, but they hold all the cards, and it's down to them to hold on to it.
And first overall, Dark Side Developments, the RAF. The only thing I can say, how'd he do that?
You had to do it, didn't you? You said it was either one or they were going to do it. I think a couple of factors really. One, they were really smart with the safety cars. I think they were probably playing the safety car strategy because almost all the pit stops they've made have been under safety cars, which has really helped them to get the advantage. There's like a 3-lap lead they've got coming to tomorrow, which they're going to hold on to. Secondly, of course, the diesel engine. Some people might mock. I mean, they mocked Audi when it was back in 2006 and it wiped the floor with everybody at Le Mans. So diesel power does work, and they've proven that it's working in a car like that. So it's got the good range. Good team of drivers, good solid team with Darkside helping out RAF. It's a really good package. So ultimately, touch wood, unless something really catastrophic happens, they've got to be the favourites for victory. They've got to be the ones to hold on to this and take it. And it's going to take something monumental for them to be knocked off their stride. I think they really are in the pound seats.
They really are in the pound seat. And tomorrow we've got some VIPs coming. We've got the likes of John Heinhoff coming down. We've got Chairman of Motorsport UK, ProDrive, Racing Royalty, David Richards making an appearance. Just shows how special this race is.
And also the involvement we've had. I mean, of course, you look at the fact that, you know, Subaru and ProDrive have lent some of their expertise, well, Subaru particularly for the 555 car. The fact that John Heinsoff was influential as you're talking to the guys down at the AFCN team, that he was influential in getting RML involved on top of that as well. So great the fact he's going to be here. And you think back to the history of this race when it first started, when it's first being run, I think, by the 360 Motor Club. And he was very much one of the voices behind that in the first early years of this race. So it's fitting that he comes back and has a look at it, and yeah, it's going to be great to see them, and it just shows what this race means to a lot of people, and the fact that even, you know, Dave Richards, the CEO, the man who, or the chairman, or the guy, the top man of Motorsport UK is going to come here and see this race and see the work that everyone's done and the race as it works its way through into its final stages. Just proves how special it is, and kudos has to go to Mission Motorsport, James Cameron and everyone else. And even you would have heard Paul say it on the comms that, did you think that 10 years later there'd still be this race? And he even thought, I didn't think we'd get past one race, but to be 10 races and basically 11 years later, because we didn't run in 2020, of course, for obvious reasons. But the fact that all the hard work's been put in by everyone involved in Mission Motorsport, and the race just keeps getting bigger and bigger and better and more popular, more teams come and do it for the first time, and the reaction's always the same, like, why didn't we do this sooner? It's a fantastic event, great atmosphere. You saw Polo Rosso love it, other teams here for the first time, they love it, and the teams that have been here for ages, they go, of course we knew how good it was. We've been here for years and we enjoy it. So yeah, kudos to everyone in Mission Motorsport. Kudos to everyone, of course, who works at BRSCC the last few years and helping push that race forward as well on top of it. Again, all the marshals, all the officials, everyone. Amazing job from everyone. Only just gone past half distance. We've still got 5 more hours and some important stuff tomorrow, of course, because it's not just, of course, the race itself. It's the remembrance service that will take place around about 10:30 to 11 o'clock. If you're near the circuit and you can make it, come and make it. If not, watch it on the stream, because there are remembrance services, and then when you've got everyone here that's here for a common cause, because they love motorsport, they're all here supporting the military, they're all supporting Mission Motorsport and everything they do. When you have everyone gathered in pit lane, it is an experience like no other.
Absolutely an experience like no other. So we're going to wrap up part 1 of this endurance race. It has been a brilliant day today. We brought you a fantastic Clubsport Trophy race, a brilliant 45-minute race that Liam Crilly simply walked away with. We of course brought you the Biathlon of Foolishness, and we saw the BRSCC's very own Greg Graham run around in a unicorn suit. I got accosted by chickens, and Scott had a good conversation with plenty of people taking part in that. And we have had part 1 of the Race of Remembrance of 2022. GT4. At the moment, as it stands, the Audi TT with RAF Motorsports being helped out by Darkside Development sits top. But with the likes of Jason McAnulty hunting them down, the E46 with the RAF car as well, there's a lot more intrigue to come into this race. And the one thing we haven't spoken about yet in this last monologue, the weather. The weather is coming, it will be here tomorrow, and that is going to shake things up completely across all of the classes. But from myself, Robert Lewis, from this man, Scott Woodwist, from Paul Truswell, and the rest of the team here from Alpha Live, this is the end of part 1 for tonight. We will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.